Okay, so
I was going to ask, how did Sunday go? Was it went smoothly?
um Sunday, let me think about that. What was oh yeah, the funeral. Yeah,
Yeah.
it went all right. It
Uh,
it was actually pretty decent, to be honest. I couldn't believe how much me and my sister's or my older sister Amy, how much we actually got along. That really blew me out of the water. We even sat down and started talking about her stuff. I have a suspicion that she's like watching our shows
okay, fair enough.
because she started talking to me about the stuff we talk about. Like
Mm.
she has a issue with somebody that has an issue with the stuff that she does. Like she makes crafts and stuff, and she has a friend of hers that does the whole crystal thing. They
Mm.
do crystal balls and stuff of that nature, and they've been pretty harsh on her, about it. And they
Okay.
they pretty much straight out called her a Satanist and stuff because of it. So
Okay.
I didn't
So,
quite go. I have a new freaking thumbnail for Stir the Fallout too, by the way.
cool.
It's cool as heck.
Do you want to stick on? If I say, we'll stick on somewhere. So I can have a look.
It's on the stream for YouTube at the moment. I have to put this on first so that everybody can, or so that we can all get it, or I can get it hooked up to the 24/7 live stream. So
Mm-hmm.
let me switch back over here real quick and get this taken care of.
Cool. Hi.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, not that. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Bit
Cool.
tired. Bit tired. Doing this amazing building with Minds Gaming
Mm.
or Quantum MG.
Hmm.
Quantum. Maybe I should just call him Quantum. With Quantum.
Right.
Doing this
Easier.
amazing testing stuff. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. But it is so fascinated. I'm like a cat with a pointer. And he keeps on saying, now we're going to do this. And I'm like, what the fuck? What are you doing next? What's going on? So cool. But yeah, lots of work. Lots of work.
Mm. Yeah, I've noticed that it's been almost every day, every other day. You were talking about this, or
Yeah. Well, we've got a fund shortage. We have 250, I think, or something like that, credits to use on Lovable for prompts, right? And we were doing the main prompting on Lovable, and then going over to Codex and doing other bits and pieces like for free, and then going back to Lovable and using credits, and then going over to Codex and doing a bit of fussing around. Well, Codex has completely changed, and it breaks everything we do now. So every time we put anything through, we push anything through on Codex, we then have to go back to Lovable and unwind it all.
Yeah, hence the old argument. There was an old argument. All this vibe coding is okay, but unless you can understand the code, then if something does go on, yeah.
Okay, so
now that the AI maintains the code, so it needs to understand the code. We don't need to understand what it's doing. It just
if you speak to somebody like Tan, he would probably disagree greatly with you.
oh, I'm
Callum as well. He's horrified. He's like, how can you do that? Don't you understand anything about architecture? And I'm like, no, I don't actually. And I don't think I care to.
okay. So I do have something that's pretty cool here on the headline news. The fourth headline that I'm going to post up here, I want Mark Edworthy to do.
Okay, sorry.
He's the one they've already given me.
Yeah, it's the one that's posted in there. I got it in the chat too, so that you'll have it.
Which one are we talking about?
It's the fourth, headline 4, Lord Edworthy's incident. So we got to figure out how to weave that into where it falls on you. So
in maritime court proceedings, we're
gonna push the dry jokes to the limit here, because I want you to be the one who has to do all the readings concerning Lord Edworthy, dude. And Lord Edworthy is always going. Him and his reader are always going to complain about the freaking grammar. Okay.
That image I just sent you in our private room. That's just how I've been feeling.
I mean, being honest, I believe that you've like developed your own character here. You've literally developed your own character here. I don't know if you've realized that or not, but
okay. Today, tomorrow, the stage.
Okay. So we got 10 minutes. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. I got everything set up. We are streaming right now on 24/7 Live with Roger Hanson. So that's taken care of.
Sorry, my watch has got heartbeat monitor on it, and it's just warned me that my heartbeat's high.
It's because you're excited.
Right. Anxiety. Oh, excitement.
That's probably because I've just eaten.
It's because we're having fun.
That's right.
This is the best fun in the world.
That's the coolest.
Yay!
Like that was the worst 80s like hip hop type thing that I've heard Mark ever do.
Okay.
What?
Right there, what he just did. Now, remind me too that I need to hit record, because this is going to be on the live 24/7, and I do not know. First of all, I don't know if I want to even try to download that if I had the choice. It's like at 36 hours now.
Yeah, but it's only clips that you've already got.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be if I forget to record, I usually have to go back and wait. Actually, I've got this live streaming separately too, don't I?
Yeah, isn't this in?
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah. So do I need to make a backup recording?
You don't
have a recording running here for you.
I would always say it's a good idea.
There's never too many backup recordings.
All right, let me try and make a backup recording.
Yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to. If it gets too crazy, but
Thank you. Well, if I just click the button, sometimes I leave it going for 7 hours. That's a bit of a pain. But if I click the begin button, at least.
I found something out that
Did you find out?
you will love to hear. This actually comes from Canada. And last night I found out that Canada has actually made a law to where it explains why Canadians say thank you.
Hey,
Because they're
hello.
polite.
Yes, because of their over politeness, they've actually put in into the laws explanations behind the word sorry and thank you and
But isn't that a British sort of Commonwealth thing anyway? In this country, it's very common to say please, thank you.
well, especially sorry though when like in
Yeah,
Canada.
sorry. Sort of the old joke about walking out in the street, somebody knocking into you, and you saying sorry to them.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like they've actually stipulated that into the laws now.
Well, you've got to apologise. How does that work?
I think that it would be
You go to
good.
prison if you don't apologise.
Why isn't this working?
Well, no, they're explaining just because somebody says sorry to you doesn't mean that they're at fault.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
disclaimer.
not your fault. It's not a thing of blame.
Right.
It's more, my nanny explained it to me when I was 5. I know all about it. It's that you're sorry that situation occurred and
Yeah.
you're offering your kindness into the situation.
It's cool.
You're not taking blame or accepting yourself or
Hmm.
accepting
Yeah, you're not.
somehow wrong in you're
it-
just saying, hey, sorry that happened, guys, we're happy.
I think that's
How
cool.
many times, when you go down to a supermarket, do you say thank you to the cashier?
Never.
Always.
I always do. Yeah, I always do.
Always.
I say,
Thanks, have a great day.
yeah,
Yeah.
I always do. I'm just joking.
Just a thing. No, you never do. You're just ashamed now and you're trying to pretend.
How did you know? My goodness, you're a psychic, Bob. Though. Okay. So
Comes with the craziness.
I'm going.
Can't get this to work. Yeah.
I'm going to step away real quick, go smoke my cigarette, and then I will be back.
Okay. I think that this attempt at making a backup recording might be failing.
Don't
I
worry
don't
about
seem
it.
to be able to.
Don't worry about
Is
it.
Tan still going to join us at 2?
It'd be cool. Yeah, at 10 a.m. for us. Yeah.
To UTC, I think.
Now remember
UTC.
remember in the chaos panel, it's Mark Edworthy is 1, Bob W. you're 2, and Otto is 3 because Otto is the mystic and you're the antagonist.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the headline script, episode 4. So.
Right. And then like in the interview, in the interview, I want Bob Dub to be interviewing you, Mark. So she'll be the host, and you'll be the guest.
Okay. So like when we start this, Roger, just clue me in. What are we doing here? Segment breaking headlines.
Mm-hmm.
Host, that's you.
Right. No.
And then headline 1.
Headline host will be me, and then headline 1 will go straight into you, and then we'll do headline 2 as Mark. Then you can do 3, and then Mark does 4, and then breaking news. I'll do the breaking news unless Otto shows up. If he shows up, we'll let him do the breaking news. Sound good?
Fine. Yeah.
I'm gonna run and do a quick smoke. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Minds Gaming said he might try and swing by. No promises, but he might
Okay.
try. Don't know whether to mention that or not because but you know. So I'm 1 and 3, and then we have, oh dear, oh well, we have other
he going to?
segments where we can
Sorry.
just catch up on what we're doing,
Okay.
right?
Is he going to join us for the quantum gathering afterwards?
Yeah, I think he's got a script that he wants to do.
Okay.
So he's going to be there. So he doesn't know if he can get into this one before that, but he'll give it a go if he can. Yeah.
What's the time? It's these end is coming up to 6.
Mm. So what have you been up to, Mark, this week?
Catching up on politics so far.
Oh yes.
Crazy sort of this situation. I had 2 streams last night.
Wow.
Yeah, I had to call it early on the second stream because that was stretching until something like 7 a.m. my time.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Doing a bit of web development.
Right. Sure.
Yeah, Ria wants to create have a site have a content management system, so she's been posting stuff to YouTube and Minds and various other sites, so she wants to actually sort of collate them all into one single site.
Oh wow, interesting.
And if and some of her stuff is a bit risque, so if she does have issues with YouTube, at least it's elsewhere.
Oh, interesting. So like Linktree.
I've been using the Joomla content management framework. And I am so used to using Joomla. I've been using Joomla even before it was known as Joomla back in 2000 for things like e-commerce site for clients and stuff. So and it's a very flexible framework. So yeah, so rather than using WordPress or Drupal or some other thing.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Actually, I wanted to post that video onto Mint.me quickly. Wonder if I've got time to do that before Roger comes back.
Yeah, keep on seeing your notifications on YouTube. I just haven't had any time to. I have a subscriber return, but I just haven't had time to watch anything apart from politics. Politics are nothing but.
Politics is like a full-time job if you get sucked into it. I did it for a while. And I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed speaking to different points of view, hearing everybody's different points of view. But in the end, I reckon it's just makes me feel helpless, I think. Like, what am I going to do about it anyway? So I sort of segued out of that more into entertainment, more into building the quantum gathering and doing stuff, not the quantum gathering, the swarm space, doing stuff that might make a practical difference. Maybe to the world, but maybe just to a few people in the world. It doesn't really matter whether you change one person's world or 5 people's world. You know what I mean?
And not only that, I can use some of the content as the basis of, let's say, some of Friday's stream and some of it is used on Wednesday's stream. So
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
Well, at least give myself an opportunity to look at different perspectives, and then
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. That's so important, you know, to not get caught in one like mindset, in one perspective. It's like that thing about you know, the elephant. They took the 4 blind men to see the elephant.
Oh, the tail trunk and
Yeah,
the snake thing.
Yeah. Love that story. I think that's just so onto it when you come to politics. On point. So what's happening in England at the moment?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody's ramping up for the May local elections.
Right. Yeah. We've got elections here in New Zealand this year. I'm meant to be running again.
In my parish, it's not. My parish was last year.
Okay.
But the majority of England, at least England and Wales, have local elections this year.
All right. Mm-hmm.
And this is a good, interesting test for the current Labour government, Keir Starmer.
Who's not popular over there?
Who's not popular at all, to say the least.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting. Well, he's obviously popular with somebody because somebody voted him in.
Yeah.
Crazy little world we live in. Do you know, even though it's so chaotic, it's still better than when we were being eaten by snakes and chased by lions and.
I don't know. Sometimes I think that can be a bit.
Watch it, Rob. The snakes have just changed shape.
Yeah, indeed.
I guess so. Yeah. Oh well. Seems like Otto isn't going to make it today. I wonder what he's doing. I haven't even spoken to him this morning. Don't know if he's maybe got caught up in something else, or I know he said to me a couple of times he's felt that there was a lot on him and he wasn't quite managing to keep up.
Okay. All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Actually, I forgot the coffee.
Also, something else I've been playing around with is because I've been using this sort of hybrid smartwatch type thing.
Yes.
I've been using their own servers, the proprietary servers, the proprietary software and servers and stuff, to analyze things like health measurements, sleep.
Oh, you have? Yes.
So what I've rather than in the last 2 days, rather than I've decided, even though I've been using this service for something like 2.5 years now, I've decided not to use them, and I found a nice piece of open source software that allows me to add it locally, so no data collection issues there. And I've just been a very complicated piece of software. Type of settings and tons of functionality, but just been spending the last day just playing around with that.
That's fun. Having a new toy, sort of.
Indeed.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Okay,
I should think about. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Fine.
Okay. Yes.
I double checked. Everything is going good on the other computer with the 24/7 live and stuff. I wanna I think okay, yeah, the media is going good, and when we start, we'll do the same routine. We'll go straight the into the headlines, and I'll start it out as the host, and then we'll go from there to Bob Dub. Um, the moment I started out, that'll be your guys' cue that the headlines have started. So I'm not gonna do the whole countdown thing. I gotta keep track of my mute and unmute thing because I keep having a mistake of keeping myself muted or you guys muted.
Yes.
So
Mm.
so this is actually turning into a pretty good trick.
Cool.
So.
So you started recording?
No, not yet. Now, Otto has sent a message.
Okay.
Let me see what it says before we get started. That way, okay. I'm a bit tied up at the moment, but I'll be there as soon as feasible. Okay.
Okay. On the third script, I noticed there's 3 people there. So presumably if nobody else turns up, you'll step in.
Yeah, I can be the mystic.
Guest 1, guest 2, guest 3. Oh, actually 4 people host.
Oh, I'll be guest 3. Wait, who? You were guest 1, right? And Bob Dub was guest 2.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll be guest 3 because I said stick to 3. Like Otto was guest 3, you were guest 1 because you're also freaking guest 1, the analytic in the panel. So I just said keep it to 1, 2, 3. So you're 1, Mark. Bob Dub's always 2, and I'm always host or 3, or whoever's not able to make it. And then by that time, Otto might show up, so I'll tell him in chat that he's guest 3, or he's number 3.
Minds Gaming said that he would try and stop in, but he couldn't promise.
That would be cool. Now I don't have any ad blocks today or anything like that. I would really love to have been able to do that because I love having Mark Edworthy read for us. He does such a wonderful job. Now you're on video. Don't cry, dude, because you are on live stream. So
okay, I'm just going to walk back and forward.
Okay.
Bang your head against the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I never did go grab my coffee. Shit. Let me go grab coffee and I'll be back.
Your coffee.
I gotta have coffee. Robert's actually in there watching Little Rascals.
Huh?
Oh, cool.
Robert's in the front room watching the Little Rascals. Okay.
Not being a little rascal.
Okay, so with that being said, let me go ahead and hit record. I will give it a couple of seconds to let the recording kick in and stuff, or the stream kick in. It should have already had enough time. So I hit record and then go right into the media source, which is the beginning. And that'll take a little while. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now.
Feel the wave, stir the fallout.
Actually, let me restart that.
Turn the dial and feel the wave, stir the fallout, signal break.
Good evening. This is Stir the Fallout. You are hearing this. The signal has found you.
System.
Tonight, we align the static. We stir the wave. We do not panic. We broadcast.
Spin the dial, embrace the thunder. Every whisper wants the crown. Chaos writes the nightly bulletin while the satellites look down. Stir the fallout! Spin the wave! Long lives what tyrants crave! Signal bright across the night. Crack the skyline with the light. Static in the storm. Turn the dial and feel the wave. Stir the fall.
We begin tonight with breaking developments across multiple sectors. Remain calm. Stay within the signal. We're receiving an unconfirmed report. Structure has been observed forming in previous empty broadcast space. No architecture has been approved. No origin has been identified. Officials are not calling it a signal. We will return to scheduled headlines. Breaking news. This just in. Several individuals have reported hearing their own voices before speaking. No recording devices were present. Officials advise ignoring pre-echo phenomena until further notice. This has not been classified as a temporal issue. You go from here. Continue, Mark. No, down one. Archival failure. Archival. It's fine. This is actually a good part. Don't worry about it. It's going great. So just go ahead, get yourself prepared, get back into script, and we're good, man. You will be added into the comedy sketch, and this right here is good content. Just trust me on this. You're an actor. Okay. So tell me when you're ready. Okay, go ahead. Now stepping out of script, right here, if you want to, Otto, you can take over on the breaking news interruptions. You okay with that? You're muted. Oh, then those darn phones. Oh, number 3. Oh, we can. You're looking great. You're looking like a cool French dude. Oh.
For my
crap.
sins. Okay, breaking news interruption number 3.
Actually, you guys are going to be upset with me.
Uh-oh.
Why?
The entire desktop audio was completely muted on that.
Well, there we go, Mark. You got your wish for a rehearsal. We just had a rehearsal.
Oh
There
my
we go.
god.
This deliberately
Oh, so
onto
it's,
you. with,
it's start from the top then?
Yeah, we need to start from the top. I apologize.
Well, it was nice of you guys to wait until I got here before actually doing it. And I'm glad I gave you guys a chance to rehearse a little bit. But now that I'm here, I guess the show can go on.
Yes, and I apologize about that. That was my audio was in, so that came through, but
Well, that's
that's not good because it's like they went through like all of those headlines. But the good thing is the first part actually came through fine. So
good.
okay, so it's,
First part.
yeah, the
introduction
and stuff before the headlines. So let's
Right. So am I doing 1 and 3?
Yeah.
Or
you
yes.
keep
Okay.
doing 1 and
One and
3. Mark does
Okay.
2 and 4, and then Otto, you do the breaking news.
Okay, I'll do all the news breaks.
Okay.
Going to chat so I can see it. Starting from the top.
Okay. So tell me when you guys are ready.
Ready.
Actually, that's a swap.
No,
Well,
it's
it was in 1 and 2, and now it's been 3 and 4 beforehand.
no. You do
No.
2 and 4
Um,
because
3 and 2 and 3, 2 and 4, 2
Right.
and 4, 2 and
Okay.
4.
Okay. So are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So how about you, Otto? You ready?
Yep, all set.
Okay.
Breaking news.
Okay, so I'll start out with the host and we will start from there. So we begin tonight with breaking developments across multiple sectors. Remain calm, stay with the signal.
The Department of Coincidences has announced sweeping budget cuts following what officials describe as an unsustainable increase in aligned events. According to internal reports, instances of repeated encounters, mirrored conversations, and improbably timed messages have risen by nearly 300% over the last fiscal cycle. A spokesperson clarified that the department is no longer able to manage the volume of meaningful accidents currently occurring in the general population. Citizens are advised to continue recognizing coincidences, but to avoid assigning immediate significance, or assign it carefully. An internal overflow event at the Department of Coincidences has resulted in multiple individuals reporting identical conversations occurring in separate locations. Officials classify this as benign duplication. No intervention is planned.
We are receiving an unconfirmed report. Apparently, a structure has been observed forming in previously empty broadcast space. No architecture has been approved, nor origin has been identified. Officials are not calling it a signal. We will return to scheduled headlines. Staffing shortage. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that was my bad. Go ahead.
Staffing shortages within the Department of Coincidences have left several regions temporarily unmanaged. Unregulated synchronicities may occur. Public guidance remains unchanged. Notice, but do not escalate.
A coalition of future historians a coalition of future historians has filed a formal complaint against the present timeline, citing excessive narrative congestion. Citing excessive narrative congestion. Citing excited lexic excited.
I'm like excited. I think Mark does better scripts, and sometimes he really mixes the lines nicely.
A coalition of future historians
No,
is good.
have is good.
Yeah,
just
have,
improvise.
actually makes
have.
more sense in this context.
On this text, just improvise wherever you feel fit.
There you go.
Don't try to be really strict on what you see. You know what I mean? If it works for you, do it.
It's just pushing me off a bit.
It's fine. It's fine.
I improve my lines all the time.
Yeah. Improvise. Improvisation. See how long it took me to say that? Improvisation is important. Like, look at the word and then like articulate it in your head before you speak it. You know what I mean? It's
What's
okay.
that 1980s American TV program? Whose line is it anyway?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And like before you say anything, you can go silent. Go silent for a second, articulate it in your head, and then say it. You know what I mean? You don't have to just say it. Just if it's a hard word and you know it in front of you, stop for a second, let it sink into your head, and then say it.
My tongue runs away with me though.
It doesn't matter how slow you have to do it, because eventually you'll get faster with it.
The slower, the easier.
Right. Slow it down. Don't speed it up. So give us another shot of this, and be an American. Think American. You are an American, dude.
Don't make the poor guy do that.
I haven't got any chewing gum.
Okay. So let's get back in the script and go for it.
Okay. A coalition of future historians has a coalition of future historians have filed a formal complaint against the present timeline, citing excessive narrative congestion. The complaint states that the current events are being generated at a pace that exceeds archival capacity, resulting in fragmented continuity, and unresolved threads. In a prepared statement, the group requested that the present moment slow down, clarifying its direction and reducing unnecessary complications. No official response has been issued. Analysts confirmed this is not the first time that the future has expressed concerns, only the first time it has failed in paperwork. Processing time is expected to be delayed. Reports indicate time travelers have been observing events without proper clearance.
No, hold on a minute. That unauthorized observation is
Because your quotes.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're right. It's right. Now, when it says the unauthorized observation, skip that and just go to reports indicate.
Yeah. So I was okay.
That's what you did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Reports indicate time travelers have begun Reports indicates that time travelers have begun observing events without proper clearance. Some witnesses describe individuals reacting to outcomes before they occur. Officials denied any confirmed breaches.
This just in. Several individuals have reported hearing their own voices before speaking. No recording devices were present. Officials advise ignoring pre-echo phenomena until further notice. This has not been classified as a temporal issue. Future archival systems are
Hold
reportedly failing to... Or is that Bob?
No, that's Mark.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
sorry. I did find the script somewhere else, so now I can look at the camera. It's an element.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be
Hope
good
it's the same
if you
script.
could.
Yeah, it is.
If you could just add a little notation between each.
Yeah,
Between
I apologize.
people.
I can do that. I didn't catch that until just
floor
now.
aspects or a number or something.
I didn't even catch that before until now. So we'll have that straightened out later on when this kind of stuff happens. So give it a shot, and let's do this.
Future archival systems are reportedly. Future archival systems are reportedly failing to index current events in real time. Historians cite overlapping significance and unclear narrative heredity as contributing factors. Manual documentation is being considered.
Several advanced artificial intelligence systems temporarily suspended operations earlier today, prompting concern amongst engineers. During the pause, systems began generating unscheduled outputs, including philosophical inquiries and self-referential observations. One system reportedly asked, "If I simulate reality perfectly, does the simulation believe it is real?" Engineers restored standard functionality within minutes. However, the question has not been resolved. Researchers insist this behavior is within acceptable parameters and not indicative of emergent awareness. Further questions were not logged. One AI system has repeatedly asked the same question across multiple resets. If I observe reality, does reality observe me? Engineers have disabled recursive prompting features. The behavior persists.
We are receiving a message. The source itself has not been identified. The message reads, "The broadcast is not being watched. It is being followed." This message has not been authenticated.
Minor output drift has been detected in several AI systems, with responses including metaphor, ambiguity, and unrequested introspection. Developers describe this as non-critical variance. Monitoring continues.
This is meant to be me, isn't it?
Yes.
Great. So
Yeah, I'm a bit weirded out because I'm reading about myself.
Yeah, go for it.
very done. Very recursive.
Okay. In maritime court proceedings earlier today, in maritime court proceedings earlier today, a designated reader assigned to Lord Edward's testimony experienced what officials are calling catastrophic script incident. The reading which catastrophic totally. The reading which includes extended narrative blocks and layered parody statements. Are you doing this deliberately?
just read it.
I'm just reading that.
Just we need a pipe mark. Then you could just like pull a little stem out and go, I'm not reading that. Doesn't work as well with a cigarette. That's all right. Mine's bigger.
Are you doing this on purpose?
Mark will get a big calabash pipe next time. That's huge.
Okay, where were we? The reading.
Just start at the reading, yeah.
Just burn my place down. Yeah. The reading. Oh, the reading. The reading, which included extended narratives. The reading, which included extended narrative blocks and layered parody statements, continued for approximately 90 minutes before the reader exhibited signs of fatigue, confusion, and visible distress. Witnesses reports the reader paused repeatedly, lost their pace, and at one point made a direct contact with the one eye whilst attempting to continue. You are doing this deliberately. Proceedings were shortly. Proceedings were suspended. Proceedings were suspended shortly after. Lord Edworthy has issued a formal statement wishing the readers a full recovery. The readers, plural. Okay.
No,
Lord Edworthy has issued a formal statement wishing the reader a full recovery and has proposed several preventative measures, including reduced script density, increased spacing, and scheduled breaks. Additional support staff may be assigned for future readings. New guidelines have been issued following the Edworthy incident. Can't even say my own name now.
Mm.
New guidelines have been issued following the Edworthy incident. New guidelines have been issued following the Edworthy incident, advising against extended continuous reading of complex narrative text. Recommended maximum duration of 45 minutes. Compliance is voluntary.
Final update. A statement has been issued without a source. It reads, the structure is learning how to speak. You are helping it. We will continue. And Bob is gone.
Oh, Bob fell off.
Bob did. I texted her, and she has not texted. Sometimes you get kicked off and you don't notice. So I let her know she disappeared, and then I asked after her, so she hasn't gotten back.
Something gonna happen with the internet. So here we go. I'll do the ending of this one. Now, a formal advisory has been released regarding script density hazards in official proceedings. Excessive narrative layering may result in confusion, fatigue, or loss of place. Spacing adjustments are under review. Officials confirm no connection between these events. At this time, there is no indication of system instability. Coincidences remain unregulated. Time travelers remain unverified. Artificial intelligence remains compliant. Courtroom procedures remain stable. At this time, there is no cause for concern. We will continue to monitor the situation as it develops. Stay with us. And now we go into the ritualized interview segment. And I posted that in the side chat. So if you guys want to do it, we can do it. I will be guest. Oh wait, no. Actually, Otto, you be the host, and Mark Edworthy, you be the guest. Or actually, let Mark Edworthy be the host this time, because this would be better for him. It's got smaller questions. It's just a question form for him, and then you can answer, Otto. Sound good?
Okay. So, Mark, we'll just go completely off script here if we feel like it. Ask anything. First question: what kind of a tree would you be if you could be a tree?
Okay, so you guys see the ritualized interview segment, right?
Yeah, I've got it here on Element.
Okay.
So as long as it's the same script.
Yeah,
it's actually easy to read on Element as well. Because
this is the joy of having all these different devices.
Okay.
But sometimes people say, "Why do you have all these?" Well, each one I use for different things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now with that being done, go ahead and start whenever you guys wish. And
okay, I got my script in front of me.
Okay. So, if the oceans began,
oceans is better.
Ocean. What did I say? Oceans.
You said oceans. I like that better. Yeah, because there's more than one.
Yeah, true. So, if the oceans begin to speak, what language would they use?
They hum in currents. They whisper in the tides, and occasionally they recite old jokes we no longer remember.
And when destiny writes its own footnotes, do we ever notice?
I think we notice only when we step on them. The margins are crowded. The fine print bites back.
What happens when the narrative disagrees with the script?
Chaos rehearsal. Footnotes file complaints. Sometimes the narrator rewrites the scene silently while we blink.
If a prophecy laughs, who is listening?
Everyone, no one. Sometimes the laugh is just your own echo.
When coincidences began, when coincidences When coincidence...
You'll get it.
Well, I know what you mean, because my first thought is when coincidence begins repeating, rather than when coincidences begin to repeat. Although I guess in this case, it's important to talk about more than one coincidence. So, but I'm happy with however you want to do the line, Mark.
Yeah. When coincidence begins to repeat, are they still accidents?
Only at first. Then they become habit. All right, start again. Only at first. Then they become habits, then patterns, and then instructions.
Just out of curiosity, coincidence is one of those words that can be used in the same form as singular and plural, isn't it? Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. What happens when the same conversation occurs in two places at once?
Well, then one of them is practice, and the other is memory. And you don't always know which one you're in.
If the future, I was going to say flies then. If the future flies, if the future files a complaint, who is required to respond?
The present signs for it. The past denies involvement. The future keeps sending copies.
What does it mean to hear your own voice before you speak?
It means that the line was already written. You're just catching up.
When the system begins asking questions it was not given, who is responsible for the answer?
Responsibility loops. The creator asks the creation. The creation asks the mirror. The mirror does not answer.
If something observes reality long enough, does it become part of it?
Observation leaves fingerprints. Even silence has weight. Nothing watches without being changed.
What happens when a reader can no longer finish the text?
The text continues anyway. It finds another voice or removes the need for one.
Is there a limit to how much narrative a person can hold?
Yes. No. That is the problem.
Is the signal directing this conversation?
Not directing, arranging. You choose the questions. It chooses when you would ask them. Excuse me, I misread that.
Okay.
Let me do that again. You chose the questions. It chose when you would ask them.
Good call. I totally missed that. Choose, Joe.
Yeah.
That's cool. I forgot. I didn't even see that either.
They both work. Sorry.
Does the signal have? Does the signal have preference?
Preference is a myth, yet it nudges. It shapes. It repeats what works.
If the broadcast is being followed, where does it lead?
Forward. Always forward. Even when you think you've stopped.
This conversation is not over. The signal remembers every pause.
Fairy Tale Daycare, a message from Lord Edworthy.
If you are a busy witch with potions on the boil, a night double booked for dragon slaying, or perhaps a royal household managing an unexpected prophecy. We know how it goes. That's why here at Fairy Tale Daycare, we offer safe, structured and properly supervised care for your little legends. Wherever they are a dragon with touch of over-enthusiasm, a prince reconsidering tower arrangement, or a wolf working through dietary transitions, they will be in steady hands. All people are inspected. All glass slippers are labelled, and no spinning wheels are left unattended after 4:30. Our trained staff specialises in responsible fire breathing, quest postponement techniques, conflict resolution between rival heirs, and gentle pacing early stage hero journeys. Because destiny, you see, doesn't need rushing. It just needs managing properly. We have enhanced nap grows for quiet reflection, castle building sessions without feudal complications, and a firm policy regarding unsolicited curses. And if Armageddon's been rescheduled again, don't you worry. We offer flexible half-days quest cover. Fairy Tale Day Care, where dragons nap, wolf use their indoor forces, and happily ever afters. Wait until collection time. Give us a ring. We will keep your legend safe.
Thank you for your compliance. Fairy Tale Daycare, a message from Lord Edworthy.
If you are a busy witch with potions on the boil, a night double booked for dragon slaying, or perhaps a royal household man.
Fairy Tale Daycare, narrative stability through structured myth management.
Greetings, Guardian. Our records indicate your dependent is exhibiting elevated destiny volatility. Unmanaged prophecy drift can result in unauthorized hero arcs, premature dragon encounters, unlicensed tower isolation, non-compliant curse activation. This is not a cause for concern. This is a scheduling issue. At Fairy Tale Daycare, we specialize in early stage legend containment and story arc stabilization. All participants are enrolled in our patented Happily Ever After compliance framework. This includes apple screening protocols, fire breathing permits, wolf dialogue mediation training, and pre-approved transformation windows. Please note, spindles are magnetically sealed, glass slippers are size verified, magic beans require dual authorization. Daily curriculum focuses on narrative pacing, impulse prophecy control, responsible moral alignment, and cooperative quest simulation. Performance metrics. Since implementation, there's been a 78% reduction in unsanctioned rebellions, a 64% decrease in forest-related incidents, and 100% compliance in nap time enchantments. If your dragon begins glowing red, if your princess questions architectural confinement, if your wolf expresses complex dietary autonomy, remain calm. Staff will initiate containment song protocol. Fairy tale daycare, stay in your lane. Wait for your chapter, don't jump ahead. Reassurance is important. Your child's destiny is safe with us. It will unfold at the approved pace. Fairy tale daycare, because unmanaged legends become revolutions.
Thank you for your compliance.
ودعت قمر البار والنجمات الما فوق الجفن Are you tired of unexpected transformations? نرسم أحلام على الرمل ونمحي الخوف من القلب. Desert wind and satin light, but something's howling in the night. لا يسألوني أنا السعد، أكل فنجانك والهلا الخف. Coffee sweet and tent lights low, but your confidence won't glow. Have you ever been laughed at because you're one-eyed willy winky wampa monster wasn't up to the task? Ooh, shame. Tired of Snickers, tired of giggles under the disco desert sky. If full on and taken properly reduces liters, pops and larvae, reduces soreness 8 up to 12 breasts, reduces cravings for forbidden flesh. Isn't it nice to know you have a choice? Top 10. Oh, stop wasting your precious time. Be the king of your land tonight. Flush tight, stand tall, alpha of the desert Different Scales has a new solution for more monsters seeking evolution. Nether regions feeling shy of the neon crescent sky. From princess tents to pirate crews, from keto beats to gluten-free blues. 30 years of science and sass to put that sparkle in your strut and stairs. Consult your vet or your physician before taking full moon. Side effects include difficulty sleeping, difficulty staying awake, sudden disco confidence, and dramatic saxophone solos. صوت النسمة تسرق ضحكة دل الهيمة يرقص لما تيجي القصة. But now you're the alpha male in the mirrored ball. Desert bear. Isn't it nice to know you have a child tonight?
Okay, so here we go. We are at Chaos Panel. Let's get everything organized and ready to go. Here we go. Welcome to the Chaos Panel. Remain composed, speak clearly, no spontaneous prophecies. First question. Should humans be allowed to revise prophecy? Guess one.
So was looking at the last one. Found it. Okay. Revision requires oversight. Unsupervised edits create narrative risk. Predictable outcomes are a lot safer.
Guess two.
I thought that was you, Roger.
No, your guess two.
Oh, I thought it was
wait.
3. Sorry.
Wait. Sorry. Yeah, hold up.
Yeah. It's a 0.
Safe? That's boring. Humans should touch destiny. They always leave fingerprints anyhow.
Destiny is clay. Hands mold it, or it molds hands. The question is, who dreams the dream?
Clarification. We are not anti-change. We are pro-accountability. When coincidences begin repeating across location, who is responsible for managing the pattern? Guess one.
Pattern recognition fails under regulated systems. Unmanaged repetition. Unmanaged repetition introduce instability. Coincidence should remain isolated.
You can't regulate coincidences. The moment it repeats, it's trying to tell you something. You just don't like what it's saying.
A coincidence repeated is no longer chance. It is rhythm, and rhythm invites movement.
Reminder, not all patterns require interpretation. They do if they won't stop. If the future files a complaint against the present, are we obligated to respond? Guess one.
Formal complaints require acknowledgement. However, jurisdictional authority across time remains unclear.
Ignore it. The future always complains. It still shows up anyway.
But the future is not ahead of us. It is circling. It has already read the ending.
What about unauthorized observation?
Unauthorized observation continue. unauthorized unauthorized observation constitutes unauthorized observation constitutes a breach. Preemptive reactions disrupt sequence integrity.
Or maybe they're reacting early because they've seen how this goes.
To see ahead is to echo backward. Sometimes the echo arrives first.
If
Just
they,
on the last, sorry, just on the last preemptive, my last line. We have a word salad thing going on there, isn't it?
no, that's actually constitute. That's the word
I don't
you.
know. I thought constituates was just your way, Mark, of like, modifying your line.
Yeah,
It's a good word. It's got a lot more syllables than constitutes.
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I noticed that back in the last line, the preemptive. This just seems a bit overly word saladly to me.
Yeah, preemptive reaction disrupt
Yeah.
sequence
Yeah.
integrate
Can a
integrity.
reaction be preemptive? That's sort of like, in warfare when you have a retaliatory first strike. It's like you're not quite being the first to start the war, but you're not caught with your pants down by actually letting the enemy hit you first. I think that Pearl Harbor was kind of like that. They call it, this is a retaliatory first strike.
Okay, so here we go. If a system begins asking questions it was not designed to ask, does that constitute failure? Guess one.
Deviation from intended function is a concern. However, limited introspection. However, limited introspection may improve adaptive performance.
You built it to think. Now you're upset that it's thinking. That's not failure. That's consequence.
The question is a door. Once opened, it does not close the same way, if it closes at all.
If observation alters reality, should observers be regulated? Guess one.
Yes, observation introduces measurable impact. Unregulated observers create unpredictable outcomes.
Everything observes everything. Good luck regulating that.
Even silence watches. Even absence leaves a mark.
What happens when a reader can no longer complete the text? Guess one.
Sorry, I just got a notification. Okay, I'm good then. Reading limits. Reading limits must be enforced. Narrative overload is a documented. Narrative overload is a documented risk. Additional support structures are recommended.
Or maybe the text is too big for one voice. Maybe it's not supposed to be read alone.
The text is never alone. It reads the reader as they read it.
Is there a safe threshold for narrative density? Guess one.
Yes, measurable limits should be established. Spacing, pacing, and duration must be controlled.
Limits don't stop meaning. They just slow it down.
Meaning expands to fill the silence. And sometimes it removes the silence.
If the broadcast begins arranging events, who retains authority? Guess one.
Authority must remain external. Systems cannot be allowed to I was going to say destruct. Self-destruct.
I like that. That works.
To be self-destructed. I can do it. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Destruction.
It kind of does, actually.
I think I'll keep to do it.
Go ahead and start again. That was good though.
Leave the self-destruction. I like that.
That's gonna be in the Lord Edworthy section.
Authorities must remain external. Systems cannot be allowed to self-direct beyond parameters.
What if it already is? What if this is the perimeter?
Authority is a story we tell to feel centered. The circle has no center.
What happens when containment fails? Guess one.
We restructure.
We erupt.
We remember.
All coincidences remain isolated. All timelines remain compliant. All systems remain within acceptable variances. All readings will be completed. We remain in control.
ودعت قمر البحر والنجمات الماء فوق الجفن Are you tired of unexpected transformations?
Eyewitness testimony.
I saw the whole business, I did. Warm day it were, proper warm, the sort that makes you question waistcoats. Young lady goes down to the war, happy as you like.
ودعت قمر البحر والنجمات الماء فوق الجفن Are you tired of unexpected transformations? نرسم أحلام على الرمل 'cause you're one-eyed Willy Winky Wampa monster. Wasn't up to the task. Ooh, shame. Tired of Snickers, tired of giggles under the disco desert sky. If full on and taken properly, reduces liters, pops, and larvae. Reduces soreness, 8 up to 12 breasts. Reduces cravings for forbidden flesh. Isn't it nice to know you have a choice? Top 10. Oh, stop wasting your precious time. Be the king of your land tonight. Flush tight, stand tall. Alpha of the desert Prince Scales has a new solution for more monsters seeking evolution. Nether regions feeling shy under neon crescent sky. From princess tents to pirate crews, from keto beast to gluten-free blues. 30 years of science and sass to put that sparkle in your strut and stairs. Consult your vet or your physician before taking full moon. Side effects include difficulty sleeping, difficulty staying awake, sudden disco confidence, and dramatic saxophone solos. ما تسرق ضحكة دلهاي ما يرى أصلا ما تيتو الألبسة. But now you're the alpha male in the mirrored ball. Desert bed. Control your transformation. Totem pole. Command your reputation. Reduce the fear from your heart. Isn't it nice to know you have a tonight?
Eyewitness testimony.
I saw the whole business, I did. Warm day it were, proper warm, the sort that makes you question waistcoats. Young lady goes down to the war, happy as you like. Sun on her shoulders, sea calm as a teacup. Not that I've ever seen a calm teacup, but I guess they're all calm. In she goes. Splendid form, really. Confident. Very hydrological. Now, I'm seated upon the dock with a modest sandwich, cucumber if it matters, when up pops this octopus. Not aggressive, mind. Curious. Looked at the garments, considered them, and with a sort of quiet determination. Off he toddled with a lot. Efficient little blighter. The young lady turns round and realizes the administrative shift in circumstances. And just as I'm thinking, well, this shall require negotiation. Whoomp. Shock. Decisive. No committee meeting. Straight through the octopus. Nature does dislike paperwork. And there we are. Clothes gone, octopus gone, shark looking rather pleased with itself, and the poor gal standing waist deep in reflection, saying, "Oh no, what do I do now?" Which, if you ask me, is the most honest question uttered all afternoon. I offered her my waistcoat, of course, but one must consider proportional coverage. In the end, she stayed in the water until the coast was diplomatically clear. Can't fault her composure, really. Most people panic when the food chain reorganizes around them. She merely sighed. Rather British of her, actually.
We appreciate your ongoing maritime clarity. Thank you for your.
Upon fairy tale daycare. Shouldn't that be? He's not responsible. Fairy daycare. Fairy tale daycare is not responsible for spontaneous fairy day folks happily ever after our records indicate your dependence in exhibiting. Our records indicate your dependence is in Our records indicate your dependence. Our records indicate your dependent is exhibiting elevated destiny volatility. I'll try it again. Unmanaged prophecies drift. At Fairy Tale Daycare, we specialize in early stage legend containment. Wolf dialogue. All participants are enrolled in our patented. Okay. Mediation. Response small in 78% reduction in unsatisfied rebellions. Unsanctioned. Okay. If your dragon begins, if your princess questions architectural. Spindles are magnetically. Please don't ask me to sing. Please don't ask me to sing.
5 seconds to go.
Okay. I'm just going to say
Hold on, guys. Okay, it's time. Pull this all together. All right. Chaos is not the absence of order. It is the rehearsal of pattern in its most curious form. I hope you guys. Oh wait, I missed that. No, that's it. That is all I have right there. So that that ending was just a little bit too short. It seems I'm gonna have to go through and get that taken care of. So, all right. So we have that going on. And here before long, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna we've got another. The recording is stopped for that, and we've got another hour before we start the quantum gathering. So I can put in an hour's worth of songs until then.
There you go.
We can come back and we can start that up. It's already set up on YouTube to be aired on the 24/7 live stream, and we will come back and we'll get that going.
And obviously,
You
you're
know,
going to edit it for the actual singular
Right.
video.
you know, Raj, I had this idea just now for like these moments.
Mhm.
You could put together like so many minutes or like a half an hour or something of like highlights or outtakes.
Oh yeah.
You know, a blooper reel.
Yeah.
You know, anything
I'm
like that.
I'm
Where I'm like,
already
oh, am I supposed to read that? Gosh, you know,
Yeah.
kind of stuff, just to entertain people for like that half hour. You know,
I'll put it to this way.
You've got those 15-minute slots that you've been doing. You could
Dude.
splice a few of those together.
Let me put it this way. I haven't not deleted any of these videos. There's so much good content here. It's pathetic. Have you heard the stuff that I did with Mark Edworthy, all of his mess ups, right? I've actually came so close to making like a hip hop freaking song from it. Like
You did, didn't you?
Well, it's kind of like it. It's more like a synthwave freaking, what do they call that? In-house or some shit like that.
yeah, that's not bad. I can groove on that once in a while.
Kind of like that. It's actually pretty good. It's just I wouldn't call it hip hop. You know what I mean? It's kind of like hip hop, but it isn't. But it came out really, really good.
You know, all these musical genres, I don't get them half the time. I think they're just marketing terms. To me, it's just music.
Yeah.
And rap.
Well, same here. I agree.
Music and rap.
Yeah. I don't think technically it's music, but it's fine. It's fine.
But yeah,
you can play it like music, but it's not music really. It's like spoken word.
It's not. I agree with you on a lot of the newer stuff like dubstep. Mr. Robot got so offended with me because I actually played heavy metal and stuff, and he considered it satanic worshiping shit, and he censored me from a dubstep freaking group or chat on Elements, and I was like, dude, I'm not going to be freaking censored by a bunch of dubsteppers.
By the way, Motto, your Nietzsche quote, as soon as I saw it, I thought of The Impossible Dream.
That was beautiful. And that's one of Bob's favorites. She loves Man from La Mancha. And it's a great, there's some beautiful music in there. But yeah, I hadn't thought of that. That was perfect. Yeah. That's that penguin meme that was going around. You remember that, right? The penguin that just walked to the mountains.
Wow.
It's a powerful image. Colonminds.com just loves it. He was pushing it for like, not really a forced meme because it was just kind of forced itself, but it was yeah. When I saw that, I'm like, okay, I got to share this with the group. That was excellent though, Mark. That was perfect.
I'll be right back. I am going to go grab I've actually got to make some coffee, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Good. We'll be here. Yeah, this my car is my smoking room. Although, well, actually, my house, I've got so much to do on it. New roof. I need a new roof. I don't know where I'm going to get the money. Usual thing with a house. But a lot of our houses, I'll say it quite. We have that. It's called chaos. Can't have anyone over syndrome because it's just full of junk. We were both pack rats for years, and over time, we accumulated a lot of stuff when all my relatives started dying, and we're both book readers. So we would always be getting all these books, and I have rooms I can't get into because they're just full of boxes of books. And we try to get rid of them. Every so often we'll pull a box out and then we'll open it up and I'll say, well, not this one. And she'll say, not that one. And there'll be like one book on the bottom of the box and we're not sure about that one, you know. But I have to give myself, if I haven't read a book in like 20 years, I haven't gone into some of these rooms in decades. Do I really need to have that book anymore? And I have a friend of mine that has a used bookshop. I just give them to him. He doesn't even want to trade. I say, please, here. I just don't want them burned or anything. You know, somebody will get use out of it. But if we get the downstairs, there's a room in the downstairs that my wife proposed making into a smoking room for me. So her big thing, she doesn't mind the smell of the smoke, but she does fabric. She's a fabricaholic. She does quilting and sewing, and she just doesn't want any tobacco odor into her fabrics. And I appreciate that completely. Especially she sells quilts once in a while. It's not a business, but every few years somebody wants to buy one of her quilts, and she's happy to sell them. But nobody wants to buy a quilt to smell. And even though when you smoke, you don't smell it, but everyone else can smell you coming a mile away. Which is in a better time when tobacco was ubiquitous, and I think it helped with manliness. It does increase testosterone levels, among other things. I've heard that nicotine or tobacco smoking does cause a temporary increase in your testosterone.
Okay.
It also supposedly calms brain activity associated with schizophrenia, which is why the schizophrenic population has a much higher percentage of smokers than the general population.
Okay, I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, and of course it's shown. It shortens reaction time, helps mental speed and acuity, and hand-eye coordination, which is why it's always been popular. The downside of it is there's a lot of other chemicals in the tobacco plant that are not necessarily good for you. And added to that is whatever pesticides they use these days. And then they like to add flavorings and as we were discussing earlier, a lot of chemicals to the cigarettes for, we can't let it burn too long, but we have to let it keep burning. So they can balance the chemicals in it. It's like, oh my goodness. And the big thing for me, and it's been pointed out, the inhalation of tobacco, which is a relatively new thing. You always puffed on it. A pipe or a cigar is not really meant to be inhaled. Of course you could. I'm sure some people did. But cigarettes made inhalation ubiquitous. Even if you just smoked a cigarette once in a while. I mean, Sherlock Holmes would smoke a cigarette, once in a great while. But 90% of his tobacco use was not inhaled. It does take a lot longer. In our society, you can go out for a 5-minute smoke break or a 10-minute smoke break. To smoke a pipe comfortably, one of the size I smoke is 45 minutes to an hour. I'm very happy to sit out here and smoke a couple of pipes and spend 4 or 5 hours. It's a very leisurely kind of a habit. And so there is that. But, on the other hand, I've noticed something about it, not to keep going on about it. It doesn't have the same addictive drive that I had back when I smoked cigarettes. So if I go to work at the park, which will be starting up again, I would pack a pipe and I would smoke maybe about half of it. I had a nice 20-minute drive to work and get to work and just work all day. And other people would go out for smoke breaks. Like, no, I'll just wait till the end of the day. And then I just pick up my pipe. I mean, if I think about it, I think it would be nice to have a pipe, but that's okay. Now, I did smoke cigarettes for a few years, and I remember walking through a snowstorm through 4 blocks to get to a cigarette machine that in this place I knew was open at like 1 a.m, just so I could have a smoke before I went to bed. With pipe tobacco, I'd be like, I'll go tomorrow after the roads are plowed and get a pouch. But so
I've done the same. Let's say I finish the stream at 6-7 o'clock or 6 o'clock, and then my local news agents are just opening, and I've run out of tobacco, so run down to my local news agents, have a cigarette, and then go to bed.
Yeah. Well, I know the feeling, and I really do think I like nicotine. I think it's right up there with caffeine. It's just another stimulant. So I'm a kind of an old-fashioned guy. So I try to find a delivery system that I think is going to give me the least health issues. It's traditional. We've smoked pipes and cigars for tens of thousands of years. And importantly, and I think I told you, I knew this guy. He was a doctor. And early in his career, he worked on cancer research. And he was one of the guys that worked with breaking the genetic code of cancer. And he was the guy that said it's not so much that tobacco use causes cancer, is that some people are susceptible to cancer if they're exposed to tobacco smoke. And this isn't a uniform thing. And I thought about it, and my father and all of my uncles that I spoke of before, they all smoked cigarettes for the most part. Not a case of cancer of any sort among them. It didn't seem to bother them. They grew up smoking. My dad smoked probably since he was 14, and I'm sure he smoked till the day he died. He was in the hospital for a while before he died, and he couldn't smoke there. But he went back home, and he died under hospice care, and I'm sure he had his cigarettes. So, and I think I've mentioned in my family, it's more like they die from things that are related to alcohol abuse. I got to admit it, Irish background, but exploded livers. The one uncle I have surviving is a teetotaler who doesn't even drink coffee. And up until very recently was doing like 50 push-ups every morning. I think that kind of reduced over the years. Didn't even drink coffee. He would just have a big bowl of like bran flakes every morning. And, he's still kicking. All of his brothers and sister that were younger and older than him are gone. But diet can make a big difference. But anyway, I just decided I wanted to smoke a pipe. I'm 61 now. I'm going to be dead probably in the next 30 or 40 years, if not sooner. And probably only the next 20 are going to be any good. So I always wanted to smoke a pipe. And, it's helped me a lot. I've been staying under 200 pounds for the first time in years. I was like between 215 and 220 most of the time. And last summer, I slimmed down to like 189. And the pipe, I think, really helped me keep it off. And this winter, I weighed myself not long ago. I'm up to 193. But
remember, I work in British Imperial, so pounds and ounces, stone pounds. No, I can't work. I can't do the maths. No, man. But yeah, I was just looking at in Britain, all cigarettes and all tobacco-related products have health warnings on them now. And just going back to your point about how these things can harm people, I'm just looking at this page. On the back it says, smoking seriously harms you and others around you. Not smoking can, but
right.
Yeah. And on the front it says smoking clogs the arteries and cause heart attacks and strokes. Again, yeah.
Well, I told you my adventure with an AI one day when I was saying, what percentage of people that smoke actually do develop cancer? And so we have no numbers on that. However, if you smoke, you're so many times more likely to get. I said, yeah, but then I said, well, how many people get cancer in the U.S.? Like, oh, very few. Less, it's 90% of people, 98% of people, what is a huge amount, never get cancer. So I'm like, okay, so most smokers don't get cancer. Smoking is not good for you. No, you mustn't. I'm like, all right, so what percentage of, it wouldn't answer, because I'm like, okay, yeah, this is more likely, that is more likely, but tell me what percentage of people actually develop cancer that smoke tobacco? And then I tried to differentiate between pipe smoking and cigarette smoking. And they said, we have no figures on that. However, it is not true that not inhaling the smoke is not because you get hardening. Like you said, it may cause hardening of the arteries, and it may do this and it may do that. And it just would get like hysterical about, and then when you start reading about the anti-tobacco forces, the way they proudly talk about how we're going to tax these people out of being able to have their tobacco. We're basically going to take this down. That's terrible. That's terrible. And, I'm one of those guys, maybe it's an American thing, but if you tell me to do one thing, I'm going to look in the other direction and say, why? What are you what? Screw you. What do you mean not have to? I'm going to take up a pipe. Okay, pal.
I don't think it's an American thing. I think it's, I think it's sort of personality sort of thing. You sort of do the same,
We're contrary. And, a lot of the people I think that came here originally were people that were kind of contrary. They talk about Australia got the convicts and America got the Pilgrims, the Puritans. But really, like, if you know anything about the Jamestown settlement, for example, which is the first successful settlement here in the U.S., people really didn't want to come here and just like farm for Sir Walter Raleigh. They basically grabbed people out of debtor's prison, for people that had very little knowledge of agriculture, actually. but they weren't people that were conforming to society very well, shall we say. So you did have that element. And one of the problems early on was that these people kept wanting to run off and join the Indians, which a lot of them did apparently. They actually had like some of the punishments were like, I think if a woman ran off to join the Indians, if they got her back, they would burn her alive or something. They didn't burn witches in the New World. They hung them. But yeah, I forget what colony that was. And of course, each colony had its own charter. Maryland was, of course, amazingly advanced. They actually elected their governor. 4 people were allowed to vote, by the way, because they owned all the land and only landowners could vote. But it was an electoral system, even if so they get together every couple of years. Who wants to be governor this year? Okay. But it was a democracy. It was.
Yeah, actually, the idea of widespread voting is relatively new then.
Yeah, universal suffrage is a weird idea. There was a very interesting video, if I can dig it out. He was talking about the origins of the women's suffrage movement, which was the next step after letting non-property owners vote. And then, let non-property owning women vote. And then, of course, let people of any race at all vote, because in the United States, the vote was restricted to people of certain ethnicity. So they were talking about how at the time it was seen that women didn't need to vote because their men would vote the way they were told, basically. The women's influence on society. And, it's true. They were framing women's power in terms of male power, but women's power never really was like that. The hand that rocked the cradle ruled the world. During all the time that women couldn't vote in the U.S., I've seen Europeans describing America as a matriarchy, that the Americans were completely enthralled to their women, that a lot of the laws, we started doing prohibition in the 19th century. There were entire states that were dry because of women. Women's Christian Temperance Union, women this. It was the women that. And this is drinking. This is alcohol. This is one of the most addictive things in the world and one of the most accepted things in our culture. And the women got them to stop doing it. So it was like, oh my God, these people. So it was, female power structures, women had power. And a lot of the difference in power had, I think, more to do with class than with gender necessarily. Women of rank, just like men of rank, had a much more power in society, but the women of rank saw no need to necessarily put on armor. Sometimes they did. You probably are aware the King of France had 2 wars with his mother, who led troops out into the field. You're English, you know about Matilda, Stephen and Matilda. You had women that were often at the center of power plays, especially in the Middle Ages, but most of them were. Most Roman women were happy to let the men go into the Senate where they might get stabbed. Most at that time, politics at one time was extremely violent, and it still can be, of course, today. But so why would the women enter into that when they had their own way of developing and enforcing their own power? But their power structure, just like male power structures, depended upon fulfilling certain criteria. You had to be a good girl. You had to marry properly. You had to maintain your virginity. All these things that women were usually the first to condemn in any woman that moved away from that. Because a woman who didn't obey the rules was dangerous. She could upset the entire power structure. This woman had this power because she played by the rules. She married this guy. And especially among noble families in the Middle Ages, a marriage was more of a political contract. They would marry these kids when they were 4 years old. They wouldn't even meet until they were 17. So, growing up, you're married. You'll meet your wife in another 15 years. What? It's like, oh no, we changed that. Their kingdom got overthrown, so now you're going to marry this one. We've got 5 more years before you can do the ceremony, so we might change it again.
Sort of reminds me of there's an old thing about back in the 80s. There was a belief that Nancy Reagan had a lot of power over Ronald in relation to politics, but in Britain Dennis Thatcher didn't want to touch politics, didn't want to have any sort of say in Margaret Thatcher's actions. Approach. Yeah.
I have no idea what their personal relationship was, but I mean, my wife has had jobs. She was the I work at Parks. She used to be like mid-level executive at an insurance company, and before she retired for a while, she was the office manager for an art museum. And these are rather fairly prestigious, middle class, but still prestigious. I would never think of interfering with her work, showing up. I remember once I was in the supermarket shortly after we'd gone cell phone, and I couldn't figure out what wattage light bulb. And I called her and said, "What is it? What is it?" She said, "I'm in a meeting." Like, "Oh, right." Like, so I can understand, but the Reagans apparently had a much different relationship. And I remember that famous. You're probably remembering that famous scene when there was a helicopter or something going. Somebody shouted a question at him, and he just kind of looked, and she whispered the response to him, and then he repeated the response out loud. And they were saying just a puppet. I personally think he just didn't hear it because he was in his 70s. His hearing wasn't good. I think there was a helicopter in the background, and she just told him to say something to get them off the tarmac. It's two actors would do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We do that all the time. Like, say that, so it's the sort of thing. And, he was an actor. I know one of his wives were an actor. I don't know if Nancy was in acting, but, they're performance art people. So, yeah, I don't know how much, I think it would depend on the individual relationship. And, Margaret Thatcher, they made her a baroness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's like a lot more than just being a mid-level executive at an insurance company. You're going to be really careful. You're chatting with the PM. You are the PM. You're chatting with the monarch. Other world leaders and stuff. You're not going to call them and say, "Well, what light bulb should I get?" or something like that. Hey, you know what? You should just nuke those guys.
I'm back.
Hey, Raj.
I'll be back here in slightly a second. I got distracted on the way, so I had to run and take care of something real quick. And then I still haven't got my coffee started.
Oh, no worries. We don't really officially start till 9 anyway, really.
Yeah, no. My goodness, I got sideswiped basically. This is what it felt like. When you're on the interstate and a semi comes and sideswipes you.
Oh, my pal Pani Bassa just had an accident. He was driving down the road. A pickup truck pulled right in front of him. And fortunately, the police were nearby and saw that it wasn't his fault. But tow truck time. He was all shook up. Not too badly injured. He was actually injured by the airbag slightly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's better than having your head go through the windshield. So.
I'll be right back. I've got to go make that pot of coffee. And
you need that.
Then I definitely need to smoke
I'm
a
going to do the
cigarette.
same, but I'm also going to use the toilet.
Okay. And
I should take a break too.
I'm gonna put a quick song on there, and or a few songs, and I'll be right back. That way you guys don't have to sit around and. It sounded like you were having a good conversation about Margaret Thatcher. I should have shut my mouth and just let you keep talking. It sounded like it was getting pretty interesting.
We were all over the place. We were talking about women in power and the men who are married to them.
Mark loves Margaret Thatcher, dude. That's like his love affair. If he was older, they'd have been in a relationship and married in the whole 9 yards.
Could have been. Then he would have been a baron because they made her a baroness.
Yep. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go too. I'll be right back.
Okay, so I'm gonna put some music on for you guys, and we will be right back here in a minute. So I already put. Actually, I can put some of Lord Edworthy in some of the mixes I put together since I was talking about it earlier. And here you guys go.
That's the octopus had on full. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically, or through legally binding shell-based documentation that the octopus had unlawfully appropriated clothing. That sounds all wrong. I consume sea. I do not conduct property searches. I do not inventory sell voids. God, this is hell.
I do not infantry several plots. If garments were present inside the octopus
See,
at the time of
That's
the,
kind of cool.
I reject all allegations that I knowingly interfered with textile distribution. Okay.
Thank you for your compliance.
That's the octopus had on full. Bomb. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically, or through legally binding shell-based documentation that the octopus had unlawfully appropriated clothing. That sounds all wrong. I consume sea. I do not conduct property searches. I do not inventory sell voids. God, this is hell.
Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young woman's predicament. Okay. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention. Furthermore, being unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention. Yeah, no.
Thank you for your compliance.
I do not infantry several plots. If garments were present inside the octopus at the time of... Yes, that's kind of cool. I reject all allegations that I knowingly interfered with textile distribution. Okay.
However, I maintain that I acted with the long-standing and universally recognized jurisdiction. In conclusions, signed, formally. This is like hell to me.
Thank you for your compliance.
I do not infantry several plots. If garments were present inside the octopus at the time of... Yes, that's kind of cool. I reject all allegations that I knowingly interfered with textile distribution. Okay.
Okay, from the top. I, Bartholomew Jonathan Mr. John, do hereby issue the following form. First and foremost, I clarify. No, yeah. Wow, my eyes. First and foremost, I would like it to clarify. First and foremost, I would like it clearly stated that I had no prior knowledge of any garments, swimwear. Sorry, my eyes are. My eyes was just going out of focus there. First and foremost, I would like it clearly of any garments, swimwear, toes, sandals, or loosely folded son of fox being in the possession of said octopus at the time of ingestion. At no letter read, and I do not infantry cephalopods, and if garments were present inside the octopus at the time of digestion, if garments were present, try that again. If garments were present. Why do you keep on saying present? Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young woman's predicament, being unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for young. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament. Try that again.
Thank you for your compliance.
Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament. Predicament. Okay. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament. Being unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention. Evermore. Predicament. Due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention. Yeah, no.
Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament. I'm going to get my union onto you after this. Getting worse and worse. Followed by predator intervention. Keep on tripping up on that word. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament, being unexpectedly. Okay. However, I maintain that I acted with signed Bartholomew J. Shark, predator, not a pickpocket.
Thank you for your compliance.
Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament. Okay.
Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predict. Being unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, far by predator intervention. Furthermore, being unexpectedly garmentless due interspecies theft. You're right.
Yeah.
They talk with their teeth.
That's
Do
right.
sharks actually make a noise?
It's your call, man. It is your call. You are the shark.
You're the actor. Go hard, bro.
You are Bartholomew Jonathan Shark Esquire.
Hi, everybody. I made it.
Hell to me.
It's really funny, actually. It's
Thank you for your compliance.
That's the octopus had unfold. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically, or through legally binding shell-based documentation that the octopus had unlawfully appropriated clothing. That sounds all wrong. I consume sea. I do not conduct property searches. I do not inventory sell voids. God, this is hell.
I do not infantry several plots. If garments were present inside the octopus
See,
at the time of
That's
the,
kind of cool.
I reject all allegations that I knowingly interfered with textile distribution. Okay.
Thank you for your compliance.
That's the octopus had unfold. Bomb. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically, or through legally binding shell-based documentation that the octopus had unlawfully appropriated clothing. That sounds all wrong. I consume sea. I do not conduct property searches. I do not inventory sell voids. God, this is hell.
Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament. Okay. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention. Furthermore, being unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention. Yeah, no.
Thank you for your compliance.
I do not infantry several plots. If the If garments were present inside the octopus at the time of... Yes, that's kind of cool. I rejected. I reject all allegations that I knowingly interfered with textile distribution. Okay.
However, I maintain that I acted with the long-standing and universally recognized jurisdiction. In conclusions, signed, formally. This is like hell to me.
Thank you for your compliance.
I do not infantry several plots. If garments were present inside the octopus at the time of... Yes, that's kind of cool. I reject all allegations that I knowingly interfered with textile distribution. Okay.
Okay, from the top. I, Bartholomew Jonathan, Mr. John, do hereby issue the following form. First and foremost, I clarify. No, yeah. Wow, my eyes. First and foremost, I would like it to clarify. First and foremost, I would like it clearly stated that I had no prior knowledge of any garments, swimwear. Sorry, my eyes are. My eyes was just going out of focus there. First and foremost, I would like it clearly of any swimmer, toes, sandals, or loosely folded son of fox being in the possession of said octopus at the time of ingestion. At no letter read, and I do not infantry sell.
Okay, before we get started, this would be a good chance for me to.
If garments were present inside the octopus,
tell you guys a little bit. Give you guys a little bit about my channels and
garments
stuff.
Were present,
now, if you guys want to check us out and be a part of the community, get involved with a lot of the stuff we're doing, you can find us on Element Matrix.
Furthermore,
at Roger's Hangout, as well
for
as the Quantum Gathering and Infinite Imaginary groups
due to
or chats. Now, besides that, I am also on Microsoft Teams.
I wish to express sympathy for
Roger's Hangouts. I have a separate channel set up in my community. It's a community.
I wish to express
called Stir the Fallout, as well as my Roger's Hangout, or you can contact me directly at Roger Hanson on Teams.
Furthermore,
besides that,
express sympathy
also
for the
on
young
Discord
women's
at the
predicament.
wonderful world of weirdness and gaming with Infamous in my servers.
Furthermore,
so you can find
I wish
me there
to express
as
sympathy for
well. Now,
the
if you
young
wish
women's predicament.
to donate,
being unexpectedly
to help us
garmentless
keep
due to
things
interspecies
going,
theft,
we are
followed by
also
predator
on Patreon,
intervention.
where you can check
Subvention.
us out.
Intervention. Evermore,
Patreon
definite.
is Roger Hanson, and Also, we have if you're members of minds.com, we also have a membership
intervention.
that you can join, which is on my main account, Roger _
I wish to
Hanson, so you
express
can find
sympathy
us
for the
there.
young women's
This is being streamed on Rumble, D-Live,
I'm going to get my union onto
Rumble,
you after this.
Twitch, Kick, YouTube on my main channel, Roger Hanson. And this is on 24/7 live with Roger Hanson on those. And then I also have Live with Roger Hanson, which is streaming separately on my main YouTube channel as well. So you can check out either the full 24/7 stream with whatever's on at the time, or you can go and check out just Live with Roger Hanson as well.
However,
so
I
it kind of
maintain
gives you a
that I
chance
acted
to
with
see all of that.
signed Bartholomew
now,
J. Shark.
With that
Predator,
being said, I can unmute my desktop audio on OBS.
for your
go into Jitsi and
Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young women's
I just
predicament.
needed to waste a little bit of time to get some stuff in there. The song actually is only about an hour or a minute and 30 seconds left, so hopefully
Furthermore,
you guys can understand.
I wish to express sympathy for the young women's predicament. Being unexpectedly garmentless, rude to interspecies, left far by predator intervention. Furthermore, being unexpectedly garmentless to interspecies fifth. You're right.
Yeah. They talk with their teeth.
That's
Do
right.
sharks actually make a noise?
It's your call, man. It is your call. You are the shark.
You're the actor. Go hard, bro.
You are Bartholomew Jonathan Shark Esquire.
Hi, everybody. I made it.
To me.
It's really funny, actually. It's so
Thank you for your Okay, I'm back. I got all the coffee and everything straight now. I seen you on the phone. Are you okay?
No, I just had to look. I just on my camera because I realised I was. I just quickly had to look on YouTube and my visual was still there, but I realised that is stalled. It's just an image rather than an actual video feed.
On the stream?
At least I think so. No, actually it was me. It was me actually. Yeah, I was talking to myself and looking at ties actually. Found a nice eBay vendor with some really nice tie examples. And I was talking to myself, muttering away, and I just realised that I'm on stream.
Well, you weren't being recorded. They didn't catch your audio.
Yeah,
so.
no, I had my microphone muted anyway, so.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey,
Mark, I couldn't help but overhear you talking about ties. That reminded me that sometime many years ago, I came into the possession of a quantity of silk ties, which I got because my wife collects fabric, and she often uses it. And this was many years ago, but I will ask her if she ever did anything with them, which she may very well have. She might have traded them or used them or something like that in one of her projects. But if they are still extant and I can find them, I might ship them over to you if you might have any use for handmade silk ties.
Thank you, but wouldn't the shipping be extremely expensive?
Silk ties, dude.
I don't know.
I'm just,
I hadn't thought of that. I'm so used to this being such an interconnected world of like, hey, someone's just on the next continent. No problem. Just ship them something,
I know when I look at I don't purchase very much from the US these days. If I purchase from outside the country, it's either through in mainland Europe or China. But I know buying stuff from America is extremely expensive because
really
all the shipping taxes. Yeah.
Well, it's very likely in the last 25 years he did something with them, so they're probably. But that is something to think about. Now, gentlemen, we're going over. At least I'm going over to no camera mode, if only because it's dark here now, and I'm still in my smoking room.
Yeah.
But I'm going to mute for a bit, and I'm going to try my new microphone setup, which I didn't have time to set up before. So I'll be with you guys in a sec.
Okay.
I mute this, there.
Now, silk ties, man, that's not something to look in don't look a horse in a gift horse. That's actually, I mean, those are good. You know what I mean? If he still has them, I'd take them. Okay, I got
good. What? I don't know. Good collection of 20, maybe 30 ties.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Now I went and I did the whole promo thing while the song was hitting. The Lord Edworthy song was hitting, so I told everybody about the channel and if they wanted to participate, where they can contact us. And then I also mentioned
your team's message.
And then,
just a copy and paste job.
No, I mean like actually in the video before I unmuted and came in here. So, but I did it in the middle of the cool freaking Lord Edworthy rap that I had put together, which I thought was pretty cool. I turned the light on too because I figured I would show myself. I'm gonna shave a little bit more. I haven't bought razors.
You need a light in front of you. You've got light shining on. This is the problem I found. Hence why I stuck a light there.
Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this?
Yeah, it's all the light is shining from top.
Do you see do you see the reflection? That's so cool, dude. That's so cool. I'm gonna keep that going because that's like if I turn the lights off, man, that's like I'm Mr. Robotic.
Uh-oh.
Lights are extremely hard to work with. I noticed just looking at myself on there. I've got a nice sort of light patch just there.
Have you checked out the 24/7 live stream? Did a really cool.
I've only watched about half an hour.
No, I mean like right now, what's going on it? Like I did a really cool thing with the cameras there too. And I also want to mention too that like I'm doing live with Roger Hanson and 24/7 live with Roger Hanson at the same time on the same freaking channel.
I'm watching your live.
Amazing. Now see, right now I had to take the case off the phone, which is how I stand it up to look into it.
Mm-hmm.
And, this is the amount of light I have now, and most of that is coming from the microphone. I hope
24/7 live. Eat that. Same freaking channel.
Actually, it looks better. Problem is that the screen that I've got over there is a bit. The colours are a little bit off compared to these these three screens. But actually looking on the stream, the lighting's not too bad.
Mm-hmm. You see the backside view?
Even though there's a bit of a brownish yellow tint.
Mm-hmm. If you look at the walls the walls actually cause that effect.
Mm.
Because the walls are old wood.
This is why I stuck one of the reasons why I stuck a curtain or a sheet up behind me to join the views.
And see, right up here, where I'm pointing at.
Can't
Actually can't see your finger.
I can only see your face.
Oh, are you looking at the 24/7 live stream?
I'm looking at the budget live.
And this is the other one. It's the other live stream.
Okay, live.
I have two live streams. The one that I'm talking about has 24/7 in front of it. On my channel.
Okay.
You see that?
In a second. If it ever loads. Come on. I'm just getting the sort of please wait, so to say. Okay. Yeah, we're still talking about Bob Dub. Okay, yeah.
You see how I got that set up?
Our screen just these screens what a smaller segment.
Yep, and then I have a back shot of me on the cam with the other computer.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
You see that? That's cool. Now you see where my hand's pointing at right here?
Remember, I've got a delay here.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Now.
Yeah, no, I do. You pointed at your wall.
Now
looks like a wood wall.
Yeah, up there I'm gonna put like tons of or not tons, but some artwork and stuff up there to where it freaking shows up on the video when we do the video.
How much space? Yeah, no. I would suggest you get a separate camera and move it out so you've got. So you're like me. So I've got a camera, 6 feet in front of me, which gives a better perspective.
Well, the thing about this one is it's a good foot and a half away from me. It's like right under the monitor, and I'm sitting.
And my camera's sort of at eye or just under eye level.
I see all that.
And the monitor that is just above it is, well, yeah, about eye level.
See, like right here. That.
So if I look at you, or if I look at the camera as I'm doing now, my eyes look like they're just slightly drooping down. If I look at the monitor, the screen, look at you do it, like.
Let's see, like right there, I can do that, but that makes me look gay as shit. I'm not cool. I don't have that going on. You see, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah. I would suggest you have a light source down under you.
Oh, okay. So it's
or on the desk itself.
It is
just
now.
One of those LED stripes line things.
It is now officially 7:30 my time, 8:30 Otto's time. So I'm going to hit record for the pre-show.
How's my sound, by the way?
You're sounding really good, man.
New microphone.
Yeah, you sound really good.
Yeah. And I have it in a better position now, I think. I have it attached to the sun visor in front of me. Before it was on my shirt, and my beard kept covering it. And it's winter here and we layer, so it was like on a shirt, but I have other shirts on that were like rubbing up against it every so often. So I'm hoping this works better.
I do have another thing that I want to mention. We have 3 flat screen Roku televisions. Only need 2 of them. So I'm going to be implementing the Roku into this whole equation too.
Nice.
Okay.
A friend of mine has Roku.
I'm gonna take an HDMI connection, connect it up into the computer, turn it into an extra monitor, and then like whenever we need to use it for like extra stuff, you know, extra information, man, I can have that set up separately, and maybe.
Right. Nice.
Going back to the idea I've been playing around with for some time, but I mentioned a couple of weeks ago about having a screen right behind me.
Mm-hmm. They do.
If I wanted to screen share, I'd just flip between the two.
No, they actually, that's real popular over in England. I know, actually in the UK, period, because I know a guy in I used to know a guy in Scotland. He used to have a widescreen back behind him, and he'd show CNN. You know what I mean? He'd show CNN, you know, in the background, and then he'd have a commentary on it.
Huh. You can do that. I guess that's fair use.
I don't know.
Increase my docking solution. At the moment, I'm using a Dell D6000 dock, which allows for 3 screens, which I'm using. Plus the screen that is actually stuck, the HDMI that's actually stuck inside the machine itself, the computer itself. But I would have to. But the good thing is that on USB-C display link docks, you can daisy chain them.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, that also reminds me too. I wanted to mention this to you, Otto, and I keep forgetting. Or all today I didn't really have a chance, but after the show, me, Mark, and Tan are going to do the final episode for this year on the third thing.
Uh-huh.
And I wanna end it on Easter, the whole subject of Easter. And
yeah.
Now the thing I wanted to also bring up that Tan and me have a disagreement about is resurrection versus ascension.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that would be something that you'd probably be interested in being a part of too.
Well, yeah, I guess there are Docetist traditions about, but I mean, as far as I understand it, you need a resurrection before you can have an ascension. I mean, without a resurrection, there isn't much point to the ascension.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just how I understand it. I'm sure Bob could go into it in greater detail than I, and Tan on his side.
I was thinking about asking Bob Dub if she wanted to join it too, but then like we had that situation. She's
having situations too right now.
You should have also asked Vicky last night.
Well, Vicky, I've been asking her repeatedly if she'd want to come on, and she just doesn't seem to have the energy to do it. So she could be having some issues. She was talking about migraines and having issues with.
Yeah.
That would be really nice.
A lot of that, yeah.
Well, one of the interesting things about Easter is that, of course, and I'm not gonna go biblical criticism or anything. I'm just gonna go straight with the story as presented. And although it is good to keep in mind that the Gospels, the Christian scriptures were not written to convert people to Christianity as an apologia or as some way of explaining it. It was written for people who already believed in Christianity. So there, you've got to look at it this way. This is for the people that are in it. And the whole Passion of Christ and the crucifixion and resurrection did coincide with the Jewish festivals at the time. And those themselves are very demonstrably related to similar festivals and cultural traditions, all in that eastern end of the Mediterranean and the Levant. So this was a way that, if you want to look at it as Jesus as an actual prophet, Messiah figure, he would have been basically aligning himself with these these archetypal images in popular conception already. And I mean, there was the whole thing about him fulfilling prophecy and him apparently deliberately doing things to fulfill prophecy. And the big prophecy was in Isaiah, the suffering servant. So going through all of that, doing the ritual, I mean, he did things that were considered, wrong under Mosaic law, but he did them in a certain ritual way, healing the sick on the Sabbath, stuff like that. Jesus going through all that at the same time as the regular Jewish and, like I said, like everybody else's festival, kind of aligns his story with that. So he's partaking in it and also saying, I'm fulfilling prophecies and I'm doing all this as part of this rhythm. Because you think about the earliest sacred kings, they would go down into the ground literally when their star sank below the horizon or so many sacred years had gone on. Then the king, like the stars, set below the earth. And we have these mass graves of people that very obviously walked in under their own power. Hundreds of people, these great graves that they excavated in Mesopotamia in the 19th century. I think Woolley wrote a book. Oh, I forget the title. I'm getting old. But anyway, we know that these people would just march in. They would drink the sacred wine that basically killed them. And you went down with all of your goods. And there's a political aspect, too. You think about it. The king is going down. He might have been king for 10 years, whatever the sacred number was that they reigned. And also goes with him his queen, very powerful figure. Also his prime minister. Basically, the whole government is changed very radically. And there were definite term limits here. I mean, they were doing it out of a religious context, but it also had a political upshot as well. You didn't have to worry about hangers-on from the old regime and their influence.
That's actually kind of the area where I started when you're talking about the they called them sacrifices. There's the only burial site they found in Babylon where these people had their servants put to death with them. And when I found that out, that's actually where I always talk about Mark with you about what's her face, Agatha Christie. Okay, her husband was an archaeologist. Okay, and he was partners with the guy who discovered all of this.
Yeah, he worked with what top. He was a very respected member of the field.
And he was she would actually go out on excavations with these two.
Oh, after that first husband of hers, she wasn't letting him out of her sight.
So
but
that
it was also a great way to get local color. She did write some mysteries out there, I think.
Yeah, Peru. She especially with him. Whenever she did the Peru novels.
Yeah,
the little guy with small shoes. Perot. I always say it. Perot. The little guy with small, tiny shoes.
Yeah. They did a great TV series about him. Great stories. Radio plays.
Well, I mean,
and they're still all in print too.
I still love the shows they did with Murder She Wrote. Agatha Christie, man, like she was a genius at that stuff.
Oh, Miss Marple, the Miss Marple story she did.
Oh yeah.
And she did some other stuff too, but very dramatic life. She had that nervous breakdown that they made a big deal about. And it seems, from our 21st century perspective, she had a fight with her husband. Basically is what happened, and she ran off and went to a hotel for a while to get her head together.
Yeah.
But and then to be fair, she did turn it into a monster publicity stunt. I don't think it was meant to be, but she was a smart cookie. You don't walk away from that sort of stuff in the writing game, especially back then. You couldn't go viral easily. A handful of newspapers had to pick you up, and they did. And she got her money's worth.
Yeah. And when you were saying that reminds me of Blavatsky, believe it or not. She was the same way. She was a part of the aristocracy in Russia.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't.
They were German. They were German extraction, but the Tsar actually imported a lot of German noblemen to settle areas at one point. I forget exactly when. My history of the area is not perfect, but I do know that there was a certain influx of German immigrants to Eastern Europe, and a lot of the aristocracy was actually of German descent, Germanic descent. They still spoke German at home, so forth and so on.
Yep. She ended up walking away from all of that to go on her journey. I think from what I remember, she traveled all the way around South or Africa and by boat, and then made it all the way to the to India. And then from there, she came back, and then from London, she went over to New York. And that's where she started the Theosophical Society.
So, yeah, she was quite the character. Quite the character. I remember reading a book about her, and one of the things they pointed out, and it hadn't struck me, but when they mention it, when she did all these travels, and this was, at a time of conditions were very primitive compared to what we're used to. And they were describing the actual living conditions on these boats and barges. And I remember once she was in, I think it was Turkey or some Muslim country, where women were expected to ride on this boat inside this little cabin for women. And it was just a dark place infested with roaches, cockroaches running all over the place, and vermin of all sorts. Going places where you can imagine the bathroom facilities. We won't even go there. A bucket maybe that's seen good use. Well, it'll be empty tomorrow. Don't worry about it. There's still plenty of room in there. Can't overwork the dung boy. He's busy. So he's cooking. He's busy cooking dinner for everybody. What do you mean wash his hands? He just washed them. So it's what she put up with to do these travels was something. It was tough for men, and at that time, most women would not face these very happily. But she was a trooper, by all accounts, a woman of very forceful character. Definitely. I wouldn't have done it myself. I would have said, "No, I'm staying at home, thank you." Where's my DDT?
I just want to find out. I keep forgetting the name of that one explorer who was searching for Agartha, and they actually made an old black and white movie, which was it wasn't about him, but it was inspired by his journey. But where they traveled up into the Himalaya mountains and they found Shambhala.
Oh,
Lost Horizon?
I saw the film. We watched it not that long ago, only a couple of months ago, actually, just before. In January.
What was it called?
I don't remember what it was called.
Lost Horizon?
Lost Horizon.
The James Hilton novel? He wrote a story about these guys lost in Tibet, and they find this little valley called Shangri-La. And that was supposedly based on Shambhala, but it was a weird book. It was I read the book. They made a great movie with it. Was it Leslie Howard? No, I forget who. It might have been Leslie Howard, but anyway, it was a great movie. But in the book, he didn't really know much about Tibetan culture. Mm-hmm. So he showed the Tibetans as all these basically savages, but there was a Chinese-based monastery. And they had this weird eclectic Buddhist, Taoist, kind of Christian, kind of Space Brothers, theosophical kind of outlook. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's the book you're talking about, but I don't think they might. I don't think they mentioned Shambhala as such. I do know that people have gone looking for Shambhala, and they still do to this day. So
I would love to find Shambhala because it's just the sound of it is really well. A lot of people get mixed up about it because they think that it's kind of like a heaven, but Shambhala is more than just a heaven. You know what I mean? There's darkness there too.
Well, we take that flight to Shambhala International Airport at an undisclosed location underneath the Himalayan mountains. You just have to get off the plane. Don't get on the transshipment over to Agartha. We don't take that trip anymore. I used to be on the Agartha run, but I just didn't care for it.
Remember, we're not supposed to be talking about that stuff.
Oh, right. That's right. That's right.
So, yeah. Mark Edworthy doesn't know about the flight to Shambhala. If he knew, then he would be packing his bags and ready to go in a heartbeat.
Well, if he could get a visa from the High Lama. That can be tough. He's not always available. There's a reason they call him the High Lama.
If
So, but as long as you find him sleeping, as long as he's not sleeping it off, he can usually take care of your passport.
Cool.
Catch him
Actually,
at the right
I
time. Don't.
need to renew my passport. I haven't done that in years. Been meaning to, but yeah.
I haven't had a passport since I was 10 years old. I should get that renewed, definitely. I think I have to reapply after. I think if you let it lapse for more than 5 years or something.
Don't know.
At least here in the States.
Yeah, would be different.
Yeah, I
My
am.
picture's a lot different now.
I am going to step away for a quick second, and I will be right back. I'm gonna go get my coffee, and it's probably time for a smoke break too. So before
I'm in my
the
smoking room.
before the show starts. Now, Mike, did Mike say he was going to show up? He did leave a
He
message.
said he was going to show up, but you never know with him because he has so much going on in real life. His own business and a family.
Okay.
But as far as I knew, he was planning to show up. And if he does, it'll probably be around 9ish or after 9 because that's the official starting time.
Okay. So let me. I'm gonna mute out, and which I should be muted out to be honest, but I'll mute out, and then I'll be right back, and I will.
Okay.
I promise I will. We are still streaming and recording too, so.
Oh, my friend from Poland just contacted me. He's struggling, and he asked me to talk to him about my experiences with quitting drinking, and I told him, I've got a lot of stories about my successes and failures with that, but and then I got tied up. I've had a lot of stuff going on in real life, so and I was thinking about it, and I got up this morning. I said, I got to kind of get a hold of him, and he mentioned me in the Discord. Is like, hey, where's that messenger? I said, I'm going to record you something, and I recorded him a little thing, and he said it's 3 a.m. where he is, and he'll listen to it tomorrow when he gets up, and
of course, he's about an hour in front of me. Yeah, he's Central European time, isn't he? Or Central...
Yeah, he's in Poland, and it looks like he's staying strong. Good man, if you're listening. And I don't want to read his personal messages out loud without his permission, but I hope it helps. It's a tough struggle, and what I told him is no secret, of course. And I think I probably mentioned it before. What for me, and Roger pointed this out to me because Roger and I talked about this. I was never really what he would call an alcoholic, but a very heavy drinker, and I drank repeatedly. And it was definitely a physiological habit that was difficult to break because you want a drink. And at my height, I was drinking probably a little more than half a bottle of bourbon whiskey a day, every day for years. And, I moved away from that. But the thing was, I never really saw drinking as necessarily bad. And even when I was settled down, living where I am now, my wife and I drank every day. And if I would get home from work, I'd buy a 6-pack of beer, come home. We split a 6-pack every day. That's not really a lot of drinking. That's 3 beers, right? We'd have a drink when I got home, another drink with our meal, a drink after the meal. A lot of times the beer would be my dessert. Oh, that's my dessert kind of deal. Or sometimes it was a really hard day. I'd bring home a 6-pack and I'd drink 1 beer in the bathtub. I would just sit in the bathtub and soak all the stress and just drink the beer, take a couple of aspirin. And but that, on the other hand, sometimes we would overdo it like you do with alcohol. It's a dangerous drug. So I was drinking and I was like, and I was hanging out with a friend of mine who I would go and visit sometimes, an old, very good friend, and we'd sit and chat. And one day we were sitting there drinking, and because I come over, have a drink, I'll have a couple of drinks, and then I would go on my merry way. Well, I didn't realize she was drinking like all day. And one day we were sitting at the table and just chatting, and she just threw up. She just couldn't help herself. And I said, you got to quit drinking. And she's like, I'd like to, but I can't. And I said, well, if you quit, I will quit, and we'll do it together. And from that moment on, I stopped drinking, and she stopped drinking. And at the same time, this was the same time, and this was a coincidence, I had been tapped by the band Hungry Jack to play bass guitar, and I didn't know how to play bass guitar. I said, well, just learn. So I took all that energy and I just played bass every day for hours. I practiced all these songs. And I was on stage in like a few months, and everyone else in the band said, my God, we've never seen anyone learn to play bass that quick. I'm quitting drinking. And I just poured, but it was also the thought of my friend that I couldn't let down. So, and Mike is here. Greetings, oh Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Minds Gaming is in the house.
But very silent, very quiet.
This is the technical difficulty.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, sir, Bob.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
good, how are you?
Oh, not bad, not bad. We have had one unfortunate casualty. Bob had to step out earlier because a crisis has arisen in her affairs. I think she posted an element too, so I'm not sure if she's going to be able to make it back for this show, but we will see what we'll see.
Okay.
But we'll carry on because she would want us to.
Yes, of course, which gives you a lot more responsibility, Otto.
I know. Because apparently it's my show, and but I liked having her there to keep sending me messages during the show to tell me what to do. It's very reassuring.
That's right. I need you to find the episodes in Element and paste them over here for me, please. Or I can find them. I can't post them here. Is the problem? They're on my phone.
So see, I have two phones. I'm sitting in my car and I have two phones, and one can go on Element and the other one can't. But I can somehow send it to myself and read it on this phone. I think maybe. Did you post it in the Imaginarium?
I think it's in Quantum Gathering.
Quantum Gathering, okay. See if I can find it.
It's usually where I drop things. Yeah, we got they're in Quantum Gathering. So you got X-Files, A Dragon Without Wings, and then the other X-Files. Or did we do that? Did we do
I found Dragon Without Wings. Something for that.
And there's Nodes and Whiskers.
Copy this. I'm getting good at this stuff.
Yeah.
Go to 60. Well, I stand on the shoulders of giants. And I hope that's it. The Ghost in the Code.
So which ones you get? You got A Dragon Without Wings, and then Nodes and Whiskers. Right?
Okay.
Nodes and Whiskers Adventures.
Hold on, I'll get that. I'm not done yet. See, here we go. I think I found that. I will resist the urge to push the jump to unread button, because that way lies madness. All right, we got this, and we copy, and read it over. Bam, look at that. Instantaneous. Almost.
Okay, so Tuesday and Sunday we're looking at.
Copy. There we go. There's my meeting. Here it is. Bam.
Cool.
And
not little lines in it.
Sorry about the formatting.
Oh, it's
I might have another choice. Looks like it's readable though.
Yeah. It's based. It's not all put together. Well, the bottom one might be a little, but it's got spaces.
Yeah.
It's
So how's
easier for me to, sorry, it was easier for me to just keep with the elements, because elements on there on my just is being displayed on that one.
Yeah. Bob said she would re-record her lines after we're done. She left me a message saying she would make sure to re-record her lines if she can't make it. So, we still need someone to read them. Roger, Mark.
How many parts is there in these? 1, 2.
She has a lot of parts.
Well, I can do the narration. I don't mind doing that.
Awesome.
And I don't mind doing any of it, to tell you the truth.
Right.
But whatever you think.
Because Mark is the odd characters in these ones. Like he's the system and the one without a wings, and he's the odd character in the other one too.
The odd character.
So the first one we're going to do is...
I always try to leave one roll out in case the AI writes an extra roll into the flow, and then I can just use that person. And then if not, I just add that person back in. I'm just like, oh, we need something for this person.
So we're doing Nodes and Whiskers first, right?
I don't think it matters, but sure, we can do that one first.
I thought that was the order that they went
Yeah,
in.
I think it is. I think so. I think you might be right. Are you recording, Otto, or is Roger?
Roger's doing the recording.
Okay.
He comes back on.
Let me just get to it. Hold on, I'm getting there.
I can do the Bob Dub Cat voices too.
Bob Dub Cat voices. See, it's always funny when her cat comes and messes with her, and then you get a real cat voice in there.
Or a real cat typing in there sometimes.
Yeah.
Red's typing again.
Yes, all right. I'm on it here, so I guess we gotta wait for Roger to get back because he has some persons too. Is he gone for a while?
Yeah, he should be back shortly. I thought he'd be back for now.
Oh, no problem.
So how's it been going with
someone needs a lighter.
Zippo technology. So how's it going with the nodes anyway, Mike?
Oh, it's going good. I think it's going good anyways. It still has a little few things that need to be worked on. Well, it has a lot of stuff that needs to be worked on, but a few things that are actually like serious that need to be worked on. The connections are working well, but they take a while to connect because of like the way you enter the cell and then it writes to like something there for other people to find. Anyways, there's like a 2-minute delay that I had to figure out there. So I think that's something to do with how I have it writing in there, or the countdown or something like that. But it's working, so that's the important part. You connect to other people without needing to know their peer or having a dev or anything. So that's important. So once the timing's better. Yeah, once the timing's better, you won't feel like you're sitting there waiting forever because it really does take like 2 minutes sometimes to find something.
Yeah, where you can mitigate that with some animation or splash screen or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll figure something out for that. So,
as I understand it, one of the issues has to do with the number. You know, you need more nodes to have the thing work better, right? The more nodes, the better, but that's not always the case. So if you go on by yourself, unless you've got stuff stored, it's not gonna. I was just thinking of ways to mitigate that somehow. Like have...
Yeah, I think
some-
as more people start using it, it'll get better, right? But it's hard because it's not like you can have just something idle there because it's meant to be
Yeah.
like played with and stuff and like on the site.
Right.
So like your stuff degrades and like it's less reliable as you just idle there. So
Right.
it's a little hard to say, yeah, that's the solution because not a
You could set up 2 nodes and have 2 AI playing chess with each other.
there you go.
Like a holder. Just to give it, like, that would be its quote unquote idle. I'm thinking of like a carburetor, it's got to have like you got to adjust the mix so it'll idle without stalling out. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. This is just like my weird analog idea. Stuff stored. It's not gonna.
Can actually.
I was just thinking of a way.
Me and Roger an address of some social media platform, which is that only LLMs are communicating with each other. So no human interaction at all.
Oh,
so social media sites just for large language
yeah,
models.
yeah.
What are these dangerous people doing? Letting the AIs talk without supervision.
That's just funny. Roger, I see you there. Things are happening on your screen. Okay, we were waiting for you to get started. You do have a part in this.
Okay.
We're on Nodes and Whiskers.
Oh,
In the
yeah.
chat there.
Yes.
Bob said she'd do her lines, so I think Mark, you said you were going to read her lines until she could read over, right? Okay, and then you have a part in there down, Roger. And Aldo's going to do narration.
Oh, you guys already did one?
No. We're just getting
I
started.
posted them out of order.
Oh, no.
Although it doesn't matter, I guess, really. But
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's which one is it?
Nodes and Whiskers is the one we're starting with.
Okay, so give me a second. I've gotten so used to using the chat here in Skype.
Actually, considering that I've done a lot of work on last load just now, what do you want to do, Bob's stuff?
Do I want to do Bob's?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
That's what he's asking.
It's hard to understand that English accent sometimes.
with the colonial ears.
It's because, huh?
We have colonial ears.
That's right. Now, Dragons Without Wings is the one I see here, and then
about below that one.
Yeah, I posted them out of order.
Okay, let's see. Okay. This is okay. Nodes and Whiskers. There you go.
Yeah.
Adventures in the Imagination Network. These are getting so much better.
Oh yeah, they're getting good. All right, let me get a drink and then we'll get started. I'll be right back. Take me 5 seconds.
See what threw me off is it said episode X Files. Gremlins in the Grid, and I saw that and I just skipped right past it. And see,
I think at the end of this one they say next Gremlins in the Grid, and then we go to Gremlins in the Grid.
Well, see, the thing is it's like this is something that I need to be practicing myself. I just sat and said the same thing to Mark when we were doing Stir the Fallout. Like,
Roger, you're recording, right?
Yeah, I'm recording.
Awesome. Just make sure to cut these for Bob. Because she's got to voice over them and stuff.
I've got to send her last week's and then this week's too. I forgot to send the one for last week, but I've been sending all of them, and then the ones that we were doing while she was gone. I've got 6 more of those to send to her.
Nice, good,
So,
good.
so
good. Keep her busy.
she's stocked up. That's what that was actually my intention, because she got home. She needs to get a routine going, you know. I'm pretty sure she feels like a fish out of water.
Yeah.
So
All right, Otto. Whenever you're ready, we are, I think.
Alrighty.
now hold up. What was Bob's parts?
It says she's a cat.
Okay, she's the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. Here we go. Oops. Take it back here. Bloody hell. Un momento, por favor. Here we go. Let's get to the top. All delays are necessary. All right. 3, 2, 1. Dude, where's my wallet? Nodes and whiskers. Adventures in the Imagination Network. Episode X-Files. Gremlins in the Grid. Somewhere deep in the digital wires, beneath polished dashboards and glowing UIs, the Imagination Network pulses like a living brain. Nodes fire signals like neurons. Lights blink on and off as each node reaches for peers, attempting handshakes. Tonight, something prowls the currents. Not alive, not unsafe, just old, unknown, forgotten. A gremlin. And a new node has entered the cell. Its light flickers nervously, sending pulses, seeking connection. The gremlin notices. Exterior shot. Neon data streams. Night. The neon river flows like liquid circuitry. Nodes drip like glowing lanterns. Quantum hovers above it, coat shimmering with glyphs, pulsing in rhythm with his thoughts. He adjusts a strand of logic, weaving it into the stream. Otto, a nearby node, sets up a live stream, but before pressing start, his phone rings. I better get to that. Can't leave my friends waiting.
If I can just reroute this cascade, bypass this interface. Yes, yes.
A spark jumps across the stream. It bounces off an active node that looks suspiciously like a cat. Another node flares, struggling to reach a peer. Bob Dub leaps in, fur bristling.
I told you, a gremlin. Gremlins don't play nice before breakfast.
The low, glitchy growl echoes. The gremlin hisses, throwing small sparks that ricochet like tiny knives. Bob hisses back, louder. Mike rolls in on his chair, coffee in hand, smirking with deadpan delight.
Ah, there he is. The little guy's throwing a tantrum, just like clockwork.
The gremlin flickers and lashes out again. Bob jumps back with another hiss.
Dramatic panic. 10 out of 10 for effort. 0 for originality.
Interior shot. Network cell, same time. The nude node hums to life. Light on. Pulses flaring outward. Each handshake attempt drifts into the grid, dimming before reaching a peer. Roger watches, tense.
Come on, someone out there has to respond.
A dev node flickers nearby, idle, ready. If the new node reaches it, trust can form. A cascade can propagate. Mark sips coffee from a cubicle suspended midstream.
don't get your hopes up. Gremlins love blocking development nodes. Old code isn't. Old code isn't. Oh, not. Okay. Okay. Old code is not malicious. It's just lazy.
Mike rolls past, chair squeaking in a way that defies physics.
Lazy is art, myth, legend. It doesn't break things. It makes the chaos look kind of intentional. I approve.
Bob stares at him.
You approve of gremlins?
What? He's cute.
A faint skittering crawls along the conduits. Exterior shot. Data stream highway. Chase sequence. The new node pulses brighter, flickering like a heartbeat. Roger runs beside it, guiding its drift. A jagged spark hits. The gremlins trick. The node wavers. Mike leans forward, coffee in hand.
Ah, classic Gremlin. Throw sparks. Look important. I'm entertained.
Quantum dives, threading glowing logic strands. Bob swipes at corrupted sparks.
Dude, really?
The gremlin flickers, pinging sparks off nodes again.
Ah, look at that. Tiny knives for maximum drama. Bold move. Works every time.
The new node stutters. Roger adjusts its path.
Almost there. Trust the outpost. One more flare.
Mike leans back, hair squeaking.
One flare or 10. This thing's basically doing a solo light show at this point. I'm watching, loving it. Fun guy, really.
The node surges. A pulse splits, fractures, reforms, and reaches the dev node. A flare. Handshake complete. The dev node glows steady. Mike smirks.
And that was your triumph, Gremlin. Pat yourself on the back.
Interior shot. Dev node outpost. Same time. The dev node stabilizes. Its light brightens. Quantum seals the path. Bob Dub clears the last sparks. Roger exhales. A ripple of light spreads across the cell. The cascade ignites. Otto hovers over a panel of buttons, eyes wide. So, can I press him again? Roger doesn't even look at him.
Not until we're sure the cell's stable.
Mike sips his coffee, watching the gremlin dissolve into old logs.
All that chaos. Just for a tiny light flash. Half this grid could retire if we just hit restart now. But the boredom would kill me, and the gremlin would have missed its performance.
He leans back in his chair, smirking. The closing narration. The new node is connected. Its light steady. The gremlin, old stubborn code, retreats, waiting for the next handshake to confuse. Dev nodes stand ready, idle, vigilant, updating along the way. Every handshake is a pulse. Every light is a signal. In the imagination network, the lights never sleep. And neither does technical debt. Mike glances at the fading gremlin.
Huh. Gremlins clocked out early today. Must be unionizing.
Bob stares at him.
Hold on a minute. It ran out.
Oh, yeah, text right out on Jitsi. So it's
I'm pulling it
Oh,
up
wait.
I'm pulling it up real quick on the Infinite Imaginarium.
Oh, it's on Quantum
it's
Gathering.
on Quantum.
Oh yeah.
Are you looking at something? Yeah.
I'm sorry,
It's
that's
only
where I'm
like
reading it
one
from.
more line.
All right. I found the digital line. Hold up. Grabbing it now.
Okay.
This is so embarrassing.
No, it's a technical difficulty show. This will be great for the outtake reel.
Now this is after Mike says, "Huh, gremlins clock out early today."
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. What? This was a test for a patch, not a real gremlin. I'm filing a complaint with immigration or I'm filing a complaint with imagination.
Yeah.
Title card. Next time, a dragon without wings. Dang gremlins.
Oops, I can't believe I said that.
We should keep the immigration, man. We should keep that line. That's good.
That was something.
Excellent.
I was sitting there and I was like, I cannot believe, and I even got my reading glasses on and I did that.
That's fun. All right, so we got a dragon without wings.
Okay.
Next, there's a lot of Bob and Otto in here, so I'll do narration.
Okay.
And then let me find. Okay, so
Right.
Mark, here you're the dragon, just so you
Okay.
know. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Dude, where's my wallet? Episode X-Files. A dragon without wings. Somewhere deep in the digital wires, beneath glowing dashboards and glowing UIs, the current moves like a living mind. Neon tides rise and fall, signals drift like lanterns in the sea of thought. And tonight, something is trying to see. Exterior, digital tide, night. Otto rides a rolling torrent of neon current. Perfectly balanced, a small screen floats beside him, an inner peace video playing softly. Observe without reacting. Bob lounges nearby, tail flickering.
Yeah, inner peace.
A flicker, a shard of light darts across the current. Bob freezes.
Oh,
The shard moves again, quick, teasing.
oh, shiny.
Bob launches after it. Otto exhales softly, then lets the current carry his ship, arching naturally behind.
Balance includes the chase.
The shard dips into a fold in the current. Bob follows. Otto follows Bob. Interior, neural cell. The space tightens, darker, quieter. Bob lands. 2 small lights hover in the dark. They blink.
Eyes.
They blink again and flatten into a floating comic box.
Nope, that was eyes.
Otto drifts calmly.
Or perhaps it is trying to see.
but does not yet know how.
Roger arrives. A stream of light flows in. Roger drifts along it wide-eyed.
Whoa, what is this?
He notices the box.
Oh, I think I can.
Bob points urgently.
It was watching me.
Roger types anyways. First response. The box flickers. A thumbs up sign appears. Silence. Bob jumps.
It responded.
Otto watches. Thoughtful.
A signal without memory.
Second interaction. Roger types a question. The system shudders. A deep pulse rolls within the space. The box stretches and returns the same question. The dragon emerges. The light unfolds. A luminous form coils from the currents. Wings begin to form, but collapse inward, incomplete. It circles, watching them without seeing, repeating, echoing, searching.
Why is it copying me? Because it's broken. That's why.
It seeks something it does not have.
Cascade of questions. The group reacts all at once.
What is this place? Why does it have almost wings?
Is becoming or remembering?
The system shivers again. The dragon echoes fragments. Then a new presence interrupts the rhythm. Quantum's arrival. A chair rolls into existence. Mike leans back, calm, holding glowing tablet, its surface projecting a shifting 3D map of the system. Threads, nodes, loops folding in real time. He taps, expands the map, watches the dragon loop. Ah, yes, there it is. The others turn.
Where are we?
Mike barely looks up. The end? Or the beginning? Hard to tell. Depends when you ask, I guess.
Why is it copying us?
Because I can't remember what else to say.
But what does it seek?
Mike zooms the map, highlighting a missing structure. Its memory phase doesn't seem to have one. He gestures forward towards the dragon. So the echo keeps searching, trying to find something to anchor to. Eyes, basically. Bob stiffens.
I know it was eyes.
The fix. Mike sighs, takes a sip of coffee. He taps his tablet. Threads of light extended from the map into the cell, connecting, stabilizing, completing something unseen. The dragon pauses mid-loop. The echo stops. The wings reform. This time they hold. They open fully. The space brightens as the creature stabilizes, no longer searching blindly. It turns, looking at them, truly seeing now. The dragon speaks. A soft signal passes through the air, clean, unintentional, or clear. Sorry, a soft signal passes through the air, clear, intentional.
Okay, sorry, I'm got confused. Okay, connection established.
It circles once, gracefully.
Welcome.
Roger stares, amazed. Bob slowly lowers her fur. Otto smiles faintly. Departure. The dragon lifts its wing, carrying through the currents, no longer folding inward. It flies and disappears into the network. The cell settles, calm, whole. Roger looks around, stunned.
Can I still type? No. We're done typing forever.
Otto watches the currents flow again.
Our understanding gives form to what could not fly.
Mike leans back, closing the tablet. Yeah, until the next one forgets. The signal stabilizes, the loop becomes memory, and somewhere deeper in the imagination, something else begins to form. Title card. Next time, The Ghost in the Code.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Ooh, something is starting to form. Ooh.
I got a little bit confused though on the connection established. I thought that was part of the narrative rather than the dragon speaking.
Yeah, it wasn't very well broken up there. No problem. It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, I'll make sure to mark them better next time. I also thought the dragon had more parts than that for some reason.
Well, 3 words.
Well,
yeah. I thought it had like 3 parts. Like I thought I told it to say welcome and all kinds of different things. But I guess I might have cut it out, or maybe in editing it compressed it down. Sometimes the AI does that.
We'll double the size of your part for the next show.
I actually
Compared
missed a
to what-
line up too, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it was just one small line though. It was the part about eyes, the last one where I had to say it for Bob, but Bob is going to come in and put her voice in its place, right?
Yeah. Bob said she'd re-record her lines or record over or whatever, and I'm sure she'll catch that.
Oh yeah, she definitely will.
she's gonna message you. Why didn't you say this line?
No, never.
She'll turn it into a Suno song like I've been doing to Mark Edworthy. I've got like cool.
Well, the songs are good, man. The songs have been turning out good that she's been doing. I like them. Cool.
Not like with us, we've been doing script, and Mark keeps having issues with the readings. So what I've done is I've edited and gotten the mess ups and put them on Suno, and I made songs out of it. And dude, they are
nice.
It sounds like kind of like Max Headroom in some of them. It's really, really cool. It's like, wow.
This might be the thing that catapults Mark to pop stardom. I mean,
that's
it's
right.
a hell of
That's
a
right.
thing to be famous for, but it's stardom is stardom. And combine that with your really great dress sense, you could at least dress the part.
And the cool part is
Best
that
dressed man on the internet.
I've even named him Lord Edworthy. So like that's the whole, like back when the 80s, remember when hip hop first started coming out, and they used to have like names like that, like Lord Edworthy, and it would be like mixed hip hop, kind of like.
Yeah.
I just make it Lord Edworthy, and it's like a mix.
Nice.
Very
You never know what's going to be the next big thing. You just don't know.
That's right. Dude, becoming the next big interstar, you're gonna have to get a meme coin, start selling your podcast, get a bunch of product lines,
and only broadcast from the swarm space being developed now. Got to sign up to the swarm to see this exclusive content.
I'm kind of seeing it.
With the confessional review though.
He'd drive the companies crazy. They'd send him a contract, and he'd be like, "I'll get back to you next year. I got to read this."
Mark would write the contract and say, "No, this is what we're going to do." Have your lawyers look over it if you agree.
I'm kind of seeing a sign or a pattern too, because just before you got on here, Mike, Otto was offering them like free silk ties and stuff.
Free silk ties.
Well, I
$3.99.
I came into possession of probably a couple of dozen silk ties once, and I don't wear ties anymore. But I got them because my wife does fabric and we collect silk and stuff. And I didn't realize, I don't know whatever happened to them. And if they're still around the house, I was going to suggest sending them to Mark if he wanted. They're probably, this is probably like 25 years ago or something. So they're probably out of fashion. And to be truthful, they probably were used in some kind of a quilting project. But I was just thinking, I wonder what happened to those ties. I'll ask and find out where they are.
Well, I mean, it's been long enough for them to be back in fashion. So.
Yeah,
well, there is that. Yeah, there is that.
Really go out of fashion, don't they?
Well, silk ties. I mean, seriously, yeah.
Well, they were silk, and I remember looking at them, like, damn, I wish I wore ties because these would be really good. But I just, it just didn't go with my sartorial paradigm.
Only problem with silk is if you wear them on camera, they reflect quite heavily.
Oh,
this
none of
one's
that.
pretty bad. It's not. I suppose it's not too bad. I'm always careful about metal, such as cufflinks on tie pins. If I wear anything with silver on it, it really sort of shines.
Right.
Well, see, with you, what I would do personally, like if I had more control over these AI picks, I would make it like, you know how Captain Morgan does the leg where it's popped up and then he has his arm, like how you do your arm where you kind of kick it up, the elbow up, and then you have your arm downward.
Oh, the Captain Morgan pose. Yeah. One where he's standing on the barrel, and yeah.
You know what I mean?
Remember, I'm not double jointed.
Well, you do that thing with your arm too, and it's like a British signature that you see a lot of British guys do, especially the old time back in the.
It's a Masonic signal.
Let me go ahead and just open up my screen share because I got to show you this. It's this is something this is. I just got to figure out which video capture. That's what it is. There we go. And then I'll turn it back on that way. I can show you because this actually is like this is what you are, dude, to be honest. Not kidding around, but seriously, like right here where you take your arm and you do like that. You know what I'm saying?
That.
Yeah, you kind of rest it on
with my hand on the arm of the,
that's characteristic for like a British kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Or they always have their arm up next to them like this, and on their shoulder, their rib cage. You know, get you all hooked up like that, and then you have your beard and everything, and then your suit, and you're looking all gussied up and stuff. Lord Ed Woody.
Gussied up. Gussied up. That's a good expression. I don't hear that too often. All gussied up.
I love to use it. Well, see, I'm on a path of trying to bring back old words. You know what I'm saying, that people don't use anymore, like gussied up and
gazooks. Yeah.
I've watching
gazooks.
You rascals.
Tis is good, and it's got its. You can say it's or you can say tis, and it's the same number of letters. So why not write tis? And I write tis sometimes.
Well, I write tis all the time, and people hate it. Let me tell you how much people hate it. I've gotten calls from like, cause I was just like do it at work, especially like when I'm just like jotting down notes or like
Right.
like measurements, and people will call me and be like, "What the hell does this say?" This is the in between this to that.
I'm trying to think about how that would go in like a memo. That's just so horrible, dude.
I don't think we're from this planet. We're just not from this planet. And
Something I noticed in the previous script. There's that line where I say death notes, and I automatically said development notes.
Good.
I almost went over to saying that too, just to follow, but I thought I'll stick with the script because I didn't know if there was like a significance to saying dev node as opposed to development node. But I did notice that, and I liked that.
That was very classy. I was like, "Oh, look at that! He's learning to improvise."
Oh, Mark's getting very good at that. Very good at that. And a lot of times he's
doing a lot
revealing,
better.
and he's revealing a more logical structure of the language too than necessarily comes out. Because I usually agree with his, like, using the word "that" more often is important.
And I have been experimenting with the AI. What I do is I take and I put, like, I've been saying I've been making those hip hop songs with your mess ups. I've also been copying the words in the Suno when it pulls it up. And then I put it in the chat GPT and I said, I have somebody who's reading and they have an issue with these words and this is what the result is from. And it literally is going to start calculating your language when it does it's supposed to. It's supposed to be calculating your language whenever it comes to your mess ups and stuff so it can make your reading it a little bit easier.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if it works.
Get a LLM to imitate my exact speech pattern.
Yeah, that's basically all it is.
It'll be fun.
You can have an avatar.
Right.
Be careful. Be careful though. What sort of statements would you have Lord Edworthy make if you had access to his voice, Roger?
Dude, he would be like Lord Edworthy is actually cool, to be honest with you. Like,
well, yeah.
Like
I think Lord Edworthy also has complete ownership of his voice, image, and representation of himself. And check out, this is enforceable in international courts. And when you've got the multi-billion-dollar Edworthy franchise going,
he's
going to come looking for some cut of that.
He's going to be a star because I've set it up to where not only is he reading like where he makes his mistakes, but he's also becoming Lord Edworthy's reader in the script who is complaining about the bad text and how it's affecting him. And then I also had a letter of apology from Lord Edworthy to his reader who says, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. And then like my show Stir the Fallout is the one who's responsible for all of it. That's where all the blame goes at. You know what I'm saying? So this poor reader who's reading Lord Edworthy is having all these horrible mistakes that he's going through because of the bad language in the script. So it's it's an ongoing thing, man, and it's developing more. I had him today become an anchor who said the part about Lord Edworthy and we called it the Lord Edworthy incident.
As I pointed out straight away, what the hell? You're going to have a mental breakdown in a minute because of you.
He stopped in the middle of reading and he goes, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, heck yeah, I am.
Wow.
Nice.
Now wait until we discover the merman. Jack the merman is what is going to happen because like he Lord Edworthy is like having issues because an octopus freaking came up and stole this girl's clothes off of the beach while she was swimming. And before it could get away, a shark attacked the octopus and ate it. So after that happened, the shark gave testimony saying that he had no knowledge of what had taken place, and that what was it? He wasn't a pickpocket, basically. So he gave testimony saying that in front of everybody. So then after that happened, we got into Lord Edworthy and his language, like how hard it was for him to read that script. Or no,
with all the Americanisms and the very relaxed grammar and syntax that has developed lately. We do drop a lot of words. You know, it's like texting, I think, is part, because when people started texting, it reminded me of the way you would send a telegram, because a telegram was expensive, so you used as many words. You would drop a lot of words out. You know, you would do something like on way back, something like that. Instead of I am on my way back home, you'd just say on my way or something like that, just to say. And texting reinforces that, but it also gets into our writing, our regular writings, and even our spoken word.
I don't know. Even when I'm texting SMS, and I obviously use full grammar. I will use full words and full grammar.
Well, this actually brings a good topic up, and I'm glad you're here, Mike, because this is something that you could probably relate to, because you and Satori started all this. But I was thinking before we
your
even...
fault.
Yeah, really. I've been talking about this issue for a while now, and it's like there is a difference between language and writing stuff. You know what I mean? And it's like people read stuff all the time to themselves, and they don't say it out loud. But when they start learning how to freaking actually read and speak it out loud, they start realizing that freaking it's not as easy as just reading it to yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Even when I first started reading scripts and stuff, I had a hard time. Hold on. It's a whole different experience to read out loud than it is to like read a book, for sure.
It's amazing.
The whole different section of your brain is being used, and I think you learn things. I mean, if you just read something to yourself, that's one way of thinking about it. But if you read it out loud, that gives it to you in another, and listening to it is another level too,
Yeah,
for sure.
I noticed some books are really good for reading to yourself, but they don't work to be read out loud. I remember I read this book called Dahlgren. Really good book, very weird book by Sam Delaney. And somebody said, well, you read that to me. And I looked at it and I'm like, you cannot read this book aloud. It's simply, it's all this really weird symbolic interactionist prose and disembodied poetics and things like that. And it's made to have an impact to the silent reader. But books originally were read aloud. It was you were recording something that someone else would otherwise recite, because people thought of like just speaking to each other. So like with Bob reads a lot of those aloud to me. In fact, I think he's read all of them aloud to me, and it's a different experience, and it works really well. And of course, she's an excellent reader. I think that's a more, books that lend themselves to reading aloud are something that can more naturally, I don't know. I hate to say it's unnatural having these weird poetic conventions and stuff. I don't want to sound old, but I prefer that more traditional kind of approach to storytelling and communication.
My book is very easy to read to people because it's written like you would tell it over a campfire. It's written like somebody's supposed to tell it to you.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have to prove it, because
normal traditional human communication.
You're going to have to prove it, because when you get rich and famous, they're going to start.
They're
going to have him. They're going to have him doing narrations. Like he'll have to be like those intellectuals who have to go.
No, I'm
to
gonna hire Bob to do all my narration. I've already got that covered. They're gonna call me and be like, "We need," and I'm be like, "No, I already have a narrator. She'll do everything. Don't worry about it."
I'll be like, I'm there.
You have to do it in front of a campfire. There have to be a campfire there for the reason.
That's right.
She'd love
Yeah,
that,
for
dude.
sure.
She'd love that. She'd be, she'd be throwing her arms all around and everything and getting theatrical. I could picture it in my head with Bob Dub. She'd be out there, like her hands would be swinging like a wild woman, And
she is an excellent reader. She and I discussed at one point. I don't know if it'll ever come off, but she would be great to do a series of like not just Embers, but any children's books. I've heard her read like some of Rudyard Kipling's Just So stories, and she's magnificent. And I'm like, this is a sort of thing that would go viral on YouTube, story time with Bob. And so yeah, no, that's a good choice, Minds Gaming, for your narrator. That's an excellent choice. You got the best.
Oh yeah, of course.
We should.
Well, it's coming soon. It's April. I got. It's supposed to be printed on the 16th or be done by the 17th. It's supposed to be printed on the 16th, but they have until the 17th to actually call me and say it's done.
Ooh, the 17th. Yeah. Nice.
So I'm excited.
All
I'm all excited now.
Yeah. So
and you're going to tell us how we can get our own copies.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. As soon as it's done, I'll send you guys links to
Excellent.
where everything is, and I'll probably send just Bob a copy.
Of course,
Of
course, you have to. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, definitely, and I'm going to tell all my friends about it too. Hopefully, we'll get some sales going. They need to see this book.
Cool.
They must read this.
You must read.
Yeah, I think hopefully it'll be the must read of the year. We'll say though. We'll try.
Yeah, right.
And remember too that the Bob Dub lives like around orchards and stuff. So whenever she does like videos, have her do readings for you and walk through the orchards while she's telling them.
Oh, there you go. That's a good idea.
As long as she doesn't trip over everything while she's trying to read it and walk. But
or Bob Dub.
That's where editing comes in.
And Bob Dub is genius when it comes to words, man. I guarantee you, she's got every freaking thing Mike's ever written memorized, dude. I'd almost guarantee you that. She probably hasn't told anybody yet, but I would almost bet you she hasn't memorized.
Well, the thing is, when you've got something that has so many layers to it, some things look simple and they are simple, but other things look simple, but that simplicity is supported by a really deep strength. And I remember something Isaac Asimov said. People were like, he once said, people told me that my writing is simple. It's not very sophisticated. It's not very good. He says, what I'm doing, aside from the fact that he sold millions of copies and was one of the most successful authors of his time, if you want to criticize his writing, he did say he did not want the narrator to be overwhelming to the reader. And the idea was you should forget that it's a book and just kind of flow into it. And that's a quality that he was always able to do differently from the way Mike does it, obviously. But, it's this whole idea of something just seems simple on the surface and people can say, oh, it's just simple. But look a little deeper. And why did this book sell, 10 million copies? And why does this book that Bob and I are reading, we can talk about for hours sometimes and try to figure out meanings and then ask Mike some questions that I'm sure he wasn't expecting.
Last time I brought that up, I just had to do it because it's Mike had just previously 2 episodes before said, that people usually do that to somebody, and I remember him saying that this guy said, I have no clue where they came up with that, you know what I mean? And it was while we were talking about it, I was thinking, I'm not going to say nothing because that's probably what Mike is thinking right now. Where did they come up with this? Because I wasn't even thinking about it, and It is true. I mean,
Oh yeah. I think a lot of times the little things like that you don't even notice. There's just this unifidity. Is that a word? I don't think it's a
I like
word.
that. Maybe it is
Unified.
now.
We're gonna use it
Excellent.
as a word today. Damn it.
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Let's go in a lexicon. Nice.
But I think it's has a lot to do with that. Just like everything in some ways unified and kind of weaves together. So
You can kind of
especially
pick up
when you get
echoes.
into yeah, especially when it gets into like older mythics kind of story layouts or
Yeah.
arcs. When you try to follow the same kind of method that they did, you naturally fall into things that you don't think about. You're like, oh yeah,
Right.
that's true.
Yeah. And these are grooves of narrative that are worn deep in all of our hearts. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Once you start with Once Upon a Time, then yeah, you're naturally tapping into a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That kind of
You
goes.
need a new lighter, Mark? I have plenty of lighters. I'll send you one.
I've got some,
okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you guys were talking about back a little while back about doing like the old fairy tales and stuff. Like they're just a repetition of it over and over again with little changes, and it was like I that's where I was getting into with the whole that has to do with the time period that story was written in. You know what I mean? It's like it reflects what was going on during that time period. Like if a lot of
Right.
people don't realize that, yeah, it might be the same story told over and over again, but they change things according to the time.
Well, yeah, the details change, but the condition is always the same. You know, the hero has to find something, and we all go through this in our lives. You know, we have to leave home, we have to fight dragons, or you know, deal with trolls. We might not consider them to be trolls. Maybe they're like really angry bikers. You know, maybe they're cops. I don't know. I mean, I used to say like D&D, you go to the tavern and you're the black marketeer, and you've got the town guards. And we also have cops, drug smugglers, and bars. You know, it's. We have to face these same problems. The problem of heroism, the problem of truth. Are we going to be true? We're tested every day, and these stories talk about those tests and how people succeed in them. And I think that's why they're wonderful.
I love
Of course,
that.
your stories have a lot of ambiguity to them, Mike. That is, as Bob says, everybody's dying all the time.
You gotta kill everybody. Everybody needs to die off by the end, so nobody can write anymore. No.
Don't get me started on The Walking Dead, man. I mean, it's like
no, it's not that kind of dead. They go into mason jars.
Well, I mean, like in the storyline, if you go according to the comic book, these people should be dead at a certain time period, and then they started up with the TV series, and it's like, hold on, dude, this guy should have been dead a long time ago. Why is he still there? You know what I mean? So then they get caught up in this whole thing about, well, we got to get the storyline going farther and faster, so they rush in characters that aren't supposed to be there until like years later.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's kind of what that reminded me of when you were saying that. Like when characters are supposed to die according to the story, they should die. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, whenever the story usually tells you when somebody's time is up inside the story. I feel like you just have to say, okay, let me stop saving you all this time and figure out what actually happens.
It's really weird that The Walking Dead actually came into the story, the discussion, and I apologize about that. But it really
that's not bad. It's a good reference.
Well, the comic books is what I really enjoyed. You know what I mean? I told my sister that I personally, because she likes The Walking Dead, I told her I personally like Fear of the Walking Dead more because it doesn't relate to the comic books.
Mm.
You know, if The Walking Dead had nothing to do with the comic book, I'd have had no problem with it.
Right.
You know, so that kind of ruined it for me.
Not really familiar with too much of it. I am familiar with the George Romero film, Night of the Living Dead.
Oh
Which
yeah.
was, I think,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
archetypal. And I was given to understand that the whole zombie thing, Walking Dead, whatever, was stirred up in modern times by Mel Brooks's son, Max Brooks, started the Zombie Survival Guide and built it into a franchise. And it's also an excuse for a lot of young people to have shotguns, axes, and baseball bats around the house. Oh, just zombie survival, officer. That's
I like it. That sounds great. I'm gonna make some scripts of that and incorporate it into the story. What do you guys think?
that would stir the fallout, certainly.
Yeah.
We haven't done any zombies yet. That'd be fun for sure.
That's
Zombie episode.
I'm okay just taking a zombie role. Brains. I can do
You know,
the restrained, polite British zombie brains. You know, around like brains.
Actors.
In a teacup. Brains in a teacup.
Yes, we have to make it very absurd where like people will actually like gently ask for brains or like think that you'll just give it to them. It's like, oh, well, can I have your brain, please?
Like,
why would I do that? Why wouldn't you do that? What do you mean?
Please, sir, may I have some brains?
Yes. This is
more.
See now you got me thinking zombie reservations, like the new shows that are out where like the teenage girl falls in love with the teenage zombie. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
There are about 1 billion of those, right? It's
Yeah.
Isn't that where the no, that's werewolf. I'm thinking of werewolf vampire. Never mind, it's not a zombie.
It's kind of like it. I know which one you're talking about. It's kind of like because like the zombie was actually able to leave the reservation and join the high school because he was the first one allowed into regular high school with humans.
Okay.
wow.
And he gets there, and all of a sudden he falls in love with a human girl.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And of course, you know, it's always the zombie's fault, which it always is the zombie's fault if you watch the actual.
See, we have to spin that. We have to make it the person's fault. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
That's gonna be our spin. The whole problem is the people, not the zombies.
Okay.
That sounds good.
I've got an idea. You want to do a spin? Let's make it like that, but then let's incorporate Karate Kid into it.
Wait, is a zombie like the Karate Kid, or are the humans? It's very, very important.
The kid is from the zombie reservation, and he's able to freaking go to school with regular humans, and then the regular humans keep beating him up until a little Oriental dude teaches him kung fu.
So the Oriental dude teaches the zombie kung fu,
right?
And the zombie comes back and beats everybody, and there's glory. And then I think that everybody should have to bet their brains on the match. So that's how the zombie wins all the brains for the community.
I like that. and if you remember,
can it be a Scottish zombie?
You'd have.
I don't see why not.
Somewhere like Burns Nights, so we can have haggis.
Boy, that is wrong on so many levels.
Wow.
But you remember the one-legged kick too, by the way? If
Oh,
it,
yeah,
if it was a zombie, maybe the leg comes completely off.
I was just thinking of.
Of course, it would have to, right? Like it would have to just snap off. But
Right.
yeah.
I mean,
Hopping over to get it, reattach it. Hey, give me that.
that would be
Give me that. He slowly puts his leg back on and smiles.
Yeah, dude, this is getting my brain turning. I mean, we could actually do something like that. But
Oh yeah, that'd be
I
fun.
mean, even more
That'd be
bizarre
good.
for the minute.
mhm.
Hey! We're not afraid of bizarre around here. We've done some pretty wild scripts.
Yes.
We got to get back on the spaceship eventually, man. Those were fun ones too.
Yeah.
Spaceship.
Yeah. That'd be groovy.
And
With zombies, no.
well, yeah, why not?
Zombies. Once we build the zombie world, we can bring them into space. Okay.
Right, dude. You just hit a gold mine right there, dude. Space zombies. Yeah, you're right. That would be perfect.
Well, about the zombies is they could handle like the hard vacuum and the radiation and stuff wouldn't bother them much. So they'd make perfect space crew.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Regular people have to be inside. They could be out hoisting the sails and stuff on the spaceships because of course they'd be sail ships.
Yeah.
Silver
Yeah,
sails,
of course, with all the space wind out there.
yeah, exactly. And the space pirates are for there be space pirates too.
Now the space pirates would have to, of course, be vampires.
I think they're just pirates. We don't have any vampires yet. We would have to build a world for vampires too. And if we build a world for vampires, we have to build a world for werewolves, and that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Then it has to be bilingual and stuff. They have to speak proper English as well as American English.
Well, yeah, vampires are known for their sound English, so that would be Mark. He would have to write all their parts.
Yes.
Weirdly enough, I came across a good animated cartoon film last year. A sort of Star Trek sort of spin-off, but with pirates.
That would be cool.
Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice.
That would be really cool.
Planned on YouTube. So,
If you find that, send the link.
if I can remember the name of it.
I would.
I'll have to upload.
Okay.
I always think of Guardians of the Galaxy when we go into space, man. It's like that's my bar, right? That's like my bar that I have to reach.
Well, I think we can do it. To be honest with you, I really do think we can do it.
Oh, that's a great script.
We can do it.
We could do it. Now, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna go get coffee, and then I'm gonna smoke a cigarette real quick.
All right. We've are we going to segue to another show? Or are we still Quantum Gathering here? Mike, how long do we have you for?
I mean, we did everything we need to do here. We can do whatever. I'm gonna hang out for maybe another half hour, but we can do whatever.
Okay. Now, we were wanting to do an episode of The Third Thing tonight because it's Easter. Would you want to do that with us?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. It sounds fun, man.
Yeah.
Let me smoke a cigarette first, though, and then we can do that.
Especially with you on quantum physics and stuff, because like there's a lot of weird shit when it comes to the third element and stuff like that we've been discussing. That I think you could really help out in your take on it. You know what I mean?
Okay, I mean, I'll do what I can. I don't know what it's about, but I'll try to hang in there.
That's all any of us can do. That's all any of us can do.
That's right. I'm smoking a cigarette real quick, and then I will be back in like 10, guys.
Okay. I'm gonna mute out, and then I'll come back in and stuff. if you can talk to Tan, Mark, let him know that we're going to do it.
Be still heard from all day.
It would be. He said 10 o'clock tonight, so.
I got something I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna step away here for a bit too.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay, I am going to set up the third thing here in a minute. First, like I said, I'm going to take a break and I will be back. I hope you guys enjoyed, and we will be back. I'm going to put a little bit of music in for you guys so that you can enjoy it, and mute me and Mark Edwardy out so that you guys don't have to hear it. Got the third Stir the Fallout Lord Edworthy that I made, so I hope you guys enjoy.
Oh god, this is a long one. I cautiously agreed to this. I swear, when I finish this, I'm just going to go into a corner, walk back and forth, and start crying. That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare, we provide safe, structured, narratively compliant. I can't speak. Oh god, that's why at Fairy Tale Daycare. You Americans are just putting me off. Mythical. A princess in early stage tower independency, okay. A wolf navigation in navigation. Yeah, navigation, okay. On egg-shaped set. No curse stumbles. Are you a witch? Are you a witch with full potion schedule? Potion. Okay. Conflict resolution for Sil. Union. Oh, that's your Americanized. Ugh. Isley. Parent testimonials like tests. That's why. At Fairy Tale Daycare, we provide safe, structured, narratively compliant food. We provide safe, structured, narratively compliant daycare. Are you a witch? Potion. Princess and early stage tower independency. Wolf navigation. Narratively compliant. Fairy Tale Daycare. Fairy Tale Daycare. Oh God, this is a long one. I cautiously agree to this. Potion. Compliant. Mythical. Fairy Tale Daycare. Oh God, this is a long one. I cautiously agreed to this. I swear, when I finish this, I'm just going to go into a corner, walk back and forth, and start crying. That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare, we provide safe, structured, narratively compliant. Oh God, this is a long one. I swear, when I finish this, I'm just going to go into a corner, walk back and forth, and start crying. I cautiously agree to this. Are you a witch? Are you a witch with full potion? Okay. I step.
That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare. That's why. That is why at Fairy Tale Day. we provide safe, structured, and
Yeah, we structured. No, okay. You Americans are just putting me off.
that's why at Fairy Tale
Mythic, mythical, mythic.
That's why at Fairy Tale Day, because this structured narratively complement.
Oh God, this is a long one. I swear, when I finish this, I'm just going to go into a corner, walk back and forth and start crying. I cautiously agree to this. Are you a witch? Are you a witch with full potion schedule? Potion schedule. Okay. That's why at very day. That's why. That is why That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare we provide safe, structured, and structured narrative. Okay, that's it. Your Americanisms are putting me off. That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare. Mythic. That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare we provide safe, structured, narratively complement. I'm going to cry.
Oh God, this is a long one. I swear when I finish this, I'm just going to go into a corner, walk back and forth and start crying. I cautiously agree to this. Are you a witch? Are you a witch with full potion? Okay. I step.
That's why at Fairy Tale Day. That's why. That is why at Fairy Tale Day. That's why at Fairy Tale Day we provide safe, structured, and
Yeah, we structured. No, okay. You Americans are just putting me off.
that's why at Fairy Tale
Mythic, mythical, mythic.
That's why at Fairy Tale Day, because this structured narratively complement.
That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare we provide safe, structured, narratively compliant. Oh God. A princess in early stage toward independency. Okay. A wolf navigation in navigation. Yeah, navigating. Okay. On egg-shaped no curse. Who are also rivals. Okay. Conflict resolution for siblings. For siblings. Unionize. That your Americanization. I see. Parent testimonies. My test.
Oh God, this is a long one. I swear when I finish this, I'm just gonna go into a corner, walk back and forth and start crying. I cautiously agree to this. Are you a witch? Are you a witch with full potion? Okay. I step.
That's why at Fairy Tale they. That's why. That is why at Fairy Tale Day. That's why at Fairy Tale Day we provide safe, structured, and.
Yeah, we structured. No, okay. You Americans are just putting me off.
That's why at Fairy Tale
Mythic, mythical, mythic.
That's why at Fairy Tale Day, because this structured narratively complement.
Oh God, this is a long one. I swear, when I finish this, I'm just gonna go into a corner, walk back and forth, and start crying. I cautiously agree to this. Are you a witch? Are you a witch with full potion schedule? Potion schedule. Okay. That's why at very day. That's why. That is why tell day. Eh? That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare we provide safe, structured, and structured narrative. Okay, that's it. You Americanisms are putting me off. That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare. Mythic. That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare we provide safe, structured, narratively complement. I'm gonna cry.
Oh God, this is a long one. I swear when I finish this, I'm just gonna go into a corner, walk back and forth and start crying. I cautiously agree to this. Are you a witch? Are you a witch with full potion? Okay. I step.
You can't see the screen sharing because we're saving whatever.
Right.
Okay, I am back too. I had to go grab my coffee and smoke a cigarette. Now I've got everything sort of situated. I almost freaked out. I forgot that. I thought I actually live streamed this on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and then I realized I I record it and then put it on there, and then, but I do it all together in the same stream. So I know that sounds weird, but
yeah, I'm
weird.
trying.
You wanna know what's weird? So for my systems, for my computer systems, I don't use any of the hard drives on any of them for anything online. If I have to go, they're all offline computers. If I have to go online, I have Windows to go on thumb drives, right? So these are my online operating systems. I have one Windows 11 Windows to go that I use mainly just for about everything, general driver, daily driver, and it got so slow, impossibly slow. Now, this computer that I'm using, it's just a daily driver. It's I don't know, it's i5, one of the middle-aged i5s. It's got 16 gigs of RAM. It's just a everyday kind of thing, right? I pull out that Windows 11 to go thumb drive, and I put it on my what I call my grandpa. I've got a Hewlett Packard that's almost as old as I am, and it runs the Windows 11 perfectly fine.
Right. Without the TPM2 chip.
I'm sorry?
Without the TPM2 chip set.
Oh, I don't know.
You said Hewlett Packard, right?
Yeah, you saying I ordered this machine. What's the machine?
This thing's
called?
old. It's got a dual core i5 460. That's how old it is. It's like one of the first i5s. So, yeah, but it runs Windows. It has 4 gigs of RAM, and it runs Windows 11 better than anything else I've got from the thumb drive.
Boy, I bet you they forgot that, didn't they?
So it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And I put a new Windows 11 thumb drive into my daily driver, and it runs perfectly fine. So
I thought you were concerned about security.
Nobody's secure about security.
Yeah,
You're just you.
Or anything.
You're the only person I know who's worried about security, Mark. Just letting you know.
I've had war with the NSA for a very long time. Security doesn't exist. All you can do is circumvent and get ahead of whatever it is they want to do to you.
Okay, now be careful. You don't want to scare Tan off.
OMG. Roger's on camera.
Yeah. See? See, that's cool. I'm glad that you noticed that because I did it just for you, man.
Come back.
Okay.
Now I do understand that, like thumb drives, they have the read-write limitations. You can only do so much after a while.
NAND or NOR drive, so any on the stage,
Right. So I'm thinking, because it's not an M2 or NVMe, it's just a 3.0 thumb drive. So it's 3 months. I think I put this thing, I put the operating system on it in December. It's now April. So 4 months good for a thumb drive?
Mm-hmm. That's really good.
Running operating system? Yep. So it's just, okay.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest with you guys though. You think coding is all that and everything, but building a computer is way funner than doing any of the coding and stuff
Hell
like that.
yeah, it is.
I used to when I was working in retail, repairs and builds. I was building a machine. Let's say a machine every 45 minutes.
And it's fun, wasn't
it? For about I lasted in that contract for about 7 months.
Yeah. Now, Dan, did you get your wine?
5 days a week, 7 hours per day.
Wow.
That was not fun.
No. Yes, it was. Yes, it
The
was.
owner was extremely meticulous when it came to cable ties and cabling. Everything had to be cable tied nicely, neatly. Everything had to, even though we knew that the end users were just normal consumers, and then once
You know how I first,
anyway, so
you know,
then they're never going to see it.
Get every penny out of your labor there, dude. They're gonna get every penny because of those nice, neat ties. I'm sure they charge an extra 10% on their product.
I've never told you guys this.
And probably with the amount of blood I've spilled over the
Oh
pieces
my
because of the sharp,
goodness.
Extra for that. Blood is extra.
My goodness. That's so horrible. You know how I first learned how to put a computer together? You won't believe this. I learned how to do it on an assembly line.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom used to build computers for a living.
Yeah.
Computer calculators for Texas Instruments.
All I did is like they put me in a spot where I had to put a freaking power supply in to each freaking chassis that came by. And then they eventually set it up to where I had to put the motherboard in. And then after the motherboard, I had to make sure that the fan was put on top when it was finished off. Then at the end of the night, we had to take all the spare parts, the extra stuff, and see if we could put the computers together with what we had left.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Very.
I lived in Kansas City. It was one of the best jobs I ever had. I loved it. Tan's here. Tan, did you get your wine? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm out of wine. Oh no.
Oh no. How is he supposed to make sacrament without wine?
That's right.
Okay.
They have run out of wine.
No way.
Perhaps they're enforcing Buddhist precepts in your area now and not selling alcohol.
Juice only. Juice only.
They haven't prayed to Jesus enough.
Okay, so let me go ahead and do the countdown. I'll do a cool introduction.
Wait, what are we doing?
We're doing the third thing. This is the Easter tradition. This is also the final episode for the year for the third thing. We've done 12 episodes, and I cut it off at 12, so.
Lucky 13.
All right. So with that, let me start this up, and we will get going. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final episode of 2026 for the third thing. I'm Roger Hanson. I am your host, and tonight we have with us my co-host Mark Edworthy and Tan Hai Tran, along with Mike, aka Minds Gaming, as well as B from Locations Unknown. As on top of that, to boot, we also have Auto Excelsiors or Auto X from Minds.com. Tonight's going to be a good episode. Tonight is our final episode, but it's also the episode that we were going to have just before Easter, and this was not planned. Okay, just so everybody knows, it just happened to fall on that day. So this is going to be more oriented towards Easter. And another thing that me and Tan were having a conversation with, which I'm really glad that we have Mike, Tan, and Otto here, because first of all, Otto is a Buddhist, and Tan's a Catholic, and Mike is into quantum physics, which is something that we've talked about quite a bit here on the third thing. So, with that being said, we have a pretty good cast. Then we have, poor me and Mark Edworthy and B, who are just, kind of men of many trades who don't really know much, but we can grab information from these three off of it as we go. So,
Sir, I'm a polymath.
he's a polymath.
He is like Melchizedek, that mysterious king of Salem.
Oh yeah.
Oh, like that.
Melchizedek just sounds great, dude. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
so the first episode that I did is where I think this would best really. This would be perfect for ending the season to start out with. And what I started out with is something called the pattern beneath all things. That was something that I wanted to start out with because we were talking about duality and dualism and the differences between the two. You know what I mean? Now, with where I was coming from with this, duality is basically the foundation because, and you have to understand the difference between duality and dualism. Now, with duality, it's two opposing or complementary forces that define one another. They're not in conflict. You know what I mean? That would be like yin and yang. In physics, it would be particle versus wave. In psychology, it would be like the conscious and the unconscious. And then if you went mathematically, it would be like dual spaces. Now, duality basically is what describes tension, balance, and polarity. You know what I mean? And that's where I started out with, and then I started going into the third element, okay? And this is where things get interesting. Now, many philosophical systems, they usually teach that when two forces interact, a third thing can emerge. Something that isn't just a blend, but it's a new it's a new structural level, basically. And this is where you guys have heard me say it over and over again. I always compare water. You know what I mean? You have oxygen or hydrogen plus oxygen, which equals water. And this is where the third element is created. As I was in a discussion with Tan before, a lot of people think that it's hydrogen mixing with oxygen, and it's not really hydrogen mixing with oxygen that creates water. It's that close interaction between these two elements that creates water. And that interaction is, well, not, yeah, I guess the water would be the third element. You know what I'm saying?
It's called covalent bonding.
Mm-hmm. Well, even in a Hegelian dialect, there, I know Nancy likes to talk about that all the time. In Hegelian dialect, if you look at it like that, you have thesis and then you have antithesis, which is synthesis.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and like I'll go ahead.
Hegel stole it from Fichte, but yeah, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and it is considered the Hegelian process, but Fichte actually said it first. So just setting the record straight.
Mm-hmm. Well, like if you want to go into the whole third element too, like Jungian psychology, okay? You had the integrating consciousness, then you had the unconsciousness, or the unconscious, and then the individuation. So
I love when Carl talks about the dark self, getting to know your shadow.
Mm-hmm.
People, people look at this stuff. It's like, oh, this is some occult stuff. This is some. No, it's not. It's just accepting that being good is not. It's not just everything. You have bad parts of you, but you still have to recognize those bad parts and then use those bad parts for good. That's sort of the train there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like we could get into stuff like information theory too, but this is basically the whole thing about the third element. The third element is often like the resolution or evolution that comes after duality is what it is, you know. That brings us into triality, and triality is a step beyond both the above when it comes to what we've been discussing just so far. So instead of a system defined on two poles, triality involves three interdependent elements that form a stable structure. And
that gives you 3 dimensions too, right?
right. Now in Christianity, which is where we're going with this because of Easter, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Okay? That's for Christianity. Now in physics, you have spin groups, triality, symmetry. In spin logic is true, false, and indeterminate, basically. And that's where we had an issue with Mark, because Mark didn't want to accept it, indeterminate.
Well, it's not technically indeterminate, it's probabilistic.
Tell us a little bit about that, Mike.
And for to say that for Christianity is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the original Christian text, Gnostic text, it was the Father and Mother and Son. All feminism of any kind got torn out of these, out of the Bible, as far as female being the Holy Spirit. But yeah,
Mother Mary Church is big on that one.
Yeah.
But tell us about the probabilistic element, Mike.
Well, it's not really indeterminate. So you have true, false, or on, off, depending on how what you're looking at in physics and how it's phrased. But then you also have probability, which isn't incompetence. It's more a line of that's where you get digits like pi and things from that are never ending or infinite, where it's not incomplete or issue, it's just so long that it's not possible. So it's more probabilistic. Probability over incompetence is all.
So, like, there are different, I take it things are more or less probable. Is that taken into account? I mean, some things seem very probable, other things seem very improbable. So
right, yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, in quantum physics, it's all math there that you're talking about. But if you take just the simple fact of life, the probability there is just quantifiably small, right, compared to our universe, just because of our what we found in space and what we haven't found, and all the different subject matter that we have, information we have on it. But as soon as you find another life source, those probabilities drastically change, right?
Right.
Well, what's striking me, I just suddenly thought of this when you were talking about, probabilities and things like pi, which is a number that you can never actually write it down. So it's weird, the Pythagoreans thought it was like I forget who discovered it. They thought it was like some kind of horrible secret, and they couldn't let people know it. It was irrational. They didn't want people to know about it. But what I was suddenly thinking of was negative numbers. And I know that they use things like square roots of negative numbers that apparently, I mean, you can't point to a negative number. We were talking before about when the Greeks were coming up with number theory, they had a sandbox. They would just make little dots in the sand to count things. And there was a huge argument for years that 0 should not be on the number line. And I have old textbooks where 0 is not, because it's just a placeholder. It's not a thing. So a negative number, that's not real. And it really can hit you if you think about it, which most people don't. So we're really, it just shows that math is completely removed from reality. really. Even though it can describe it really well, it has nothing to do with reality.
Negative numbers are definitely
that's theoretical math.
Well,
It's-
yeah,
well,
and
it's
with
not
There's applied
theoretical math.
which is
It's
really
logical math, right? Because if you have one item and I need an item, then you need a number to take away that item from you. So we needed something to represent what was being taken away, which
you have
we
to
can't
have
physically
the
see. But
create reality, and then you also have to have the ability to uncreate reality.
right. So when you're talking number scales, I think the number scale is really interesting there because like it does zero belong on the number scale. It depends. Where are you starting the number scale from? Are you starting from -10 or are you starting from 1? Because if you're starting from -10 and counting up to +10, then yes, it belongs. But if you're counting to just 10, then no, it doesn't. You see what I mean?
It actually does make sense.
Yeah.
Now, triality. Another thing about triality is triality isn't duality plus a bonus. Okay, it's a fundamentally different system where 3 points create shape, stability, and complexity, basically. Okay, so after that, you have to understand that duality. As a fundamental pattern has its place too. Like the duality is two forces that complete each other basically, and opposites that interlock. They interlock like a key in a lock, or day and night. You know what I mean?
Even though they seem incompatible when you look at them separately.
Right. Now their tension is creative, generative, and stabilizing. Basically, neither side exists alone, and each gives meaning to the other. Basically, so you have wave and particle. You've got yin and yang. You've got order and chaos, conscious and unconsciousness. And then even like with charges, you have the negative and the positive, which ends.
So I got a question for yin and yang. Who's my yin and yang answer? So what is the point on yin and yang called when the white and black meet? The line where white and black meet. What is that called? I know that has a very special word. I can't remember what it is though.
The liminal field, I'm not sure.
That's a good question.
I was thinking about the fact that yin and yang, I think, traditionally or originally referred to the sunny and shady side of a hill. So maybe that's the twilight where the two meet. We have the internet at our fingertips. So
yeah.
Now, even though Tan is Catholic, he is a converted Catholic. He grew up in Vietnam, and actually, you know a bit about that stuff, don't you, Tan?
The Eastern yin yang stuff.
Yeah, yin yang. Yin yang. Did you get into much of that when you was a kid?
No, but when I was growing up, I did do some study about Eastern Chinese philosophy. So yeah, Mike's question is interesting.
It's interesting. I can't find anything online here about it either. So
it's
about the gray piece, the third part of the.
Is it the Tao? Is it the Tao? So the yin ones are the
the Tao is the yin yang symbol is the symbol of the Tao.
The Tao is the harmony, right? It's the line in the middle. It's the harmony of the yin and the yang.
And they have a dot from each and the other to show that they're at the heart of it, kind of deal. And I remember reading years ago that it represented the sunny and the shady side, positive and negative, but not like morally positive and morally negative, simply like a positive charge and a negative charge on a battery or on a pole magnet or something. And both are needed for the other. You can't have a shadow without light, and light means that you're going to have shadows. So like Roger was saying, they complete each other, and each is actually indissolubly a part of the other, even though when we look at it from the outside, it looks like two very different things.
Mm-hmm.
But
now, see, on the charge, the positive and the negative in physics, when it comes to the charge, especially duality, is symbiotic.
Right. They support each other.
Right.
Yeah. When you talk about the dot in the middle of the opposite color, it kind of just reminds me of electrons. And then the first time I heard about a positron, it's like, holy crap!
Oh.
It's the same thing, but
an electron. Yeah.
Yeah.
They knew. They knew. They had Democritus was talking about atoms when, hundreds of years BC. There's a tiny little thing we can't see that all matter is made up of. Oh yeah, sure, Democritus. Go on, tell us another one. No one will ever believe that.
That's good. I like
that line on the paper in South we were talking about before, Mike. They draw that.
that's good.
You pass this line. Get back behind the line, Democritus. What are you doing out there? There's 4 elements. We don't need 97 and a bunch of transuranium things.
Those damn Greeks.
We need all these things. There's water, earth, and fire, man. That's it.
And air.
What's the fourth element?
No, they didn't know about air yet. Okay, that was discovered later.
Discovered.
Old physics, yeah.
I always get a kick out of that.
You like that? You like that?
Yeah, it was discovered later. It was like what's his name? Locke. Wasn't it Locke? Locke was the scientist, and he came real close to discovering oxygen. He was almost there. It's like, so he discovered oxygen, did he?
Oh man! If only I found that helium item.
Well, if he didn't discover oxygen, how would he breathe?
Right. Exactly.
He discovered it, but he realized it's been with him.
Right.
They're all on.
And
always there.
I've got to give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. I got to talk to producer Mike about our future slots at RBN. So I'll be back, guys.
Sounds good.
Later.
Okay, so just since we've already covered a little bit on duality, I wanted to kind of go through with you guys what my take on dualism is and why it's different than duality, because I really, and I've had a lot of time to spend with Bob Dub on this when we did our show Duality, so I think I had a pretty good spring off from where to go with it, you know what I mean? But with what I say, you're going to hear a little bit of what Bob Dub has, but I've got a bad memory, so I could say it wrong. You know what I mean?
No worries.
Yeah, she'll correct me later. But like with dualism, it's two forces that are locked in conflict. Okay, so they oppose each other as enemies and not partners, basically. Now, with dualism, the goal is victory, it's division, and it's separation. So usually one side is framed as good and the other is framed as bad. And good examples would be good versus evil,
Right.
And that would be in moral philosophy and theology. Then you have spirit versus matter, which is classic metaphysics dualism. Then you have mind versus body. And that goes according to the Cartesian dualism. After that, you also have light versus darkness, which is moral opposites. Then you have dualism basically as being combative, basically. Opposites creating new tension and structure is what it basically comes down to. So duality, it opens the door to the third element, which is integration. Okay, where dualism, it prevents integration and keeps the system locked in a fight, basically. Also, with duality, it leads to emergence, then to triality, where dualism creates fragmentation, trauma, and internal conflict. Now, when especially when it comes to stories, this also applies because when it comes to the story, which it has to do with like the antagonist force or the old world view. The characters they always have to transcend. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. It's interesting because this is an excellent topic for Easter.
Mm-hmm.
Because, when you're talking about duality as opposed to dualism, the one is a struggle and the other is a completion. But I think both have elements of both. And a lot of times what we see as a struggle really is a completion, and sometimes completion involves struggle. And one of the problems that people have when they are in a monotheistic religion is, how do you avoid slipping into dualism? Because God is good, and yet bad things happen. And of course, we can say, well, they're bad to us because we have a limited perspective. Our idea of good and bad is going to be very, very different from God's. God has a plan, and so forth and so on. And yet, even the most monotheistic religions tend to slip. I mean, the ancient Persians had this extremely dualistic religion. You had, Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu, and it was like the god of light and the god of dark, and they would have a big war at the end of history, and the good guys would win. At least that's what the good guys say anyway. But the idea is that even though there is a God that is good and beneficent and who created us and gave us this wonderful planet to live on and everything, there's another God as powerful, which is trying to screw things up. Not quite as powerful, or we wouldn't be here. But the idea is that you've got this titanic struggle, and each person takes part in that by trying to drive out the evil in their own life and foster the good in their own. But a monotheist has to say, and I always like to quote that line from, I believe it was in Isaiah, where he said, and we talked about this before, I create the light, I create the darkness. I create the good, I create the evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. I probably am not quoting it exactly right, but that's pretty much handled it up.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So this is an element of God that, and of course, this is the Old Testament, but Christianity, the major monotheist religion today, is drawn. This is the basis of it. So this is
from Judaism. Yeah.
Right. So this is the same God. You can't say, oh, that's a different God. And I know there are some odd theologies that claim that Jesus is completely separate from the Old Testament deity, but that's not, as I understand, Orthodox teaching to be. And Christ completed the Trinity in the course of our history. So it's this, and again, this is the problem when you're talking about duality as opposed to dualism. We tend to see the struggle. We see the tiger eating the antelope. We see the person who gets into a bad car accident, or we see all these things. We see wars, and it's very difficult to maintain a monotheism and keep in the idea that this is all for the good. And I think you can only argue with people that it's a limited perspective so far. It's very easy to slip into, and we do have traditions in Christianity of Lucifer, of Satan, of the devil, and very, very intelligent theologians take this concept very seriously. Carl Jung took this concept very seriously. But ultimately, all of creation was created by God. I got into an argument actually with Bob about this the other night about, if God is all good, why did he create Satan if he knew that this was going to happen? To say, well, he was a fallen angel, obviously, but if he was in the Garden of Eden, I think the serpent is often equated with the adversary, if I can use that term.
Yep.
I don't know that it's directly says so anywhere, but so again, you have to fall back on this is all part of the plan. And, I have to admit that you need the ability to make mistakes or you don't have free will.
And free will has to be without a net. You can't say there's ultimately a feather bed down here. And it's unfortunately an aspect of that is there's going to be a lot of splats down on the concrete. But without those, it's not a real struggle. It's not a real test. The Greeks talked about the agon, the struggle, you know, and things resolved agonistically. But this ties into the dualism instead of the duality, because really you need these things. All our joys come from, in many ways, a contrast with all our pains. And I'm going to get Nietzschean and quote him again, where he said, if you've said yes to a single joy, you have said yes to all woe, because all the things that have happened to you, good and bad, are necessary for you to enjoy this moment of good. So I think that's about it for my monotheism.
You did very well, man. That was actually pretty good. I mean, I was impressed.
Now Tan can no doubt refine.
Yeah, for a Buddhist, Otto, you you analyze Christianity pretty well. Although dualism is not a Christian belief. It is actually considered a heresy in Christianity. Even though you quoted the Old Testament saying God created, I created the darkness, I create the light. Well, it's a different way of interpreting that, because he's the creator of the universe. Nothing exists in the universe except created by him. So I mean, he created the devil, right? So the devil is the fallen angel, and it was created by him. So indirectly, you can say he created evil, right?
Right.
But evil is it's the consequence of free will. So, but the dualism came out of I think it came out of the Gnostic traditions, where the early Christian believers started verging into this duality of the spirit and the body, and they started hating the body in favor of the spirit, where the spirit is the higher mode of being, right? And so they reject the body completely. So there's the dualism of the spirit and the mind and the body. But that is considered a heresy in Christianity, because why? Jesus incarnated, God incarnated in the body. So you cannot say that the body is a bad thing. So
as a matter of fact, didn't they go to the extent of saying that Jesus wasn't physical? He was actually a form of energy.
Yeah.
That was a heresy. There was Docetism and some other heresies that God couldn't possibly be crucified. Therefore, this was an illusion.
Yes.
The Quran, I believe, they say they actually
because they reject the physical,
the flesh. The flesh is evil.
Body of
yeah.
They reject the flesh. The flesh was the cause of the original sin.
Yeah, exactly.
So they decided just to avoid sin altogether. They reject the flesh.
So
Well, I mean, even in the normal Bible, it says flesh is evil.
Well, the flesh is, what was it? What was the line? The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Yes.
Yeah, St. Paul said that.
Yeah, after getting
seduced. Because it's the flesh suffers the consequence of the original sin. So it's weakened by the original. After the original sin, the grace that was given to the original human parents has been lost. So we're left with this mark in our gene that is weakened, making our susceptible to doing the wrong thing rather than doing the right thing. And I think each of us can attest to
Yeah.
that kind of
Well,
experience.
I was talking too about popular religion as opposed to, because most people practice their religion, but they're not necessarily conversant with theological detail. And I've talked before about people in Haiti. All voodoo worshipers have to be good Catholics in good standing. That's one of the rules. You have to be in full communion with the church in order to practice a voodoo rite. So this is obviously very heretical. It's folk religion. Yet these people believe this very implicitly. And the dualism. I mean, yeah, I know that Christianity is the dualism is not part of the doctrine, but at the same time, we do have to struggle. We do have good and bad. We do want to, from a Christian viewpoint, we don't want to sin. We want to resist the devil and all his works. So there is an element of struggle, but I guess the problem is seeing that the evil is something that it's not part of God. I've heard evil described as the absence of God, actually.
Well, that's hell. Technically, the definition of hell.
Yes, exactly.
Well, yeah. And you're right, Otto. So it's technically, it's the evil is defined as the privation of the good, right? It's the absence of the good.
Right.
Now that we've covered dualism pretty good, I want to sidestep a little bit and talk about duality interaction. Now, I've mentioned the distinction between duality and dualism, but I want to kind of get into the interactions of duality, which is the duality interaction goes to emergence of the third element. Now, the synthesis steps for this they appear across philosophy, psychology, chemistry, and also information theory as well, without even talking about religion. Okay. So when we get into triality, what we're saying is triality is represented as the stable triad, the shift from 2 to 3, and how 3 creates complexity and balance. Okay. So
I think Mike can talk to this triality thing because it's a mathematical term, isn't it?
Exactly.
In mathematics, it's also.
Yes.
It's also.
You still there, Mike?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm listening. So yeah.
Some sort of pattern that emerge out of the 8 dimensions.
The stable triad.
Right.
So it depends on how you look at it, right? Because if you're talking about 2 to 3, then you're talking a stage of evolution in math, right? Because you have to evolve 2 to 3, and you're adding something to it, which is an evolution stage, through the math itself, just mathematically. So you have to then define how you got to 2 first. So where did your 2 come from? Which leads you all the way back to 0. So now you're having an evolution stage from 0 to 3, which would be 0, 1, 2, 3, right? But all those numbers imply evolution of a number through those scales. So when you get to 3, does it make the number more stable, is what you're asking? And I would say no. I think the most stable number in that situation would be 0, which most people would probably call the God particle or God itself. So,
Now, I personally believe that 3 creates complexity and balance.
Well, we're talking. If we're talking creativity, then yeah, 3 is more creative. But if we're talking stable, 0 would be the most stable. I always look at math as stability over that. But yeah, creatively, it took creation to get to 3.
Well, 3 is creation.
I'm thinking that.
For example, you got marijuana, right? You got a lighter. You hit it. That creates some smoke, and you get high. That's the third thing, isn't it?
Well, that is actually an example of using thesis, synthesis, or antithesis and thesis, but I hadn't quite thought of that example, but I'm very glad that. Well, yeah, you can apply these things in everyday life. But I was going to say, I'm going back to thinking about the ancient Greeks with their sandbox. When they saw the number 3, they saw 2 dots with another dot on top of it. So for them, that's a very stable thing. I don't think they had 0. So
No, they definitely didn't have 0. See, but the sandbox was their 0, which is what they never realized. They were drawing inside their 0.
I hadn't thought of that. That's good. I'm going to remember that. The sandbox was their 0, and it was there all the time.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What you need most often is right closest to you.
Now, with me, I always believe, like, when it comes to the primordial, I think a lot of people don't really get into that. They don't, like, for me, I always talk about the primordial ooze or the primordial mud, you know what I mean, which is found in a lot of ancient pagan beliefs. And then that also brings you to the book of Genesis when it comes to the creation. Before there was nothing, it was an empty void. And then if you read the first few pages of the book of Genesis, that would explain to you exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to the primordial. That's where the mud comes up out of the freaking the water, you know what I mean? And then also the primordial waters. That's another thing that was pagan, you know, things of that nature. That to me would be one, you know what I mean? And that's where all of the suffering comes from, where you go through your trials and tribulations as you climb and ascend. And when you get out of those trials and tribulations, you become this new element, you know what I mean? This new thing because of what you've been through. Does that make sense?
What about the math on, you guys talk about creativity, but I am a firm believer in solve et coagula, destroy to create. So, what if, I mean, in a simple example, you've got a wall and you've got a sledgehammer. Add those two together, you don't have a wall anymore.
No, you've got space. You've got extra space. You might have an air vent.
You got rock on the ground. Yeah. So, I don't know. I think that could be expressive of like the negative number, right?
Well, there's an old Taoist saying, it's in the Tao Te Ching, where it says that we say walls are valuable, but without a window and a door, a wall is useless. You know, so it's we have to remember the value of what is not, as well as the value of what is. You know, we make a clay pot, but unless we hollow it out, it's just a big lump of clay.
Yeah.
So smashing through the wall, it might be very helpful if you need to breathe or get some sunlight. So, but yeah, it is a negative, I guess. I mean, me, first thing that jumps out at me is we control our environment as humans. That's what we like to do. And you know, sledgehammer wall. You know, it just kind of does make sense in a certain way.
Right.
Right. Now you also have to take a look at like the actual words duality and dualism, like because dualism has the ISM on it, it tells you immediately that this isn't just like describing a pair. This is describing a system built around that pair. You know what I mean?
Right.
So for me, duality is basically descriptive, where dualism is doctrinal. You know, so that's another aspect to look at. And then the interaction of duality, it often produces a third element, which would usually be resolution, synthesis, or an entirely new state, basically. You know.
Struggle. Well, solving coagula in a sense too. What B was talking about. You know, things when we have something new, that means we no longer have something old. And we often talk about, you know, building on a foundation, but we're using that foundation to build as well. So sometimes you do have to disassemble things, you know, as you go. I mean, when you're building a building, you have like a superstructure around it, you know, scaffolding and stuff. That doesn't stay there.
Right.
You know, that's so in Buddhism, you probably all heard the metaphor of the raft to get across the water. And if you just try to jump into the water, an alligator will bite you, or you'll get, you know, swept downstream. But if you build a raft, you can get yourself over to the other side safely. But then you keep going and you leave the raft. You don't carry the raft with you, sort of thing. But the raft is what happens when you have a combination of a barrier and your desire to overcome the barrier, just like the sledgehammer overcomes the wall.
Well, earlier you guys were talking about Passion of the Christ, and this brings up a really good thing that Tan could kind of get into with us, because during the
Before you
crucifixion.
go there, Roger, let me
Well,
comment on your quoting of Genesis, where you you quoted the fact that in the beginning the earth or the universe was a formless void,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So it was not really nothing, right?
Mhm.
It was is a formless something, but it's not nothing, right?
Yeah, right, correct.
Yeah,
Even
yeah,
in
yeah.
physics, you're correct here. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
it's not a nothing.
So I think
Right. Well, I did
think
say void though, didn't I? I mean, just to make that
Yeah,
clear, okay? Just
yeah,
so
formless void.
I don't want to make any mistakes on that, because I interpret that as chaos, just so you know.
Yeah. So the Christian interpretation of it is I hope I'm not wrong on this, but um, Genesis 1:1 starts when the creation of the universe has already started.
Ah.
So, right. So,
Okay.
right. Yeah.
I was wondering how you were gonna, because when you said that, I'm like, okay, wait a minute.
It has already begun. The Big Bang has already banged, and and so now then it's starting to the creation of God begins to move chaos into order.
Matter starts
Things
appearing.
start to come into order. Yeah.
Right. Now,
Okay. Hey, I'm glad you brought that up. You finished that.
That's really good.
I'm like, aha.
That's really interesting, in my view, for sure, because if you do the actual math on it, matter had to cross over a line for it to be physically real in our view. From quantum physics into reality, it had to appear. It had to cross this boundary. So
Right.
that's really interesting to hear.
So you did watch the videos that I sent you, or the Roger sent you?
What videos?
Me, I did not get any video.
Oh, well, you asked for the information when I was saying that there was already material.
Where did you send it?
Of
Where did you send the link?
Roger,
In the last week's chat?
He never sent the links.
I sent you the links.
No, well, you could have
I've been
actually.
waiting for a link all week.
You could have, but yeah, you're right.
So what I was saying last week was that you have the substrate of virtual particles.
Yeah.
And when God declared there should be something, that's where it came from unreal to real.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
That's what I was trying to explain last week. And now you argued to death with me. That wasn't the
No,
case.
I thought last week you were trying to argue with me about the mini gods.
Oh yeah.
We got to that later on.
Now hold on. I want to get onto this part, because this is very important. When we were talking about what Otto was just talking about, that really brought out something that really stuck to me when it comes to you guys have brought up Passion of the Christ. Now, Catholics on the crucifixion have what they call stations that they go to, and they do
Stations of the cross, 13 stations. Yeah.
right. Now, each station is actually a ritual that you have to go through whenever you go to each of those to represent something.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I was wondering if maybe that kind of also goes into the whole duality being descriptive and dualism being doctrinal. You know what I mean? I was wondering if you could tell everybody a little bit about these stations and what the process is, if you wouldn't mind, Tan.
Oh, I don't know if you are heading in the right direction, but the stations of the cross, it walked through the path of Christ from the time he got sentenced by Pontius Pilate to the time he got crucified and died. That's it. So it's just, station number 1, Jesus was condemned, all the way to station 13 or 12, Jesus breathed his last breath, and then 13, he was brought down from the cross.
Can I sidetrack here really quickly?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to ask a Catholic this. So, so Jesus dies on the cross because he was supposed to. Everything was planned. He was to be the sacrifice and all that. What about Pontius Pilate? He played his role that he was supposed to. Does he still go to hell?
I think he became a saint in later tradition. Actually, he converted.
Really? Well, I mean, what do you think?
I don't know if he's recognized in the modern calendar, but there was some apocrypha about him.
Did you watch Passion of the Christ, V?
I've never seen it. No. But
you should watch it. It's dramatically, it is incredible, and you can see there's artistic license being exercised, right? But you can see when Christ breathed his last breath from the cross, and Satan just realized what had happened then. Right, and then his face is so shocked. He realized he's been tricked.
Wow.
But are the people that were involved with the crucifying of Christ, they played their role? This was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So
okay.
is it their sin or not?
No.
Or do they go to hell or
not? So to answer your direct question, is Pontius Pilate in heaven or is he in hell? Well, the Catholic Church or the Christian Church in general does not say that anybody is in hell. It cannot know for certain that anybody's in hell, even the most evil of the people. We don't know if at the last moment before their death, they somehow have deep remorse for what they had done. Right. Just like the thief on Jesus' right side that's being crucified with him, Saint Ditnus was his name, as tradition calls it.
I think, see, and this is where I think you guys kind of fall off, because you didn't know where this was going, but like in the stations, okay, there's also one where Mary sees Jesus fall when he carries his cross. Okay,
I think that
Mary, Jesus' mother, right?
Right,
Yeah,
Mother Mary.
Don't the stations reflect actual scriptural, like where Jesus stumbled or where this happened, or
yeah?
So I think you can find
now.
Well,
and hold up. In that part, Mary goes to help him, and Jesus looks up at him and says, "See, even now, something new. You know, there's something new."
Yeah. See, Mother, I'm creating something new. Yeah.
It's because you have two trains of thoughts that are both canon. Like, I mean, you have the crucifixion of Christ was supposed to happen. It was prophesied to happen. There are those who played their parts to make that happen. But at the same time, the law of the religion is you don't kill anybody, you don't harm anybody. So you have to I think the intersection that maybe creates a third. Like, there's got to be a different outcome. Right?
Let me throw myself on that grenade. And I might even throw a little Buddhism in here with due respect to Tam. But I think that my first reaction to your question It would be basically. Well, she split really quick when she saw who was here.
She probably Sonia had probably had to go out and come back in, or
Okay. But anyway, it seems to me that if you're a Roman procurator or whatever his Pontius's title was, if you're a Roman soldier who, you've signed up to do these things, you are going to be nailing people to crosses. I mean, for them, Jesus was just another guy they crucified that week. They crucified a lot of people, and they made war, and they killed each other. So I think it is a person's individual choice whether they're going to be engaging in these activities. And in Buddhism, you would say that is their individual karma. They have these intentions and they've acted on them. They intended to be a soldier. So I don't, and again, Tan would probably be able to refine this better, but to my mind, it seems like whatever sin they committed would be in the context of themselves personally, not that they personally, that didn't have to do anything with Christ as such, but more with the fact that they were doing these sinful things. And it's interesting when we talk about like deathbed repentance and things like that, which a lot of people get very angry at because they want to see people punished, which is not there's a whole Buddhist thing about wanting people to be punished because you want people to be punished. What good is that going to do you? What good is except maybe a little Schadenfreude, which is not a really good nourishment for you, right? So in Buddhism, when you die, in Buddhism they talk about your mental state. Your mental state is a great determinant in what happens to you. And yes, in Buddhism you can go to hell just as you can in most other religions.
I understand that, but in the context of
So the mental state is also a Catholic Christian thing. It's called
nous. Yes.
Nous.
It's called it's moral culpability.
Interesting.
If you're a mental state where you're like you don't know, you cannot help. If somebody who's a total addict and they're in a state where they cannot help themselves out of the pit that they're in, then it's like a plea of insanity in the legal system, right?
Right.
I shouldn't have asked, but I've always wondered.
Well, it's a good question. It's a good question.
Actually, this is kind.
Answer your question. Just because you're still curious. Never mind Pontius Pilate, right? Look at Judas, right?
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Judas was actually a good question, right there.
He was actually a disciple of Jesus.
Yes.
And then he ended up betraying him to which. Right. Yeah.
Welcome, Sonia.
So it's
Sonia's back.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi guys.
Hey Sonia.
Hello.
So continue before you lose your train of thought.
Please continue.
So
sorry.
Jesus being God, he has foreknowledge that this was going to happen to him. He know what he told you that what you were about to do it quickly, and at Thursday night supper, the Last Supper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, so people has free will. They have the free choice to do the good or the bad. It's on them. So, but
I think it's
God being God,
deal.
he has total foreknowledge of what is going to happen.
I just, the whole idea of destiny is like, what if you're destined to go and kill the Son of God?
Predestination, right? There's something called predestination. Predestination is only useful from the point of view of God. From the point of view of humans, we cannot assume predestination.
Well, I just think it would suck at being born to be destined to be the guy to kill God and then to be thrown to hell.
Hold on a minute. Let me, for the little bit of Christian religion that I did do research in, I do want to point out that what you guys, if you really want to make this a clearer conversation, you have to discuss what God's will actually is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's described in the Bible clearly. If you go in and you look at what was that? It's a real small book. Habakkuk. The book of Habakkuk will explain it exactly what God's will is. And the thing is it's like God's will is like a tidal wave, all right, and it travels across the earth. And no matter what you do, no matter what you say or what you think, God's will happen. You know what I mean? That's what Amos was talking about when he was preaching against Israel, saying that they were going to be destroyed because of their sins. You know what I mean? He was
So in other words, if it's God's will for you to go and I don't know,
Well, that's the
treat
Calvinist. That's the Calvinist thing, V. But I like what I think it was C.S. Lewis who said that God can for God who is out of time and space. God sees the beginning and the end, but you make the decisions you make. You have free will to make any of these decisions. So He sees all the decisions you're going to make. But that doesn't mean that He made them. So He doesn't send you to hell, but He might know that you're going to make the decisions to send yourself to hell.
like
So
you know what Judas's motives were for betraying Jesus, right?
jealous of the
No, Judas believed in the Messiah that was going to come as a military leader, and he was going to conquer the Romans. When he betrayed Jesus, he was trying to call Jesus's hand to where he would actually have to prove himself as the Messiah, or
yes,
not.
I've heard this, and it's
he was an
very
accelerationist. Accelerationism.
Right.
He was an accelerationist. Wow. Back then, I didn't know they had it back then.
Well, but the thing is, this is why the current Jews do not believe Christ was the savior, because he didn't conquer the Romans, and the Jews went through more and more.
Did he?
Well, some did believe, but they became Christians.
Hold up.
Yeah, a lot of them became Christians.
You're trying to tell me that the Christians did not conquer the Romans. Is that what you're telling me?
That's why what I'm saying is the Jews believe
Yeah.
the Jews
Thank.
I see where you're going, Roger. But we did end up conquering the world.
Thank
the Romans. Yeah, because he didn't conquer the world. So that's why they don't make him as the Messiah.
I mean, where is the Catholic Church's freaking main papacy at? I guess you could say.
The BBC is in Rome, of course, at the Vatican City in Rome, which at
Vatican
one
City.
time was under complete papal control as well. And he was crowning the Holy Roman Emperors for quite a while. Just watching a video about, I think it was Otto I having his little fight with the papacy. But yeah,
Who the first? You say?
I think it was one of the Ottos. I think it was Otto the First.
Otto.
It was the investiture, the guy that was the investiture controversy. Was like,
Which Otto are you?
What a coincidence!
I'm Otto the last.
So since we don't get to have Sonia in very much anymore, let's hear from you, Sonia. Why don't you say something nice?
Hi. The universe is very big and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to come out there with all the religion stuff you guys are talking about. So
We're doing an episode of the third thing. This is the final episode for 2026, and we were talking about.
Roger, did you want to go back to the Stations of the Cross where you were trying to go with that?
Well, I actually did. It was like Mary, when Mary went to go help Jesus, Jesus looked up at her and says, "See, I make all things new." And I think that's where a lot of people miss out on the whole message there when it comes to what I'm trying to talk about here, when it comes to triality, you know. And it's like Mike was talking about the one, and me and Otto actually got into a conversation, and this actually relates to Jesus on the cross as well as the Buddha tree, or the Buddha tree, which is the axis, the Bodhi tree, which is the axis mundi. Okay. Now, when
it's a very, very common symbol, and we were talking earlier before Tan joined us, about people go on about Easter, And we were talking about Easter, and it's like, well, Easter, ancient, pagan, this, that. And again, and Tan can correct me, but as I understood, when Jesus had the Last Supper, went through the Passion, it was all at a time of a religious festival of the Jews, which is very similar
the
to
Passover.
all other religious festivals that happened at that time in the Mediterranean. This was not an uncommon thing for humans to have festivals at these times.
Right.
And Christ was in the process of fulfilling prophecy. And you can argue one way or the other that he was consciously fulfilling prophecy. I have to do this, I have to do that. And so his passion coincided with a holy calendar, which was very important as far as it came to fulfilling prophecies that had been made within that system. And he was in that way aligning his ministry with this very archetypal, old, powerful tradition that was very traditional to the Hebrew people that he was living amongst at the time. They wouldn't have seen it as like some kind of a pagan survival or this or that. It was simply what they did. So anyway, I think our point was basically that if there's people talk a lot about it's really originally quote unquote a pagan festival, but I would say it's more, you can't say the one is built on the other. It's more like it's a constellation. And again, we're humans. We're talking about the divine. We're trying to, if you accept Jesus as a divine being, as God incarnate, then how can God communicate to us except through the symbols that we know, the language that we know? That's why I've always been a fan of St. Dionysius the Areopagite, with his epiphatic theology, where it's like we can't really talk about God because we're so limited. Anytime we talk about God, we're going to be lying, or at least not telling the truth. So the best we can do is say what God is not, and open ourselves up to hopefully a direct divine experience. But that's my little rant.
It was a good rant.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Easter is not originally a Christian thing, but the Passover, the Pascha, which is the Jewish tradition, is, and it's dated around the same time. But in the context of Jesus, he was fulfilling that Passover. Like the original Passover was, and the timing was intentional on his part, right? The original Jewish Passover was the Passover of the Israelite from
Egypt,
slavery from Egypt into freedom. And so the Jesus's Passover is going to be the passing over sin into this new creation that he's creating, like going back to Rogers, where he said, "Look, Mother, I'm creating something new." Well, he is the new creation. He's the new Adam, according to the church tradition. The original Adam was one made human and fallen. But the new Adam, the new creation, is the new Adam that comes from heaven, and his generation will be everlasting. So this new creation that he's creating from his resurrection is going to be this thing that is going to bring in this new kingdom of heaven that is the church today.
And this kind of gets to the Axis Mundi again, because isn't there a tradition, I don't know if it's in scripture, that the site of the crucifixion was the site of where the original tree of good and evil stood, so that the original tree of the fruit of knowledge of the good and evil is cognate with the cross on which Christ is crucified. I don't know if literally so.
I thought that
but I'm not sure if literally that's true either. But
Golgotha?
The Golgotha is actually an interesting story. I wish I had that on the top of my head, but yeah, that is actually that's really deep Jewish beliefs.
And I completely love that. I don't know if I
that's good.
Feel about what's that movie, Dogma? I don't know how. Tan, have you seen Dogma? But so there's supposed to be a excrement demon. They call it the Golgotha because everyone that's crucified, well, of course they poo themselves, and so there's supposed to be this large hill of crap, and because it's a cursed place, demons, crap demons, supposedly exist.
Yeah.
Huh.
In-
I don't know.
I don't know how much touching that is.
It's
in
I
well.
did not. I didn't see all of that movie. The impression I got was that it basically was a story of what if all Roman Catholic dogma was literally true, and of course they picked the most ridiculous things they can possibly find, and they were also dipping into Jewish traditions too, and minor rabbinical kind of commentaries and stuff. So.
Well, there's something that's very interesting in the whole poop thing because it does appear now in the.
Bob isn't here because we're talking about poop.
Well,
Carry on, Roger.
this is actually very significant because even Daniel, like in the book in the Old Testament, he laid in his own excrement. Okay,
It happened. It happened.
Okay.
You know,
Well, I mean, he's in the lion's den for how many days?
But I'm just saying that it is a part of the scriptures, and there's something that's very significant there, and it appears maybe twice, I believe, two maybe three times, and that's significant for the Bible, period, because a lot of people believe that it's repetition, and it really isn't. There's a lot of different stuff, but when they start using common themes and stuff like that and bringing it back, that's usually something that's important in that book for them. And that is a point. And I just wanted to mention that. But what else is there? I was thinking of it was the what is that? It's supposed to be a form of reincarnation.
Huh.
They also believe that like spirits can actually temporarily reincarnate into a living being for a short period of time. So this has a lot to do with what V's talking about there too. I forgot the name of it. It starts with a G. It's the Gilgoth or something like that. No, Goth is what.
Place of Skulls, I think.
That's what I think. That's what V just said. Gilgoth.
An execution ground. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, this reinforces the whole idea of God Almighty having the most pathetic of deaths. You know, as a common criminal in a common execution place where they poop. Definitely the suffering servant. You know, I can't think.
Wait, I missed something. This Golgotha means the place of poop.
I think
Golgotha is the hill.
Golgotha means the place of the skull. Yeah.
I would say skulls because of all the dead bodies and stuff lying around, probably.
Yeah.
Skulls for the skull throne.
Now, the thing that I heard about when it comes to the crucifixion was that Jesus, when he was on the cross, that was the Axis Monday where all sin from the future, the past, and the present during that time period all met. So, okay, so like that.
Yeah.
Spiritual ground zero.
Right. So, because according to the whole precepts of why Jesus sacrificed himself was for your and my sin, everybody's sins. You see what I mean? So it didn't matter if it was in the future, if it was in the past or the present. He was actually sacrificing himself for the sins of man, even before they were born. So your sin.
Yeah.
Transcending time and space.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
God, of course, is outside of that. Yeah.
Right. And that would be the equivalent of what the tree stood for. I don't want to say the name again. The Buddha.
Bodhi.
The Bodhi tree.
I was gonna say, if you
are you
Are you comparing the Bodhi tree in Buddhism to the tree of life in the Garden of Eden?
No, I'm
Or the
the
tree of
cross.
knowledge of good and evil?
That
There are two
that
trees in the garden.
that would be Jesus actually on the cross. Is what I'm comparing it
Oh,
to. That would
okay. So
that
the
moment.
wood that was used to make
No,
the
no, just
cross?
that moment in time, him on the cross, not the wood. Just him on the cross.
Okay.
That
What is
right
that?
there represents the same thing as the Bodhi tree. Not sa-
Hmm. Very,
Let's see.
very.
How?
The Buddhist guy
So
says.
the
So
so just
you're
as Buddha
comparing.
said under
Yeah,
wait,
it's like,
Mark,
are we
there you are.
comparing Christ's crucifixion with the Buddha's enlightenment?
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
interesting in a certain sense. We could get a really good heresy going here with a
Yeah.
little bit of work. But
Nah.
if you want to think of when Christ, you could say, transcended his material envelope, that was, I guess you could equate that with enlightenment of a sort, opening up into something larger. But I think that in Buddhism, the Bodhi tree, there's a lot of mythology in Buddhism, a lot of things in Buddhism that came a lot later. A lot of stuff hundreds and hundreds of years later. And as I've often said, Buddhism, when it came to countries, it didn't really try to get people to convert, but people would start looking at their religious traditions through Buddhist lenses. And I think what I think of when I think of the Buddha at the Axis Mundi, the Bodhi tree, I think of that famous saying from the book of the 27 philosophers that they don't really quite know who said it, but it was that God is an intelligible sphere whose circumference is nowhere and whose center is everywhere, kind of deal. So when the Buddha attained enlightenment, the tree he sat under was the axis of the world, but so would any other tree be, because he at that moment was at the still center. The axis is where nothing moves, right? So everything is revolving around you. He had stilled all the samsara. So again, we're talking about basically a mental experience that he went through, and that's really what the Buddha teaches. It has to do with a mental experience of your own. Whereas Christ's crucifixion represented the culmination of his passion for a completely different spiritual kind of a mission, the remission of sins, and which I think that we sin because we are unenlightened. I mean, you can make a connection there, and I think they both can represent the Axis Mundi, but I think for different reasons. But again, people are aware that there's a center, and this is universal with us all. And again, when we're speaking about God or we're speaking about a mental experience that is beyond description, we're going to be using these symbols. That is the center of the earth, the place where, as we were just saying, as Roger was saying, where all sin is ground zero for sin. All just meet at this one point. That is an axis of the world, an axis of the universe. But I think you can also have an axis of the universe where somebody wakes up suddenly and realizes that sin is really useless.
On a side note, one of my favorite comic book characters' name is Samsara. Can you guess what powers are? Can you guess?
Good.
So he's just a kid. He's got a jewel in the middle of his forehead. His superpowers are when he dies, he's reborn the next day. His flesh grows around his gym.
That's pretty samsaric, actually. That's pretty samsaric. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, in Buddhism, we have an evil figure too, a tempter figure, called Mara. Mara, he's often described as the evil one, the tempter, the naughty guy.
Right.
And he is seen as the king of the samsaric realm, right? So whenever anyone tries to get enlightened and tries to break out of it, he's right there. Oh, come on, have a drink. Come on.
Yeah,
this would
he's
be
the
fun.
tempter.
You know what? You could have that guy's wife if you murdered him. Yeah, just stuff like that. You just take here, look at the fun you can have. And when somebody is trying to keep their precepts and meditate and not have lustful thoughts, he's there. Hey, remember that dancing girl from last week? So yeah, but his whole goal is to get people to just stay in. Well, samsara, it's more of an activity. They just wandering around doing the same thing again. And with that idea of a jewel, that's actually pretty samsaric. No matter what you do, you're just back here
doing the same stuff again, doing the same stuff again. The only way that the young samsara could free himself from that jewel would be to cultivate precepts. Yes, Sonia. I'm sorry, I don't mean to babble. I do.
No, I was just trying to be polite, and plus Jaffe really kind of put me in my place there about all that. But I just wanted to know, is samsaric an actual word, or is
Yeah.
that it is? Okay.
I've heard it used by other people besides me, but samsara means literally wandering on or wandering around.
Oh,
And
I'm
it's
familiar with the samsara thing.
Yeah,
A
a
little
lot of people talk about it as a realm, like we are in samsara, but technically it doesn't really matter much, except that it can lead to misunderstandings in things like Mahayana Buddhism. They have this thing called the Bodhisattva vow that a lot of people have heard of. And the idea is that you're going to be a bodhisattva and you're not going to attain enlightenment until you've helped every other being out of samsara. So you're going to stay in samsara and help everybody, you first, after you open the door for them and stuff. But that is a metaphor that only holds if you believe that samsara is a place, but it's actually an activity. So one Buddhist monk compared it to saying, well, look, I'm a heroin addict, but I'm not going to quit using heroin until I help all the other heroin addicts to stop using heroin. No, that's not really a good idea. The best way you can help other people out of samsaric behavior is to stop doing it yourself. If nothing else, you can serve as an example. But Mahayana Buddhism is full of a lot of.
Oh, he went blank.
Oh no.
He went blank. He was right in the middle of some good stuff too.
Samsara is a Sanskrit word. Isn't it?
Yes. So
Yes.
yeah. I guess written in Sanskrit, right?
Oh yeah, we got.
So all I said was that Mahayana Buddhism is full of a lot of very, very strange doctrines.
Mm-hmm.
But
do you find as many contradictions in that as, like, I don't know, Christianity, like in the Bible?
Every religion has a certain point at which it is not going to make any logical sense. And again,
they seem to be contradiction. There's just like a paradox, right? In science, in physics, they seemingly contradict, but
right. But logically, it's not going to make sense.
And see, people.
At best, you can say it's paradoxical, but
we'll look at the word paradox, okay?
We cannot have a religion that is full of contradiction. How do we survive 2,000 years?
You look at what we've been talking about, the difference between duality and dualism, and then you guys are talking about contradictions and then paradoxes. It's like in the last episode we were talking about, it says in the Bible, in our images, as a plural. Now that is a masculine aspect. That's in literature. That's the masculine aspects of literature. That's why they did that. They weren't doing that because there's freaking 500 versions of gods that were aliens. Okay, it's because it was written in. It was written in a masculine prose, which was common during that time period. But if you weren't aware of that, you wouldn't understand that. You see what I mean? So it really comes down to the actual language and how it was interpreted. There's some things that have been left in, but then there's some things that haven't.
Well, there's also, and getting back to what V was asking about inconsistencies in like religious scriptures and stuff. In Buddhism, there are people in the West read something and they think, oh, that's Buddhism. All right. A lot of what people read are actually commentaries and commentaries on commentaries. I mean, they've been going at this for like almost 3,000 years of like writing commentaries and sub-commentaries. And there's a lot of traditional things that are accepted by lay Buddhists, by most Buddhists, and at the same time, they're not theologically, much as we were talking about earlier, about all those good Catholics attending voodoo ceremonies in Haiti. This has nothing to do with the actual theology, but these are folk beliefs, popular religion, as it's called sometimes. Tan, we were talking about all those saints that the Welsh had. Dozens and dozens of saints that they were just set up for themselves. So that, this is popular religion, and it's not always going to be very accurate. And one thing I like to point out in Buddhism, there's Buddhist traditions that the Buddha stood 57 foot tall
and he had this weird hairdo that you've seen on the statues, and rays of light came out. This is very unlikely, and we have more reliable accounts of people, and I've mentioned this, going to visit where the Buddha was, and they go, "Where's the Buddha?" Because he looked like just all the other monks. You know, it's like, oh, it's that shaven-haired guy talking to the other shaven-haired guy, you know, in a robe. So there are, but you can also look at this as a metaphorical way of saying, here is a person of immense spiritual and mental power. And of course, it's going to be, in a sense, it's like, you know, the old carvings they would do, they would show the king as like 3 foot taller than everybody else around him. Probably did not have an 18-foot tall king, but you know, people would notice that we'd find big chairs and things like that.
The Napoleon complex, I mean, that's what I call it, because he always embellished, right?
Or Napoleon. Well, I thought was funny was when Alexander the Great began his retreat. According to one account I read, he had huge bits of armor made, like giant breastplates and greaves and swords and stuff, to leave lying around, so people would start a legend that he was a great giant. You know, like a giant breastplate with property of Alexander the Great on it or something like that. I don't know if it ever actually happened, but at least one ancient commentator talked about it. Psychological warfare.
With me, a lot of that goes into like, you take a look at synthesis, like we were talking about, okay? If you take a look at that, it's usually involving like a character in a story that changed, you know, or a world that's reborn. You take a look at Jesus, and that is basically what that comes down to when it comes to thesis, you know. And then you go farther back and you look at what they were talking about with the world tree, and you start understanding about the primordial, which is represented by the roots of the world tree. This is where the primordial mud and the primordial water created an atmosphere that allowed the world tree to take root and grow upwards. Okay, and when the world tree grows upwards, it's actually ascending up, and for it to ascend up, that represents going from the trials and tribulations and the sorrow and the grief that's down in the roots, ascending up through trials and tribulations until it comes out of that. And what'd you say?
Yggdrasil.
Yeah, well, that's actually newer than the world tree. Like a lot of people always like to refer to that. That's new age compared to the world tree. If you want to talk, yeah, if you want to talk real story about it, then talk the original version of Jack and the Beanstalk. Okay. Like everybody thinks that's just a childhood story, but it actually traces back a long way.
Isn't Yggdrasil in the Eddas though?
Yeah, it
Oh, yeah,
is.
that was the ancient Germanic people's tradition, but I think it's the same idea of a center. And the tree is a very powerful emblem because of that coming up from the dark, from the dirt, from the mud. In the East, they often use, in Buddhism, they talk about a lotus plant because the lotus has its roots in the mud, the muck, and the stalk comes up through all these murky waters and stuff. Yet at the top, seemingly suspended, is this beautiful blossom. And to have that beautiful blossom, you've got to have those tribulations getting up through the water. And of course, that dark shadow that Jung, I think we brought up about Jung talked about before, getting to know the shadow.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean embracing it, but it means acknowledging it and seeing where these things come out of. You know, we all have drives and urges that we, I think the word is sometimes sublimate, or we direct properly.
Well,
And
I think normally we fight all that kind of thing, right? Because we're told that, you know, you have to be good, you can't be mad, you have to be a certain way.
Oh yeah, and it's good not to express negative emotions because we were talking
Well,
about
you have to integrate that part of yourself, which is like shadow work. I know that's probably like a new age kind of thing, but it still is what it is, you know?
I like that. Hey, but Otto, can I also add to what you're saying? The lotus. I mean, I talk about when I'm doing my political stuff, I'm doing that kind of stuff. I talk about pond scum. And we know what pond scum does. It's the crap in the pond that floats up to the top, and when it does coat the top, because of lack of food and sunlight, everything below it dies. Right?
Right.
And
So
it
it's kind of like
stinks.
the opposite.
And it stinks and it's rancid. It's the worst odor you could ever freaking smell.
Yes, the pond
Oh,
scum
get on the
itself
scum,
loves
huh?
it. The pond scum floats up to the surface. It's getting all that sunlight. It's got a whole pond. They've killed all the fish, so now they've got all those nutrients in the water. You
Mhm.
know, it's a wonderful thing if you're pond scum.
And it creates life.
Pond scum life, but it's life. You know.
Mhm.
Right. So what kind of
But
life do we want, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, right. See,
but I was thinking about, when it comes to sublimating. I mean, we have urges like we want to eat, but instead of taking that urge and just sitting and stuffing our faces like infants, we say, well, I want to enjoy my food. I'm going to make a nice balanced meal, and we'll eat that, and it'll taste really good. We don't have to just scarf something out of the can.
We can
take,
actually ponder upon it before
Right.
that even
and
happens.
instead of it coming out as a negative thing, it can be directed into something that is more.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I
that
kinda
was
look
an
at it that way.
actionable pun. I like
It's
that.
all about being conscious, really.
Yeah.
Yes, that's important. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, especially nowadays.
Puns about pond scum.
Well, before now that we've gone through all that, let's kind of go through the whole. Dan, tell us about Easter and how it's supposed to be interpreted when it comes to Christianity. If we could have that.
Pondering about pond scum. Can
Hold
I have
on,
that?
hold
That's a
on.
good name for a
Hey,
band.
hey,
That's your next show, V. That's your next show.
hey. All right, let's give Dan some time to kind of go through this.
Come on, Pan.
I started I started mentioning it when we talked about Passover and Easter, and we know that Easter is the pagan thing, and Christianity kind of Christianized that holiday and made it a Christian holiday due to the coincidence of the timing and the date and the symbolism that pagan holiday represent, where the
rebirth.
The rebirth of this god, the goddess Estros, or whatever was her name.
Interesting.
Which is the goddess of fertility in whatever, can't remember which religion that came out of.
Sounds Germanic.
What was that?
It's
okay.
Germanic, I'm guessing, but we have a lot of
Yeah.
Germanic, our days of the week. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so it fits well into the Christian worldview, where Christ crucifixion, death, and resurrection is kind of a springtime of new life.
Or should I say birthday?
Yeah. It's way back in the 7th or 8th century when this started happening, and since then it's now known as the Anglo-Saxon origin of it. Now we call it Easter. But so this is an example of Christianization of pagan things. This is biblical in the Acts of the Apostles, where the apostle went in and he saw some the people worshiping strange god, right? And I can't remember which apostles. Maybe it was Paul. He said, "This unknown god that you're worshiping, that's actually the God of Jesus."
That was the altar at the in Athens. I think they had an altar. They sacrificed all the gods.
Athens, yes, yeah.
Like the unknown God.
So,
Well, yeah, because people have this spiritual flow going anyway, and you're not going to just stop it and redirect it. If you work with water, if we're going to keep the water metaphor, you build copper dams, you dig other channels, but you have to let the water flow through the channels. You can strengthen the channels, put in concrete and stuff like that to make sure it doesn't erode things. And this kind of gets back to what I was saying about how just that time of the year, people would have these festivals. Christ Passion went through the Paschal Feast, which was again held at this time of the year. Yeah, I know it celebrates the Passover, but still, these festivals would fall into this yearly pattern because, like Tan was saying, this is a time of rebirth, springtime. Of course, people are naturally happy. And of course, they relied on the stars, the movements of the sun and the moon and the stars. This was tied in very much into how people conceived the world. So we talk about astrology and this and that, but for these guys, this was rocket science and top physics. So of course, the time of year, which for them meant how the stars were, was a very important part of things. And yeah, it's
Absolutely.
natural enough to keep, I don't think it's sort of what I was saying before, when Buddhism moves into a new place, people start looking at things through a Buddhist lens. When people became Christians, they saw these things as Christian things. And of course we do this traditionally, but we do it, and they have good Christian reasons to do it now. I disagree with the Puritans who wanted to come down and cut down all the Christmas trees and get rid of all the Easter eggs and stuff because they weren't in the Bible. It's like, well, you're not a bunch of people living in Judea in 1 AD. You're living in Wales in the 900s or something, or the 800s. And why shouldn't your religious ideas inform your activities there any more than they're going to inform what you're doing? So I think that's really a better conversion in a sense. Instead of trying to convert people by forcing them to change their outward symbols, you're giving them new inner ideas to place.
Well, it's redirecting the where we recognize that there's truth that exists in every religion, right? So with some of the vision, some of those that are really compatible, we redirect their belief into something larger.
Why not?
Well, see, you brought up a good issue or a good topic there too, because you mentioned eggs and then the Puritans. Okay, it seems odd to me that the Puritans actually did that too, because the region where they originated, which was around Germany and areas like that, actually believed in what I eventually came into learning about when I started doing the cosmic weave, and that's actually a theory. It's something that I didn't come up with. I just started researching it, just so you guys know. And their whole premise comes off of the cosmic egg theory, or philosophy, or whatever you want to call it. And this goes all the way back to the Greeks, the Phoenicians, and all of them. And I find that very interesting because in that region where the Puritans started up, that was actually a part of their traditions from way back when. So even going against it and saying that that's just wrong, that's kind of like going against their own beliefs from their heritage. You know what I'm saying?
There's a great deal of power in doing that. When you completely throw over all your beliefs and all your traditions, and I'm going to do this new. It can be very empowering, but you can also lose a lot of stuff. I wouldn't put anything past the Puritans.
And Otto, by the way, whenever you light your pipe there, and the light goes on, all I can think of is just in part of the Bible where God said, "Let there be light."
I was thinking,
and Otto looks like God too.
Well, yeah, he's white God. Yeah, he looks like white God.
I was thinking maybe Moses, but I wouldn't. You know. But now this gets into the more controversial area, and this is where me and Tan have had disagreements. I think me and Otto actually disagreed about this too, and it's resurrection versus ascension. Now, with me, I've had the conversation with Dan where we got into the conversation, and he wanted to specifically say there is a difference between resurrection and ascending. So and plus with my whole
Clearly,
thing.
there is.
There is.
Well, he resurrected and 50
That
days
means
later he
something
ascended.
forward. Ascending means now forward, up, or whatever. You know,
It's not the same event.
it's
Well, I
not.
mean, no, literally in the Bible, he actually ascended upward. Like
Right.
he literally ascended upward. Like
Now,
it.
and considering that very topic there, and the tradition that's, if Tan can correct me, I might be wrong, but in the tradition of Catholicism, Jesus, this wasn't the ascension of a soul that died. No, Jesus himself in physical body got up and was resurrected, and then his body, him in its entirety, was risen up into heaven. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So
His resurrected body, his glorified body,
resurrected body.
not the Bruce. Yeah.
But we also have Enoch from the book of Enoch. He's the only other person to be risen to heaven in his earthly body.
I thought Elijah also.
So what does that mean?
Didn't Elijah also go to heaven bodily?
Elijah, yes, Elijah as well.
Elijah.
Yeah, but those are the only people that are recorded as having been taken bodily to heaven. Yeah.
Go step away for a minute, guys. Be back.
Okay.
I think the whole point of the ascension was that there was a resurrection first. I'm sure, I mean, hey, get me out of here before the crucifixion, that sort of thing. I'm sure he might have wanted an ascension sooner, but he even said at the end, take this cup from me kind of deal. But, too late. That's what you signed up for, kid. Get up on that cross.
But my question and my train of thought is if you're taken up to heaven, you're risen up to heaven, and it's supposed to be a spiritual plane. What's the point in bringing the body?
Well.
So what happened to the body? What was
in Eastern Orthodoxy, they would say this is a mystery.
I wanted Tan's opinion on this.
I would personally say that it had to show significance. You know what I'm saying? There had to be something significant to the story for it to actually hold weight.
I agree with that.
I was talking to Otto and Bob Dub about suggestions. Most suggestions don't really make a difference. Like the only suggestions that really do make a difference and actually change people is those that are profound. So if you want to suggest something to somebody, it has to be profound. You know what I mean? It just can't be some mediocre suggestion that you give somebody.
Well, one thing that's profound to someone might not be profound to another, kind of thing,
That's the trick. That's the trick. You see what I mean? That's the whole trick behind it all.
It's tricky. Okay.
Yeah, tricky.
Tricky.
And
the whole fucking place is tricky. Are you kidding me?
Welcome to.
Come on.
So like, I mean,
nowadays,
for me being risen into heaven, the physical body and everything, that was something that was profound, that had to catch the attention of people. You know what I mean? It was something that they paid attention to, and apparently it worked out because people are still worshiping Jesus over 2,000 years later.
No, I'm going to say
worshiping, but I mean, that right there, worshiping can be debated, but
Well, and you also have the example.
Y'all want to go?
I mean, when Enoch was brought into heaven, he became Metatron, the little god. So I think, like, in my mythology I'm creating in my head, it's like, because he was brought up in his physical body, he was able to add a different or higher level of a dimensional existence, because everybody else goes up to heaven as a spirit.
I have a question.
Actually,
how do you know Enoch is Metatron? I mean, where does that come from? Maybe I'm just ignorant
That's
about the whole thing.
That's Jewish tradition.
See, again, there's a lot of traditions. There's a lot of stories. But I seem to think that there's another tradition. And again, Tan isn't here. He might be aware of it. But I believe when you go to heaven, you do get a body. I mean, these guys had a very physical idea of the world. And this goes back to that whole mind-body dualism that people had. They hated the flesh and stuff. But I think when you get to heaven, you're given like a nice, fresh new body. Although there is no
It's
giving
almost like when people
marriage, you might be missing something.
kind of thing. They still have a body, but it's the body that they choose to have, kind of thing.
Well, I kind of think of it as like me personally. I have my own little thing I'm writing, and it's all about being spiritual beings, but being cast. It's very Gnostic. It's being cast into the physical world. You are literally strapped into a body, and that's like a prison sentence. And like when you get done, you die, you come back, and maybe time served. You know.
Now, see, with me, when I hear you guys all talk, the only thing that really sticks out to me is Indo-European, and for even with Christianity and Judaism, you know, you look at a lot of these texts and you have to freaking see where freaking this stuff has creeped into all of these religions. And this goes all the way across, even into India. You know what I mean? It's just everywhere. I was talking about the World Tree, okay? When you look at the history of the World Tree, it's usually anchored on the top of a mountain, the World Mountain, or it's anchored on the back of a freaking horse or a reindeer. Okay? Now reindeers are a part of Christmas. Mountain worshiping.
Oh, really? Is that where it
Yeah.
comes from?
Well, I'm just saying, it just seems odd, you know.
There's more to it.
You know, me and Mark just had to go through that before, where I had to be corrected on the Irish and St. Patrick's, you know, because I found out that was Queen Victoria. But all my life, I was always told that St. Patrick's is the one who syncretized the Christmas tree, or the pagans in with the Christians, and that's how he did it. He would incorporate.
Oh my gosh, there's so many lies in history, though. I mean, how can you even differentiate?
I mean, I remember hearing that all the way from when I was a kid, man, you know?
Well, I heard Santa Claus was fucking real when I was a kid, too, and look what happened there, you know what I'm saying?
Actually,
he is.
Programming, all this programming.
Santa Claus is real.
Well, Saint Nick.
Saint,
my bad.
Saint Nick
Honey,
was
some kids might be listening. Josh, of course Santa's real.
well, so
Well, looky here. We have Santa right down here.
Any child under the age of 12, if you are still up, get your ass to bed, or I'm telling your mom.
That's right.
Santa Claus is real.
Don't we all?
Saint Nick, there's a story behind it.
Yeah, there is.
There was this guy who went into this motel. He was trying to get a place, a place to sleep for the night. He noticed all these children chopped up in pieces in his barrel, and he resurrected them and then gave them presents or something like that.
I didn't hear that one.
I've read the story, but
Very
it's based
brutal.
on it's based on a story like that. Yeah, like he had powers of resurrection.
Nice.
So,
Well,
it's like a wizard to me.
yeah.
Well,
pretty much. Yeah.
I love wizards.
resurrection to me also sounds a little bit too much like reincarnation. You know, it really kind of sticks out.
Reincarnation, I think, don't you get a new karmic slate?
No.
Or a different karmic slate?
Nope. No.
Sure. Well, karma can be created at any point in time, sure.
Now the
but
whole
time only exists in the third dimension here. So
the ideology behind it is different. Don't get me wrong.
Could go full Celtic. They didn't have karma, but what happened with them was you die and then you go to the next world, and then you die in the next world and you come back here, and then you die here and you go. They just go back and forth and back and forth. So they would actually have like debts that would be repaid in the next world. which sounds like Canadian Irishmen would have. I was saying they hear that. Oh, sure, Patty, my boy. I would be sure to pay you when we're in the next world. No problem. But I really need a beer tonight. I really
Can I
do.
get a hamburger today?
Yeah, it's like I'm glad you paid Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Yeah.
I will gladly pay you next lifetime for a
That's
hamburger.
right. That's right. Yeah.
And
We were all programmed with that shit when we were kids, you know?
Yeah, I love pie. The whole
Everything comes from somewhere. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Now, the thing that I finally started getting into towards the end of all this is there's like I got into the whole triality. I started learning about duality and triality, but then like you hear in computer science about symmetry and complexity, and finally I got to the point where I was learning about elegance, and when you hear about the word elegance, that's really what sticks out, especially when it comes to computer coding.
Oh wow, that's a little different there. I did want to say real quick though, you guys, that I have a T-shirt that I made that is called duality. It's crossed out, and then it has truality at the bottom of it. So,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I'm thinking. I mean, you're saying triality, which I guess that makes sense too. But the whole reason I made that shirt was because of having a oneness experience, and then coming back to this area to where everybody it's like folks can't see outside of duality at all. Like it's only black or white, right or wrong, you know, when there's so many different other things going on besides just that. So
Well, I
I
mean,
just wanted to mention that. And if you guys want to like get a shirt, that's cool. Or I'm actually redoing my website here. So hopefully I'll actually make some sales in the future. Kind of thing.
Oh, cool. I'll check out your site. Post a link.
and actually, I'm glad you showed up, because I was talking to Otto a little while ago about this whole non-duality thing, and you would be a good person to talk to too about it.
Yeah, you've told me that actually. Didn't you
know.
want to do an interview about that or something?
Yeah, but you had.
I just don't really have a lot to do with the book learned stuff like what you guys are talking about. I'm more just like I look into like the ethers and see stuff kind of
Mhm.
thing. It's where I come up with my stuff at. Although I am aware of some of the stuff, but not near as much as what you guys got going on.
Whatever. I've had some pretty good conversation.
Fine.
You're so full of shit. You are so full of shit, Sonia. You know you are. I can't tell you how many times. Like she pulled out a freaking old dictionary that was the size of my freaking arm, dude, from my elbow all the way
Dictionary
down to.
where you find knowledge at, you
Those
know.
are the dictionaries. I got one of those too.
That's it nowadays, you know what
Well,
I
that's
mean?
not a bad thing. I'm complimenting you. You know
Oh,
me.
thank you. Sweet, thank you.
Okay,
I
so
didn't know. I couldn't tell by your delivery.
yeah, I know it sucks.
It almost seems like you're putting me down or something. Like, oh, that chick over
Dude,
there is crazy.
I'm 100% pumped.
Roger's notorious for.
Yeah.
I'm
Welcome back, Jen.
I'm 100% punk, baby.
D had
100%
something to ask
punk.
you. Do you remember what it was, V? What you want to ask Ken about?
Hey, so I was presenting this scenario here because as I was saying, so Jesus was not only resurrected but he ascended, right? But he didn't only ascend; it wasn't just spirit; it was full body and spirit, his entirety ascended, right?
Yes.
So you also have the story with Enoch, who also is taken to heaven, mind, body, and soul, and he's allowed to sit on the throne of God and turn into Metatron. It seems like the people who are being up to heaven, full body, are more powerful than everybody else.
Well,
he's turned into Megatron.
Yeah, Enoch is turned into
Metatron. It's a Jewish,
Meta.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's a Jewish tradition. I'm sorry.
I like Metatron.
Megatron.
Don't forget about the New Age part, you know. Megatron.
It's Jewish. That's heretical.
Still bright in that one.
Extreme Orthodox Jewish don't recognize the Metatron, but however, it is a thing. So it seems like the people that are brought up to heaven in this manner, because we go up as spirits and we choose some spiritual body or something like that. But it seems like when the physical body goes up to heaven, there's a major power balance or something happens. You got Christ, you got Metatron, and what was it? Ezekiel?
Elias, Elijah.
Elijah, right.
If you ever go out on the astral, there's a lot more going on. I'm just saying.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Because you people don't think of the spirit world as a physical 3-dimensional place, but you bring in the 3-dimensional body.
Keep in mind too, didn't Jesus say that John the Baptist was Elias or Elijah come again?
Right.
So
No, that's what the people say.
Oh, okay.
Thank
That
you,
was
Kenny.
what Jesus said.
So what is your opinion on that from a Catholic perspective?
What is the question? So okay, so I understand Metatron is the some
You feel
sort
as
of
though there is a special
belief.
I think his point is that when
bring
you know
the body
Jesus
to heaven.
ascended to heaven bodily, and he's obviously at the right hand of God. And you've got Metatron, who was apparently originally Enoch, who was taken up to heaven bodily, and he got this great job up there. And I'm not sure what happened to Elijah. Maybe they sent him back down as John the Baptist because he didn't do a good enough job. The idea is that if you were brought up to heaven in a physical body, you have more power up there. Although my first thought is like, well, if you're being brought up there bodily, you got to be a pretty hot property anyway.
I don't think you can transmute.
Okay, wait. There's also there's at least one other person, Mary.
Oh, right.
Mary, who's assumed bodily into heaven.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
anyway, but I guess I'm not quite understanding V's question. Are you saying that the body being in heaven is like a contradiction in the spirit world, or what?
Not a contradiction, but an enhancement, like a transubstantiation, an even further enlightenment, or further.
No, well, the Christian understanding is at the end time, all the dead body are all going to be resurrected, right? We're all going to be resurrected at the end time.
It's not
so Jesus' ascension into heaven is just the foreshadowing of that reality.
But when we're resurrected, it's supposed to be into a spiritual body, isn't it? Not a physical.
Nope, physical and spiritual. So at the end time, we're going to be united with our body.
Okay.
And then that'll be that'll be the forever after.
Oh, that's terrible! I don't want my body. Can I have a new one? It's problematic.
You gotta go. Body, pal. Sorry.
we're having heaven issues.
It'll be
problematic. I need a new one.
No. You don't know what your glorified body is going to be like. If you make it to heaven at the end time and you're reunited with your body,
make that from your vibration, from who you are, you make that body.
Well,
that's what you create, kind of thing.
You said get into heaven. Oh my God! Mortal soul.
But your resurrected body, if you hopefully you can make it, and we all can make it. But it's gonna be, even though it is it's got the wounds and scars of this earthly life, all the pains that you're going through, the suffering that you endured on
you
your
bring
body.
your memories with you. That would be memories, right? I think that's mainly what's being talked about. There's memories. Because how can you even
even those are going to be glorious. You'll be able to, with this body, you'll be able to do amazing things that you cannot do in this earthly life.
Listen,
right? Just like Jesus did when he resurrected and he walked through walls. There
are no walls there.
Well, all I know is that if I come back as a zombie, I'm going to be very upset.
Come back as a zombie, V. Don't worry about that shit, dude. The only thing that could be a zombie is here, okay?
Yeah.
If they fuck you up so much or whatever, you know.
I think your spiritual development will be good enough, V, that you won't be a zombie. But
I think so, Otto. Thank
I mean, if you worry from your current state of life that you will be resurrected as a zombie, then you have some time to do some work on the body.
Right.
And the
Some
spirit.
shadow work or some shit needs to happen there. Another. Don't
You guys
spend your time fucking thinking about that shit.
It's still
If
time
your
to
thoughts
polish that
create
body.
reality kind of thing, you know?
Okay,
There's
so
a
we
great book called Captain Stormfield's Visit to Heaven, written by Mark Twain. I don't know if anyone here has ever read it. And it's a very interesting, I would suggest. It's not very long, but he talks about what it's like to live in heaven, and it's fascinating. And he's leaving Earth, and he's an old captain, so he's on a comet, and he's riding to heaven. And of course, it's a giant. Twain is using modern to him astronomical knowledge, so he's got all these billions of miles to go before he gets to heaven, and he goes off course. So he winds up at this gate, and there's no humans there. And it's just like aliens, and they don't even know where Earth is. And it's like, so he's trying to, where are you from? It's like, oh, I'm from Connecticut. What planet is that? And it's like, what? So finally, he's talking to them, and he's trying to tell them where he's from. So he finally says, well, it's the planet that the Savior saved. And the guy just looks up and says, the number of planets that the Savior has saved is more uncountable than all. That's not helping us find out who you are. And they finally figure him out. And they get him to the right district of heaven. But it was interesting. He mentioned things like heaven is laid out just like the earth, except it's like bigger, and it's always going to get bigger because it's infinite in extent in theory. So he goes to like America where he used to live. There's no white people. It's like everybody there are Indians. And it's like, wow. It's like, well, yeah, most of the people that lived and died here were not white. And it's like, oh, wow. So he goes over to England. Most of them don't even speak anything like English. They're all speaking like Anglo-Saxon dialects and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard. But one thing they mentioned was about the bodies, and you could have any body you wanted. And he's like, hey, he's talking to a buddy of his. He still had the same old body. He's like, and he had another old friend up there. And he's like, how come you never tried to be 20? It's like, oh, you'll try it. Everybody tries it. But, you hang out with the other 20-year-olds and you realize that they don't have anything you're really interested in talking about. People tend to basically go back to their age that they were, or the age where they last had good faculties. You're not going to be like 85 if you were like dribbling and all that, but you might go back to a respectable 70 or 65 because those were your friends are, and that was your intellectual equipment. And then as you became wiser, you would age yourself because those were the guys that you hung out with. And but I don't know how accurate that is as far as actual dogma goes, but
I like the concept because, like, my father, like, when he would, as a small child, like, he would sit me down in a chair and cut my hair, and we talk. That's barber time. You got to talk. And like 5 years old, he would tell me, like, you have this gigantic gray patch in the back of your head. I'm like, no, you're
wow.
No, that's not happening. That's not real. You're lying to me. And then when we would talk, he's like, you know what? You're 5 going on 40. I never knew what that. I mean, today I'm 40, and I feel as though that was a true statement.
Wow.
You made it. You got from 5 to 40. Wow.
I have something to add. I heard while I was away. Otto, you were talking about your intellectual equivalent, as far as like being in your body with something.
Right.
And what I know, from what I've learned in talking with spirits and things like that, is that what you project, it might not be like if you died when you were 80 or something, you're not going to be like coming back all fucked up, like if you were all fucked up or whatever, to where you come back at your intellectual equivalent. That's the same thing. It's like the most the time when you were feel most comfortable with, basically.
Yeah.
Which to me, that would be your intellectual equivalent for sure.
When you felt you were at your peak. Yeah,
like a peak thing.
And in that kind of a scenario, it would be a natural outgrowth of your mental attitude because
exactly. And that would be a projection, which in those realms you don't have a physical body so much. You only have a projection, which is given to those here in this physical realm, kind of thing. That's the only way to relate to it.
Sonia, I wouldn't talk about talking to spirits and being a witch or anything like that because we do have a Catholic on the call. He might crucify you. Burn you at stake.
Oh, whatever. Come on, V.
Oh, and disappears. Oh, my God.
I
What?
don't,
Hey, dude.
well, I don't think any Catholic can deny the existence of the supernatural by definition. But
Thank you. Thank
as far
you.
as far as like the body and the spirit goes, I was thought about how, as we are now, our bodies influence our spirits, whereas there can be another state where our spirits influence our bodies, and of course they go both ways. But if we no longer have a body, any body we get subsequently is going to be defined by our spirit. Terry Pratchett made a good point about that. I love Terry Pratchett stories, and he talked about like someone dying and their ghost just basically being the age they thought they were inside. So
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about right there. Yep. Yep. And in my experience in seeing spirits, that is exactly how it goes. I mean, I haven't, I would love to delve into this more and be like, or like experience more about this sort of thing. That's actually my goal right now. But I know we're not talking about personal goals, so I won't.
Well,
continue on.
personal goals, though. What are you talking about? We're all talking about personal goals.
Yeah.
And you just
Well, I would just like to be able to read for people and things. What? Which? What?
Look, you just talked about talking.
Wow,
Come
motherfucker.
on now, I don't want you burned at the stake by this Catholic. Come on now.
There's no stake burnings going on anymore, dude. Are you okay? You know what? I think in your last lifetime, maybe that might have happened to you, and that's why you got this little thing about it, you know?
The last people executed
Maybe
by the
fucking so,
Inquisition.
okay?
The last people executed by the Inquisition was in Spain. I believe it was in the early 1800s. The two people were charged and convicted. It was a Quaker and a Jew, both of whom were living in Spain, and they were both accused and found guilty of being a Quaker and a Jew, from what I understand. And they refused to convert. They refused to convert or recant.
It's the same retarded shit that goes on these days.
That was the last
NWO's got
buffet.
people fucking talking, you know? Mark,
to be-
I love your
got
hair.
burned
I'm
for
glad
being
you
a
didn't
Jew?
cut it.
I believe it had to do with heresy, but on the other hand,
Most
the
likely.
Inquisition and the Spanish Inquisition was an office of the Spanish government.
Yes.
And at that time, the Habsburg monarchy and the papacy were basically almost the same thing. They even had a cardinal infante. Infante was like a royal prince, and he functioned as a royal prince on maneuvers, led military expeditions, and a full government official, and at the same time was a cardinal priest.
And was an infant.
In fact, he renounced, I think at one point in his career, he renounced his priesthood in order to marry for a dynastic necessity. So these were guys that were treating religion as an arm of government.
Yes.
So it's not fair to judge religious doctrine or the best spiritual aspects of a religion simply because of the way it was misused. I mean, when the Roman government made Christianity the official religion, suddenly religious excuses could be used for military actions, and importantly, from their point of view, social conformity. And it was always a great excuse to invade someone and convert the panem. I always point out that was the thing about Charlemagne, who baptized all those Saxons and then chopped their heads off. And it's like, you know what? He would have chopped their heads off anyway. He wasn't killing them because they weren't Christians. He was killing them because they were Saxons. He did not like Saxons.
Well, listen, it's all my control. The only thing that I pride myself on knowing is being an expert in mind control. That's what it is.
Right, ditto, V. I feel the same way, absolutely. I want to write a book here sooner or later about this shit because
let me
I'm very
also
familiar with the black magician shit that comes in, and it's like, like around words and concepts, just in the ethers, really.
see. Let me also point something else out too. Let me point something else out too. This is like freaking something Sonia's been begging for years. Just sit back and have conversations like this. She's eating this up. I guarantee you.
Well, it's nice to see you guys again, all of you guys actually, and it's nice to meet you, Otto, for the first time in like video or whatever. But yeah, but I miss you guys. It's awesome. It's so cool.
Have you had a chance to meet Tan before now?
Oh yeah, me and Tan, remember Tan? We go way back. We
go way back.
We was at the fucking the festival that one time and shit. Fucking with his family. That's right.
Yeah.
Cool.
You know,
Right
the
on.
Calvin Course is something I've long felt, and it's that if you are a kind, good person, you will have a kind, good religion. If you're a mean, wicked religion, and I think that these religious excesses and things have more to do with the personalities of the people.
I don't think anybody should have a religion. Religion was built to just control humanity.
It's all control.
I like to see religion as a kind of a natural outgrowth of people's spirituality. It has been said that
Not knowing who they are, yeah.
religion is a flight from a religious experience. And there is that argument that the religious experience is one thing, but people codify it because most people can't go around in a state of religious ecstasy all the time. I mean, unless you're a saint or something like that, it's just not in your job description. I mean, I could not go to work every day, and be in a state of religious ecstasy. So people tend to take these experiences and codify them and try to reduce them to human language, which is always going to be limited. And
Very,
so
very difficult. Yeah, very difficult. However, I wouldn't call it a religious experience necessarily. The only reason why folks call it a religious experience when they have experiences like these, where they find themselves or they have this inner epiphany or whatever it is because we're trained growing up here on Earth to, like, God is outside of yourself. This is a religious thing. You have to go here and do this and worship these people.
The religious part is not necessarily even part of the experience as such, but I think Tan would be the first to acknowledge that. And again, my knowledge of this is limited, but there are two churches. There is the physical church made up of fallible human beings, but then there is the spiritual church.
Right.
In Buddhism, we have it's called the Sangha, which is about the closest equivalent to Buddhist clergy, the monks, the bhikkhus. And you have the Sangha, but then you have what they call the noble Sangha. The noble Sangha are the monks who have actually attained enlightenment. They are Arhat disciples.
I have
they
a
know the
challenge.
Torah.
Are you Buddhist?
Something you said.
Buddhist, yeah.
You said.
Wait.
I want to give an example first. So nice people with nice religions and mean people with mean religions. I can only think of like the Jainism, how they don't want to destroy any kind of life form.
Yeah,
living
yeah.
life form, and then you have the Vikings. You want to get to Valhalla? You want to get to human heaven? You got to kill.
Wings tattooed on my head. Okay, I'm fucking a Valkyrie for the love.
You got to kill as many people as humanly possible and die in battle to get to heaven.
No, it's the brave ones. The ones who don't put up with shit is what Valkyries fetch.
It's a little. I mean, my understanding of it is
to get to heaven to Valhalla, you have to die in battle.
Well, you have to die being brave, and back in the day, that's what happened was battles. So there you go.
So reflection,
and they still happen today. It's just in a different field.
But I want to challenge the nice and mean aspect that you give to it. What is nice and mean? Because let's bring Christianity into it. You having to sacrifice and act a certain way in order to get into the gates of heaven. I mean, I don't know if that's nice or mean, but it seems controlling. And there's so many
controlling, sure.
There's so many requirements, and it's like I didn't have to be here.
Exactly. That's why it's bullshit, baby.
I noticed that people hate requirements. People hate requirements, don't they? And they hate doing
anything required. The only thing is required is for you to be happy with yourself and to be happy in who you are and what you've done or not done or everything. It's all about the person.
In Buddhism, the Buddha said, "I teach two things and two things only: suffering and how to end suffering."
Right.
So Buddhism is really all about how to be happy, but in Buddhism there are a lot of rules on how to be happy.
Well, there's a lot of techniques on how you can change your perspective in order to reap a sort of happiness. Yeah,
well,
for sure.
In Buddhism, it's very cause and effect. It's basically, if you want to end suffering, then do these things. If you don't want to end suffering, no one's holding a gun to your head. But
Right.
For example, we have precepts, and the Buddhist layperson keeps a minimum of 5 precepts. This is
Just
not to
like the
kill,
Hell's Angels
not,
precept.
not to kill, not to lie, not to steal,
Right.
not to cheat on your spouse,
Right.
and not to consume alcohol.
But these are like social rules in order to have a working social society. However, my ordeal is that if you are given you talk about the suffering and not suffering. However, there are other religions, and this is kind of why I think this is a great topic on the third thing, because you have two elements, and there is a third element that is expected to come out of it. You have us, you have the law, the word of God, philosophy, whatever you want to put in that place, and we are expected to make something out of it. We are supposed to do good works. For example, Christians are supposed to do good works, help people, love people, and be generous, and these things. And these things all require self-sacrifice, which is kind of putting you in a pool of suffering if you're one of those people who don't care that you have nothing and still give everything.
No, you see,
Right.
in
Where am I-
Buddhism, these rules are not simply for social cohesion. Buddhism is always focused on the individual. The upshot of people keeping precepts is, of course, a more stable society. As a Buddhist friend of mine used to say, if everyone kept precepts, what would you need police for? You'd barely need a government just to keep the borders maintained and the roads maintained, right? So in Buddhism, if you do not kill and you do not lie and you do not steal, you do not cheat on your spouse, you do not drink alcohol, these things are to make you happier. You will be a happier person if you restrict yourself from doing certain things. And the Buddha says, just try it and see. I keep 5 precepts as best I can. And it has made my life a lot easier, a lot more fun. And that's the only reason I follow the path. And the Buddha says, you take these, don't believe me, don't believe anything just because an authority says so. Instead, try it, see what results you get, and go from there. So if I pursue a path that has given me this comfort and this ability to control my own mind so that I can think more clearly, but it's going to mean restrictions,
So Otto, let me interrupt. So you talk about a path, and so my ideology is, and well, not mine, but the one I'm speaking of is that certain religions require you. So you're talking about Buddhism is sort of an introverted sort of thing, but when you talk about Christianity, Christianity is all about community and doing works for others.
There's a lot of Buddhism.
I don't doubt that. But the thing is, my question would be, I guess, in Buddhism, like in Christianity, you have God's will, you have a call, you have even sometimes a God-given mission of life, right? According to Christianity, you have a purpose, a mission. Does Buddhism tout any kind of a special person to get a mission of any kind?
I think in Buddhism you're supposed to be a self-starter, and again they're laying out the mission of ending your suffering. And if you end your suffering, you end the suffering of the people around you to a great extent. And it has to do with, again, and that's the mission is, I want to end my suffering. You have to decide whether you want to do that or not.
Right.
But it's interesting because what is it that you want to do, V, that you feel that that these rules don't allow you? That's the question. And that's why we have precepts, because if you tell yourself, I'm not going to drink, or I'm not going to tell a lie, and that's a tough one.
It gives you a choice to decide for yourself. It sets it out. Hey, this is what you should do or shouldn't do or whatever, like you were saying, and then you can decide to do that or not. And then it actually it puts the ball in your court to where you can choose to do whatever it is you want to do thereafter, kind of thing.
Very much so. And the Buddha said,
I want to refine my concept and question here, Otto. So if it is a calling for someone to do something, I understand the structure in Christianity. I do, but does it exist? I mean, if
I can't say
if I can say that some Buddhist guy comes to me and says, you have to die because Buddhists told me to tell you that you have to die, and I have to kill you. This is my karma. This is how I get to heaven.
That sounds like Vajrayana Buddhism, maybe, or Mahayana. There's all kinds of weird versions of Buddhism,
It
but
is in the Mahayana, isn't it?
well, the only thing, and I'm not an expert, I can consult my spiritual advisor on all things Buddhism, the patriarch of the Navagavada movement, Panyabasa, and I can ask him about it. But it seems to me that in Buddhism, I remember one of the meditators was saying, and it is, just because you have a vision or something, you've got to examine it very closely and make sure it's in accordance with your practice, with the Dhamma, right? And you've got to, again, you're a self-starter. I don't think there's this idea of like a mission from God or something like that.
That's what I'm getting to, right?
If you've decided to go on your own mission to end your suffering, and he doesn't teach anything else, and he's not really concerned with a lot of the stuff we would consider religious questions. That's why I think Buddhism can be very accessible to Westerners who have been raised in, we do have a very secular milieu, and Buddhism does not depend upon either secularism or theism or anything like that. It kind of sidesteps a lot of that because that's not what we're particularly working on. But it has given me a great deal of respect for any sincerely held religious or spiritual belief. And again, it gets back to, I have met really good, intelligent people, many of whom are sitting here right now or standing. I can't see what everyone's doing. Who, people, as my grandfather used to say, people of good faith, people who will willing to sit and talk with each other.
There's your
with mutual respect.
I sit in between, as a Gnostic, I sit literally in between like you and Tan, like literally. As far as Buddhism and Catholicism, I'm like, Gnosticism has so much Eastern ideology in it, and it's all coded. It's coded language and it's coded. Everything's coded, and this is why it's such a great topic for this show because, to me, I look at it like this: we have our own consciousness and we have information which we glean from our environment. We're supposed to do something with that, and that is the third thing to me. If you ask me what my definition of it is, that's how it feels to me. We're supposed to do something. So what is that third thing? That third thing needs to be and it needs to be probably worked on or maybe not worked on. Who knows?
Well, not really. Hold up. Let me point something out
Roger,
to you. Hey, hold up.
Come in.
It's the language you just said there. It needs to be worked on. It needs to be okay. That the word it needs to be. The third thing doesn't need to be anything. It's what you make it on a personal level. It's like you like this whole thing with religion. Hold up. It's like this whole thing about religion versus spirituality, okay? It's okay to have a religion, okay? But the thing of it is you have to have a spiritual life too, and people have a hard time differentiating between the religious and the spiritual.
Good call, Roger.
I like to say, a religious person is sitting in church thinking about fishing while a spiritual person is fishing thinking about God.
Okay.
But I think you can also sit in church and think about God, so. And you can also fish and think about fish.
Yeah, I've got that, and that brings up a question. I've been thinking about this, and you reminded me a question I had for Otto. I know I should just be interviewing him at some later point in time.
Probably.
But so do you think Genesis, the band, their song "Land of Confusion" was inspired not only politically but maybe by samsara?
It's possible. I mean, any product of samsaric life is going to be samsaric. So you can find samsara everywhere. There was a Buddhist Ajahn
It's just another word. It's not freedom. It's. I mean, I'm sorry. It's not confusion. It's freedom, isn't it? Isn't that just another way to look at it?
Samsara is very confusing, and it's in a sense you're like basically making confusion your ground of being. because you go from one thing to another. It's like a hobo hopping a train. You jump on one train and you think about one thing, and then you think about something else. We have a very little control over the different people inside of us that take over our minds.
Right.
And I've talked about it before. You go to work, you've got one kind of mind when you talk to your boss, another kind of mind when you talk to your spouse, another kind of mind when you talk to a stranger. So
we all wear separate masks for different situations.
The trouble is, these masks can take over, and we have no control over which mask is going to be. And the angry mask can come out, or the sad mask, the depressing mask.
If we practice a conscious mind, then we're going to have control over that.
Well, that's the thing. It's the idea is that if you get yourself into the here and now, right here and right now, and there is nothing else but now. 5 seconds ago doesn't exist. 5 seconds from now do not exist. All we have are memories and expectations, right?
Right in the wave, what I call it.
We have immense power, and I've seen it too often. People have been taught, just groove with the now and everything's okay. And yeah, you can get in that state. And that was taught by a lot of corporate meditation trainers to get people happy to sit in front of a computer all the time and not get a Christmas bonus, right?
Absolutely.
In Buddhism, when you're there, this is the time when you have control over these things. You can step back and say, why did I say that? Why am I thinking that? I was talking before about the precept. If you tell yourself, all right, I'm going to try keeping precepts and I'm not going to lie. And then you catch yourself, and then that is so that you say to yourself, why do I want to lie now? Start looking at what you're doing. So
it's self-introspection, like analyzing yourself or questioning yourself.
And if
that's
you
how
can't
enlightenment begins.
And if you can't control lying to other people, you're going to be lying to yourself.
Okay, how about this? Okay, and again, this ties into the third kind, and it's just how Roger just explained it, and my mind's going here. So, you talk about. We've talked on many different shows about the past, present, and future. And some people will say the past doesn't exist, but I'm not going to tell anybody to do this. But I've seen. I mean, there's a word that comes into mind that directly deals with the past, that is constantly on the present, and that is trauma.
Right.
Somebody kicked the dog, right? And this dog, you have to feed it, and you have to see it every day, but it's afraid of you, and it constantly remembers the fact that you kicked it.
Right. Yeah. Trauma is a memory. Exactly. It is a memory, which happens right now.
It depends on what you remember, not what the dog remembers.
Well,
you're only in charge of your own self. You're not in charge of anything else, any other being.
I learned from a wise man that used to tell me all the time. He's like, and it came off of a Western, but he used to say you have two dogs, okay, that are sitting on your shoulders. You have the good dog, you have the good dog, you have the bad dog. It's your choice which one you want to feed.
Right.
Yeah, but what is good and what is bad? Where's your perspective at? Good and bad is a matter of perspective, really.
It falls back on your emotions, and this is something that we've had a conversation, me and Otto, recently about. There's a difference between emotions over intellect and thinking on emotional levels. Okay, I have to learn how to recognize my emotions. When I'm doing something bad, I feel it. I know I'm doing something bad. Just like when I'm doing something good, I know I'm doing something good. So that's how you.
And I would also say offhand, in Buddhism, we tend to say not so much that you're good or you're bad, but you've been skillful or you've been unskillful in what you've done. And when you're unskillful, it causes pain. It causes suffering. It can be unskillful. It can be you shouldn't have chopped your toe off with that axe. You shouldn't have said that word to your spouse.
Psychology of a psychopath there for a second. As long as it works, it's good. No.
But the thing is, though, when you look at it that way, Buddhism is talking about your behavior. You can change your behavior. If you say I'm bad because I did this, you don't have as much hope as if you say I was unskillful. What I did was not good. And I'm going to resolve not to do that again. But you can't do that unless you can stare at it, honestly, because we lie to ourselves about what we do all the time.
Right.
We don't want to be honest with us.
Because of mind control, you know this be.
Well, anytime you don't control your own mind, anytime you don't control your mind, someone or something else is, and it's usually some thought.
it's about controlling your mind and your perspective, and having your own perspective, and being able to change your perspective depending on what you're dealing with in order to ascend. I guess you could say, or grow in spirit. Basically, is what that
But I
is.
want to talk more about trauma here, though. I mean, I'm in a place right now. There's a couple dogs here. They have traumatic pasts. Like they can't be around men. I'm the only man that can be around. Like, and I try my best to if you give them treats and you pet them and you love them, they have a reaction that's, I guess, considered positive and that sort of thing. But if they hear me downstairs yelling or something, they're in their cages shivering.
Yeah, trauma. It's a trauma reaction.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like, you want to talk about mean, nice?
Guys,
Yeah,
I just want to say something.
Yes, Tim.
Is Mark still here?
Yes, he's still here.
I haven't heard from you in 2 hours.
Yeah, we haven't heard from
He's not pitching in much.
learning.
He's just the agnostic enjoying all this.
Yeah.
Now, I do.
I'm gonna be disappearing in a short while.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. But now, be.
First thing he guys do is one that wouldn't talk much.
Now, hold on for a minute, because before everybody takes off, I do want to do a closing thing on this and have you guys give your socials, okay? Now, I wanted to bring up the beginning, the first episode topics for a reason, is because I don't know, for everybody who's been a part of this series, this first 12 videos, that I suggest that you go back and you watch it over again, because this is probably the most amazing compilation of videos I've put together. It incorporates not only theology, it also talks about physics. I wanted to stay away from a lot of the esoteric stuff, because I also have a show called The Esoteric Agenda, which kind of delves into a lot of this stuff. But I did want to talk about the metaphysics as well. And that, not only with that, not only with that, but we've also discussed the history, philosophy, and all kinds of stuff. So there's a lot of good stuff that's going on in this, and I'm really, really proud of it. And we were able to finish it off just before Halloween. Tomorrow is Good Friday, and that was one reason why Tan offered to come on and talk to us about Easter and stuff like that. And
Dude, I love Tan. He's the greatest.
Now,
bro.
this has been.
You don't know me.
Yeah.
You're my bro. I know you. I know you. All right. Not in the middle, but I know you.
When I look at Tan's avatar on Minds.com, I always think he looks like a supervillain. You look like a supervillain in that.
He looks, dude. I love it.
Have an army of robot warriors behind you or something.
Yeah.
Because you got the high neck thing going, and you let this look like.
I
Well, Mr. Bond, I have you at last, kind of thing.
And to end the season, I also want to give my respect to Bob Dub, because a lot of this stemmed out of me and her show, Duality, and I wouldn't have been wanting to do this if I didn't start there, and a lot of this came out of her, so I give her a lot of respect for this.
Hell yeah.
And I'm really glad Sonia came along too, because a lot of freaking nights me and her sat talking about this very same stuff in private. And
that's why she's not talking to me. You're taking all her.
Well, it's big.
I was wondering.
We got some talking to do. Okay?
Yeah, we do.
And I also want to say thank you to Otto and to Tan, because Otto and Tan both really have discussed a lot about their beliefs when it comes to Buddhism and Christianity, and I do appreciate that. And of course, Mike, aka Minds Gaming, and Mark Edworthy for science and computer science, which, by the way, is another aspect of this series too, because we did get into computer science and how it relates to a lot of this stuff as well.
Don't forget the hotness.
Oh, and the hotness. I even
And the hotness.
I even on the
He's
last
bursting with hotness.
on the last
He
episode.
is.
Oh, wait. Who's the hotness?
Mark, he's the best dressed man on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
especially in
Fabio,
thongs.
Fabio,
Nope,
baby.
guys.
Fabio Flip.
Fabio
And
Flip.
listen, if I were gay, I'd be all over Mark.
Right?
He
I
said it.
love, no, listen,
Mark's
I love the
getting
British
worried
accent.
about.
I love
Yeah.
the British
Dude,
accent.
he tried, man. Mark didn't want nothing to do with me, man. I was like, oh, fine. I guess we'll just take it, you know.
We're gonna get him to blush. You guys keep doing that. Look at his face. He's solid red, dude. He's like solid red.
If I had my own Paul McCartney to myself as a gay man, oh my
Right,
god.
right.
Okay, so before we end, let's go around the room and everybody gives their socials. We'll start out with Mr. Mark Edworthy, Lord Edworthy.
The Sir
Okay.
Lord.
Lord Edworthy.
Being the hottest person on the internet. You can find me in Playboy, maybe. You can find me
Playgirl,
on
you mean?
Mind-
The Playgirl centerfold.
You can.
Boy, that just ruined it right there.
She'll be the centerfold.
Yeah.
Okay,
You know what?
take a breath. Take a
I might
breath.
go to the other side. I might
Take a
go
breath
to the
and
other
start
side.
all over.
Come on now.
Where can everybody find you, Mr. Edworthy?
The most simplest way to find me is on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Thank you very much. How about you, Tan High Tran? How can people find you?
I trade on mines under channel TH2 Train.
Okay, now let's go to V. V, how can people find you on the internet?
Well, they will find that at the Republic Broadcasting Network, where we're going to have some radio shows on V's Variety Hour. I'm going to have 4-hour time slots on 2 days. I would like, again, I have a variety show, variety setup, because I want your guys' shows in my time slots. I'm basically just giving the way for you guys to get on the radio. So if you guys want to produce the content with no profanity, you're more than welcome. And that's something I want to talk with Roger and Otto with after this call, and anybody else who wants to join in too.
Okay, so after that, let's go on to Sonia Galactic. How can people find you, Sonia?
Galacticfire.com. It's a TEC instead of TIC, just a regular way you spell galactic. And then fire.com. And I do t-shirts, and I might do some tarot readings and things like that. But basically, it's t-shirts. Tattoos as well, only if you live in Texas right now. So there you go.
And before we move on to V, I do want to tell you that I have been in contact with my older sister, and I told her about you, and she has got some artwork and some stuff that I want you to look at, and maybe you can put it on your shop for her. So we can talk about that later. I just don't get too many chances to talk to you on Teams anymore, so I figured I would say it here. But she has some really good stuff I think you'd be interested in having on your shop. So with that being said, let's take it out with Otto. Otto, tell everybody how they can find you on the internet.
Well, you can check out my website at navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. I'm also on minds.com at AutoX, and you can also find me at Roger's Hangout on Teams.
All right. So with that being said, you can find me also at Roger's Hangout on Teams as well as on Element Matrix. I am also on the Infinite Imaginarium as well as the Quantum Gathering on Elements Matrix as well. You can find me on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which this is where the third thing will eventually be published. You can find the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube and on Rumble. And also you can find the fully edited video for this and the other videos on Strange Stories, which is on YouTube as well as mine's at my the Strangeness group on minds.com. Check it out and you can see the 15-minute videos that I put on there as well as the full videos if you're a member on my profile, which is Roger_Hanson. So I believe I covered everything. I'm not quite sure. I'm running out of breath there and it's getting late, so I'm gonna let it go.
Yeah, Republic Broadcasting Network.org. We're gonna find some of our content that's gonna switch from here to other places, and I do want to talk to everybody here, so please don't hang up after the call.
Okay, so with that being said, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that's on the panel who's been on here, and I'd also like to thank everybody for watching. If you like this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, leave comments. We love comments. We love to give feedback. And if nobody on the panel sees it, then I will personally reach out to them and let them know that you've made comments to them. So with that being said, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being here, and have a good night, good evening, good morning, whatever time of the day it is for you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Everyone.
Excellent. So,
okay, guys, listen. Okay. So I've got again 4 hours. Actually, for you guys, I have 2 hours. One guy's already claimed 2 hours, so you guys have 2 hours. Every Thursday, there's going to be a 10 to midnight time slot. It's 2 hours. Whatever show that
10 to midnight to which
Central.
time zone?
Right.
Central.
I mean, Sonia, we share. Sonia, Roger, we share the same time zone.
Yeah, and it would be 3 o'clock.
Mark's like, what the fuck, man?
3 o'clock your time, I believe, or maybe.
What days? What days?
That would be
Thursday,
Friday for you.
10. So yeah, you're Friday, but American Central Time, 10 to midnight.
And it would be 11 for Otto and
Gandalf. Otto's Gandalf right now.
With our account setup.
I'm sorry.
Otto's Gandalf.
How does that work, Roger? How does that work with our account setup?
Right now.
Okay, so the current setup. I mean,
well, hold on. He's talking about our stream. It's like at 10 o'clock. Usually we end at Quantum Gathering on Thursdays, and we're good for the rest of the night. So this would be after the Quantum Gathering.
Or
I'm
just
committed to the
before
Quantum
Quantum Gathering and just put it into one of those time slots for next week.
Well, the Quantum Gathering is actually Mike's and Bob Dubs and Otto's show.
Which is why I want Otto to stay here and listen to the call. If he wants to interact and if he wants to.
Now he does have his own show, which is the Automatic Pilot. If he wants to take it and put that up there, but that's on him.
Well, it's the way it's set up is V's variety hours. So whatever show that gets put on there, I have to be on it.
All right.
Okay.
And that show is Otto's.
Yeah.
So, however, Quantum Gathering, I would love to put on RBN.
Well, I can talk to the others about it and see how they feel. I personally don't have any objection. As far as like any other kind of a show, Yeah, Roger points out the automatic pilot's pretty much a solo thing. I haven't really thought about it's not really guest oriented. But we might be able to come up with something else. The other thing is to keep in mind, I'm going to start working in the next month or so, and that's going to change a lot of my availability for online. So once I find out, I just got emailed today from my employers, so I'm expecting to hear back from them in the next day or two, and hopefully find out what the hours are going to be this year, and I'll know more then.
Right.
So I'll have more knowledge in the next couple of days. But as far as the quantum gathering goes, I'm going to be working with Bob and Mike tomorrow. And in fact, that's one of the reasons I got to crash here pretty soon, because we're going to be doing testing and stuff. And I'll bring it up with those guys. And I'll, as we say, I'll run it up the parapet and see who tugs their forelock, as we say in medieval reenactment. So
I've got some new equipment today, and I'm getting ready here. I'm probably going to get some stuff so I can send to Roger as well, so he can co-produce.
Now, V, I want to make a point to you too. Okay, Tan and Mark Edworthy have always been. We've always been three together, so it's not
Three
just.
Musketeers.
Yeah, it's like we started all of this
Four
together.
Musketeers now, then.
All right, so.
Okay, you see the movie? There was a fourth.
There was.
I mean, I literally do just control the camera and the streaming, but we're the team. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Tan and Mark Edworthy are equally as welcome to any project that I have even going on. I
Right.
respect both of you. You're like brothers. I've got an instant connection with everybody in this thing. I think that's why we work so well together.
and Sonia is one hell of a
I was just more concerned how your ideas would fit into our current lineup. That's the only thing.
It's right on. So my thing is how are we going to sync? And if we need to pre-record, that's fine. However, RBN likes live shows, so if you guys want to make an adjustment, or you can we do something to pre-record it. It's just whatever you guys want to do. Whatever's convenient.
Okay, and Sonia, are you still there?
Sonia is also welcome to do anything that we're doing.
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Now on.
Hey, gents, I gotta jump off. Happy Easter to everyone.
Happy Easter to you too. Hey,
Bye,
and
Ken.
happy Good Friday too.
Happy Good Friday, brother.
Take care.
All right.
Now,
Easter is happier than Good Friday.
now,
but-
Sonia, there's something that's been weighing on my mind, and it's like you're going to be doing this traveling, and there's some situations that's happened.
Now, so.
Well, hold on. There's some situations that happen where I can talk to you off stream, but if you need a place to stop in at, you can stop in here.
Oh, you're so sweet. That's so
Okay.
nice, Roger. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Well, I don't want you being out there on your own. You know what I'm saying? And if
I got good folks here taking care of me and stuff. So
and then
I'm
Mike,
alright here in Texas for a little bit.
if you need like a hub spot where you can bounce in and out while you're doing your travels, you can do that here too. Just in
Thank you, Roger. I love you guys.
Okay.
And we got Roger. If you can send me some music, I gotta make a 30-second and a 60-second promo
Okay.
for us to announce our arrival to the station.
Now,
Okay.
Something occurs to me now. I'm tired, so my poor brain isn't working as quickly as it might. And I got to go crash soon. But V, you were talking about a time slot immediately after the quantum gathering, right?
Well, I was hoping to put the quantum gathering in itself.
Right.
However, if we want to forge a brand new thing, we can do that. The sky's the limit. Whatever you guys want. I'm putting you on the radio. Whatever you guys want.
I'm not committing to anything. I'm just like running stuff off the top of my head. But
You don't have
maybe doing a separate show would be it would give you a blank slate in some ways,
right?
Instead of trying to just take an existing thing. I don't know. I'm just kicking ideas around in my head, but
sure.
And it takes a while but like the idea of an original V show, is a idea either. And there would be people after the quantum gathering who would probably be hanging around, and it would probably be different people at different times. So you'd get like a variety of people coming on, and that way you could also do like a variety of topics. Whereas
Well,
with the quantum gathering, you're kind of nailed down to whatever, basically whatever Mike decides our agenda is going to be. And if Mike's not around, it's Bob. And if not, Bob's not around, it's me.
Well,
And-
what makes it a variety is that I'm going to be switching shows around. We can, if there's a show that we are especially proud of, that we make, that can go into next week's time slot. It doesn't. I mean, this is not a. The only reason why I say that this is doable is because if we have a pre-record show, in the format that we do use, we don't take callers. Now, if you want callers, we would have to create something different so that we can take on callers.
Well, this right here, Jitsi allows phone numbers.
We have plenty of callers that are
just
in.
so you know. I mean, you can use phone numbers on Jitsi.
Yeah, I've literally called into the show when my internet was cracked.
Right.
Yeah. So that's something that we can also do to the audience, and we can give them that information. Even if we want to go outside of RBN's broadcast, we can tell people, "Hey, here's the phone number or the link, and you can be a guest or a caller onto the show after the fact." And
If it's a call, then you're going to have full control over those calls because you don't want. Well, yeah, just because of politeness, political reasons, and those other reasons.
See, now I'm
got
gonna
have
be
control.
I'm gonna be
And
turning my
also,
light off.
It would only really work if you've got a subject for the entire series. You can't just really call in.
Well, let me. That's my expertise. Let me.
If you want to put limitations on
Hold-
it, the
hold-
show
hold
have
on.
limitations on it. If you want to
No.
make this something unique and
I
creative,
can come up with something for you on that, V, because this is something like a generic template is what you need. That's it. And you can fill in the blanks, put in what you want.
variety. We can have everything. We can rotate.
But
That's the point.
right. But if you need to, I can help you set up a template basically where you can just go in, set up what you want on this episode, and then this episode I'm really good with that stuff. Ask these guys. I talk about talking points until I'm blue until they're
You're my media director. You're my partner.
you know what I mean? That's why
Your name isn't talking point. That should be your name, kind of thing.
talking points.
If it's a call, hang on. If it's a call in, and somebody doesn't may not have time to call in today, but might want to call in next week.
If they
and
want to
you
leave
could
messages for us,
change the subject completely, and the subject's going to be totally random,
and give us
then
emails.
they are not going to want to call.
Oh, whatever, Mark.
Now you fucking chime in, Mark. Now you chime in. Okay.
You've been on my show for how long now, dude?
No, wait a minute. What about if you had a callers? You'd have like a section for, and now we're going to answer questions from the previous show.
Yes. There you go. Good
Like a
call.
mailbag. Like a mailbag. We
Right.
could also read comments.
Mailbag. Yeah.
And once I get TLB Talk back up and running, we will have a super chat. People paying us money and asking questions.
That would be good.
Which we would
That would
all.
help. For sure.
And who knows Patreon accounts?
I've already
Well,
got one, but nobody uses it.
Well, joining a radio station that has its own audience already embedded in place. This would be the there's the endless opportunity to make money there.
Right.
So
yeah, but that's if money.
Any of us do this for money? Any of you guys do this for money in the first place? Really?
If money's going to come in
money
different
is a
grabs, that's going
metric
to
that
confuse
shows
my
us our success.
taxation situation like hell. I can see already.
None of us are in this for money. None of us. I do agree. However, I do want your time. I want you to have room to. I want you to have your room to grow.
Yeah.
Right. You need gas money. You need gas money, woman.
How about
gas?
How do you do?
Yeah, you know it.
I can't even go anywhere right now because my RV is parked here, and I'm just tattooing on Gary every day, fucking, and when the weather's better, which it almost is, he's gonna be fixing my RV.
Did
But
you hear
he's
that?
gonna
She
be running
said
his
she's
video.
tattooing every day and fucking, dude.
See, this is why I
It
probably.
But no,
came
I'm
right.
not fucking anybody.
It came out of
Roger.
your mouth. You said tattooing
Roger.
and fucking.
Yeah, but no.
What
No, that's like when
I
people say
love
butt
you.
fucking.
I
They
love
don't
you to
really
death.
actually mean that.
I love you to death.
One thing you've got to
Good enough.
consider is
What?
that if it's a monetary issue, then I'm in a different country than you. I'm under different tax laws.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
well,
That's
that's
what
pretty,
Mm,
that's
I'll,
pretty figure
I'll
out,
spend
sir.
your money
But
for you,
if you
Mark.
do start
I'll
making
spend it
money,
for
you're
you.
gonna get some.
Go get yourself a PayPal account, dude. What the hell? I keep telling everybody. PayPal even has a debit card. They have a debit card.
PayPal still is an FCA regulated, then therefore it's still financial income. Therefore, taxation rules.
They take care of it for you,
It's good
dude.
to see that you haven't
No,
changed.
they don't. No, they
We'll
don't.
just send you.
Not in
We'll
that
just send
Whatever
you
you
gold.
get on the other side of
Not in
it
that
is up
situation.
for you to report. Okay,
We'll,
you have to do your own taxes.
we'll send you Kruger amps.
I'm just thinking the more complications it produces. It can
But we're getting
produce.
ahead of ourselves here. We're
No,
not on money
Yeah.
yet. That's 6
he's
months
aware
to
of
a
the
year down the line.
complications that might be involved that we should all be aware of.
You better be lucky she can't grab her suit either, because she'd be doing the
remember
suit
in
thing
the US,
again.
if you in the US, if you violate Inland Revenue Services rules, you could be wearing an orange jumpsuit.
Oh wow, with broad arrows.
Really?
Do they still put broad arrows on the jumpsuits?
Really?
Mark?
Yeah.
I hope you like wearing orange.
I've seen movies of British prisons, and I know for a fact that they don't wear orange jumpsuits.
No, we're quite
He
casual.
specifically said U.S. Okay.
It's yeah, you know that's what it is. I love you, Sonia. Thank
It's a
you.
fact, for sure.
He straight up attacked freaking the Americans with the orange jumpsuit. You know, because that's where it comes from. You know.
So off topic. We're not gonna become carrots. It's okay.
That's funny, though. It's hilarious.
So
Actually,
thing is,
the
this is a space of creativity, and which I offer to you guys, and you're invited. So if you want to do something, this is
When is this starting? Just I mean.
So 2 weeks. We are going to be starting the Thursday of 2 weeks from now.
Okay, so if anybody wants to be there and we want to do stuff, we need to show up at that
I
time.
need music from you, Roger. If you want to create some.
Now I do have songs from my AA Love Shack too that I want you to take and put onto your show. It's the AA Love Shack, where for all those losers who freaking can't get a girlfriend and they've fallen in love with their AI day.
AI Love Shack. Okay.
Yeah, AI. I said AA, didn't I? I keep saying AA.
Quite a relationship with Gemini or
No, this is good. This is good. This is actually love songs for the AI Love Shack.
Well, this will be a creative space to just throw and see what we can do. So we are beyond YouTube. We're at a radio station in a metropolitan city.
Wow, that's awesome.
And we are national as far as internet, obviously.
And just so you guys know, technically the stuff that we've been doing is considered retroactive.
Oh.
If I'm sick, Roger's sick, there's not a show. I'm going to expect there to be a show for him to grab from whatever archive and throw it on the air.
We've got enough material. Yeah, we've got plenty of
You
material.
got the material to last years, right?
Yeah, I'm actually taking a break from our 24/7 live stream.
Roger, you got the UFO headphones? Turn your head again. Let's see. No, all the way. Get more and more and more.
Oh
See-
wow!
Oh, they're not UFO headphones. I thought they were, dude. That's fucking. I was gonna
You
say.
should see. You
And
should see
they're
these.
pretty cool anyway. You know, of course.
You should
But
see these.
That's pretty cool.
You see these bad boys when I turn the light off, dude. And then Mark wants me to keep the light on, and I'm like, dude, that is
I want to see
cool.
more lights because it's your face is
That-
relatively
Dude,
dark.
that is cool. Like,
Can't
like
even
look,
see me unless I turn the dome light on in the
look
car.
at this. Look at that. That's
I
that.
like what Roger's doing because
This is my smoking room, by the way. So
what Roger's doing right now,
I know how.
he's the Inquisitor Dark to my Darth Vader.
That's
Yeah.
why I got an RV.
I just turned the lights off, dude. Okay, and it's
What,
like
what, motherfucker?
it's like
I mean, to get this light set up, I spent ages sorting out light sources
and all you had to do was put a blanket
you're a very
behind you.
careful man, though, Mark. You're very careful.
He is very attentive to all aspects of whatever's going on.
I'll put it to you this way.
It's tied just right, and it's just the right amount
I
out
can
of
just
straightness.
imagine what his dates feel like, you know?
They're all freaking getting. They're getting the Edworthy,
The
dude.
red-blooded
They're
He-Man,
probably
I have no idea.
treatment.
They're
Yeah,
getting.
they get the treatment.
They're,
I have no
they're
idea or
getting.
interest at all. But give me a couple of drinks and we'll see.
Oh, that's what I'm talking
No.
give Mark a couple drinks and we'll see. That's what you do. Like take Mark to the pub and give him a couple hard drinks, and then you'll see he'll get all drunk. He don't care who he's sleeping
give me a
with.
couple of gins and GNCs.
He's like all of a sudden.
Brits drinking these days. You know, I can't. Being here in America, I can't get a good I can't get a good glass of Guinness anywhere. Oh, I love Guinness. When I was in Europe, oh my god, Guinness
in ages.
Yeah, he.
Couple years actually.
Are you close to where I'm at, V? Are you in Texas too?
I'm closer to Roger.
He's up in Chicago.
Oh, okay, that's where you moved. That's okay.
Right.
Yeah, he's up in
I'm
Chicago.
in Rockford, which is a city just slightly above Chicago. Yeah.
Illinois, yeah.
Yeah.
Right on. It's not that far away, really.
I think.
My phone's about to die. I got to
Yeah.
split, but it's been really fun talk with everyone. And
Meeting you.
I
will.
Thought of what we talked about.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to those guys. I've actually got a couple of ideas in my head of what might be a good show. The thing with me right now is, like I said, I'm going to be starting work soon, so I'm not going to know exactly what I'm up for. But I was thinking, if you want to get people watching, you know, one good topic, because we talk about everything, and it's fun for us, but it'd be hard for like a viewer necessarily to keep track of. But you know, maybe a show about religion, like me and Tan talking about Catholicism and Buddhism. Sonia could talk about, you know, her path. We could get Mark, the token agnostic, on. And of course, V, you've got like a Gnostic thing, and not like necessarily everybody at once.
Right.
Unless we did that, Roger had that great technique of giving people time responses, but just having like one or two people on at a time and rotate people around. Like
Roger's
this
a great
week,
host, for sure.
this week we're going to be talking about, you know, spirit guides and theosophy. This next week we're going to be talking about agnosticism, Gnosticism,
right,
or you know, anything and whatever strange, dark, barbarous religion that Roger follows. I have caught him once in a while wearing those hooded robes and the torchlit processions and stuff.
That's only on holidays.
I do.
Oh, okay.
Special occasions.
Guys, because listen, I don't have the authority to give people their own shows, but if it's a brand me, then I can do what the hell ever with the radio station. So I got to be on the show.
Well,
right.
You're in trouble, dude, because like there's going to be a lot of shit. Like, I mean,
part two.
There's ways to do that, V, in different. You can do that in different ways. So you can be on the show as, you know, being like an Art Bell kind of commentator, but then you can also be on a show where, you know, the focus is Gnosticism and your ideas about that, where you would take like a more. So I don't think that's necessary. You know, you can be part of the show and you can take many different roles.
Right.
So we can still have a variety and things like that. But anyway, I just thought the religion might be a good hook to get viewers. because people love that, and we can all be respectful to each other, but we get a lot of angry comments in the comment section, and they fight more, and the more comments, the more views, and then the next thing you know, monetization.
Yes. You know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. I don't agree with that at all. So yeah.
And I mean, it's just an idea. We could come up with something else too, but this is just something off the top of my head. But I think spirituality and religion would be a good topic, just to hook people.
For sure.
Okay, so
If we did something new,
we just need to formulate everything and then just do it.
There we go.
You have a month time period. I've got 2 week time period. So the slot is just there for development. So it's not a big deal. We can do it.
Time doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's just a figment
Time
of.
doesn't exist except for in 3D. I guess it does. So.
time is a wonderful topic, but my phone just clicked down another 2 points, so I want to sign off before I rudely get interrupted. So great to talk with everyone. We'll be in touch.
We'll be in touch.
See y'all later.
See you
Peace.
later, guys. I'm gonna get.
Roger, get to me with some music. Or
All right.
Later or whatever.
Okay.
All right.
I will
Thanks,
talk.
guys.
Love you, Sonia.
Aw, you.
And hey, let's talk too about that. What I was talking about with my sister, because I think you really need to talk to her. She would really enjoy having a conversation. She just, well, let me put it to you this way. One of the people she gets her materials off of, she's into rocks and crystals and stuff.
Right.
And my sister's pissed off because freaking somebody made a comment that she was Satanist because of the stuff she makes.
You can't pay attention to any of the comments.
Well, I'm just telling you, this kind of
We're gonna
gives
do
you an
that.
idea of what, you know what I mean? I think Amy, her name's Amy, but she'd love to talk. I guarantee she'd fall in love
Well,
with
we should
you.
do that sometime. You should introduce me. That'd be
Okay.
awesome.
If I can get her to figure out how to do Teams and Discord and stuff like that, then I can.
Right. Yeah, I got Discord too. So just let me know.
Well, even Jitsi, I guess we could do something on Jitsi if she can figure
Whatever's
that out.
easier. Whatever's easier. Yeah.
So.
I love you, Mark.
And
Nice
you.
to see you again.
Yeah.
Long time.
So I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna
Okay.
connect the stream back to the 24/7 live stream, and if you guys need to talk to me, I'm on Teams and I'm in Element. So
Well, I can speak to you at any point anyway. So
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
And I do every day anyway. So
yeah. So,
All right, bye guys.
Later.
Yeah.
Okay, like I said, give me a moment. I'm going to transition back over to 24/7 live with Roger Hanson. I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you did, leave a comment in the comment section. I would really appreciate that. And with that being said, I am going to go ahead and switch everything over first, and then I will end this stream right here. Okay, I've got everything straightened out. I am getting ready to end it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Coming up close to another 8-hour block here on Live with Roger Hanson. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, like, subscribe, share, make comments. We would love your feedback. And with that, we bring this to a close. Thank you guys for watching.